Oh dear. පටන් ගන්න. සුබ උදෑසනක් වේවා සෑම දිනකටම. සදහවත් පින්වත්නි, වාසනාවන්ත පින්වන්ත දවසක් ඔබ සැමටම ලැබේවා කියලා ප්‍රාර්ථනා කරනවා. Good morning everyone. Today we are here at the London Buddhist Vihara. We monks are going to start the program, Navam Full Moon Day program. Day before yesterday, there were the day of the full moon day of Navam, February. Today we celebrate Navam Puja. Also, this is the first Puja Day program in this year, 2022. Unfortunately, we can't invite you to the Vihara, but we have this program. You can join with us via Zoom and also YouTube and Facebook as well. Then you can observe the day, holy day, Puja day at your residence. Today, the Navam Puja is very important Puja day in Buddhist calendar. First Puja was Durutu Puja. Second Puja is Navam Puja. In the history of Sasana, if we think a little while, in the Sasana, when the Buddha became enlightened, started his missionary service, Dhammaduta service, and he gave the first discourse on Asala full moon day to 5 ascetic monks. Then gradually Buddha had developed his disciples. Among many disciples came to Buddha and gained ordination. Then there were 60 monks, gradually 60 monks. Then Buddha asked these 60 monks go forth and explain the holy teachings, the Buddha's teaching, spread the Dhamma to the world out of compassion for the happiness and well-being of whole people, community. Go forth. Then monks of 60 monks group departed from the Buddha and started their missionary works. During this time, there were only 60 monks. During that period, there were very important two friends called Upatissa and Kolita. They are very good Kalyana Mittas according to Buddhism. Kalyana Mittas share these spiritual experiences and encourage them to develop their spiritual understanding. Then Upatissa and Kolita, since their childhood, they were very good friends. Once they left from their homes in order to search the meaning of the life. They embarked upon a spiritual journey to search what is the meaning of life, what is the true truth, reality, what is Kosala, etc., to find out what is the meaning of the life. Then they had a promise. They also separated, but they had a promise. If one find the reality or the any spiritual experiences, they have to share with the other one. Before that, they had studied under Sanjaya. Sanjay is another great teacher at that time. Under the guidance of Sanjaya Paribhajaka, they had lived together and they had practiced spiritual practices. Finally, they also left from Sanjaya to search what is the meaning of life. Then Sariputta's name was Upatissa, Moggallana's name was Kolita. Then they had separated from each other, having that promise. And one day, Upatissa was at Rajagaha, had seen a monk. He was so happy. He was very, very peaceful. The monk was very peaceful and he was very serene and calm. The appearances of the monks, he was fascinated and he followed him. Finally, they had a discussion. And Upatissa asked, what philosophy, what doctrine that you follow? Who is your teacher? Etc. Then he was Assaji, among the 5 ascetic monks, Kondanya, Vapa, Badhya, Manama and Assaji. Assaji Thera was the monk who met Upatissa. Upatissa asked this question, who is your teacher? What doctrine you are that you practice? Etc. Assaji answered, I am a newcomer to this. I'm like a beginner. He answered, I am a newcomer. I don't much about the teachings of the Buddha. My teacher is the Buddha. He lives in Rajagaha, and at least can you give a little summary of your teacher's doctrine? Give a little summary. Then Assaji Thera gave a little explanation about the Buddhas, particularly based on Paticcasamuppada. Ye Dhamma hetu pabhava tesang hetu tatagato aha tesancha yo nirodho evang vadi mahasamano. Of these things that arise from the cause, the Tathagata has told the cause, and also what is their cessation is. That is the doctrine of the great recluse. This is the way he answered. That means the based on Paticcasamuppada. He gave a little explanation. But Upatissa was a great, very intellectual person. You know, he had great knowledge, wisdom, and he understood what he was telling, what he was teaching, what Assaji was teaching to him. Finally, he became, at the end of the conversation, Upatissa became Sotapanna, and he paid his respect to his teacher Assaji, and he left from Assaji and went to see his friend Kolita, according to their promise. And he shared his knowledge with Kolita. Kolita also became Sotapanna. Both they together, then they wanted to see the Buddha. Then Kolita and Upatissa went to Rajagaha, where the Buddha was living in Velvanarama. Buddha has recognized they are already Sotapannas, stream enterers. Then Buddha gave the ordination. Sariputta is the name to Upatissa. Moggallana was named to Kolita. Then Sariputta and Moggallana were the great seers in the sasana. Then finally Buddha appointed them as the Dhammasenapati. Sariputta as the Dhammasenapati. Moggallana was his disciple, who is the chief of psyche powers, Iddhipada. This way, both Sariputta and Moggallana appointed as chief disciples of the Buddha. So you can see in the vihara, our vihara also, both sides of the Buddha, there are two small statues representing Sariputta and Moggallana. Sariputta always sat down from the right side of the Buddha, where the Moggallana sat down in the Dhammasabha on the left side of the Buddha. So that two little statues in the vihara remind us Sariputta and Moggallana. This is the way on Navam full moon day, we recall this appointment of the Sariputta and Moggallana as the marshal of Dhamma and as the chief of psychic powers, Moggallana. Also, later on, Buddha gave the Vinaya Pitaka, Patimokkha, the discipline for the monks, code of discipline of the monks called Patimokkha. Buddha uttered Patimokkha to the Sangha. The Sangha organization developed, and as an organization there should be some rules and regulation, what we call Vinaya. Buddha uttered Patimokkha for the monks. This is the way Sasana had developed, and also the followers, his disciples, follow the rules and regulations as Sangha. So a very important Puja day, we recall the great incidents of the Sasana history. Having understood this significance, let us start the day observing 8 precepts. Today we administer 8 precepts. You may have observed 8 precepts in this year before, maybe on Durga Full Moon Day. But from the Vihara, this is the first time in this year we organize this Sila, Bhavana, Dhamma, Deshana program today. So it is a gift from the Sangha of the London Buddhist Vihara. Now we are going to commence the program administering 8 precepts. Would you take, would you say sadhu, sadhu, sadhu 3 times? And say Namo Tassa 3 times. Namo Tassa Bhagavato Arahato Samma Sambuddhassa. Namo Tassa Bhagavato Arahato Samma Sambuddhassa. Namo Tassa Bhagavato Arahato Samma Sambuddhassa. Would you repeat after me? Okasa, okasa, okasa. Aham bhante tisaranena sadding attanga silang dhammang yachami anugraham khatva silang detame bhante. Buddhang saranang gacchami. Dhammang saranang gacchami. Sanghang saranang gacchami. Dutiyampi buddhang saranang gacchami. Dutiyampi dhammang saranang gacchami. Dutiyampi sanghang saranang gacchami. Tateyampi buddhang saranang gacchami. Tateyampi dhammang saranang gacchami. Tateyampi sanghang saranang gacchami. Saranaгаmanang sampunnang Panatipata veramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami. Adinadana veramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami. Abrahmacharya veramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami. Musavada veramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami. Suramiraya majjapamadatthana veramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami. Vikala bhojana veramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami. Nacha gita vadita Visuka dasana mala Gandha vilepana dharana mandana Vibhusanatana veramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami. Uchasayana mahasayana veramani sikkhapadang samadhiyami. Imani uposatha Attanga silani samadhiyami. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Now our resident monks, apart from resident monk Venerable Matugama Palita Thero also here. So we can continue our program well. Now Venerable Bandula Thera takes the next part, Vandana.
Now let us offer these offerings to the Buddha, recollecting the noble qualities of the Buddha. May these offerings go to the Buddha. May the merits be with us to have happy, peaceful and successful life, and also may these merits lead us to attain the bliss of Nibbana. Let us recite these stanzas together. Vannegandha guno pitang etang kusuma santating pujayami muning dasa siripad saroruhe pujemi buddha බුද්ධං කුසුමේන නේන පුඤ්ඤේන මේතේන ච හෝ මොක්ඛං පුප්පං මිලායාති අතයිදං මේ කායෝ තථායති විනාශ භාවං පූජේමි ධම්මං කුසුමේන නේන පුඤ්ඤේන මේතේන ච හෝ මොක්ඛං පුප්පං මිලායාති අතයිදං මේ කායෝ තථායති සභාවං පූජේමි සංඝං කුසුමේන නේන පුඤ්ඤේන මේතේන ච හෝතු මොක්ඛං පුප්පං මිලායාති අතයිදං කායෝ තථායති විනාශ භාවං ඝන සාරප්පදිත්තේන දීපේන තමදං සිනාති ලෝක දීපං සංබුද්ධං පූජයාමි තමෝනුදං ගන්ධ සංභාරයුත්තේන දූපේනහං සුගන්ධිනා පූජයේ පූජනීයන්තං පූජා භාජන මත්තමං ඉතිපිසෝ භගවා අරහං සම්මා සම්බුද්ධෝ විද්‍යාචරණ සම්පන්නෝ සුගතෝ ලෝකවිදු අනුත්තරෝ පුරිස ධම්මසාරති සත්තා දේව මනුස්සානං බුද්ධෝ භගවාති අරහං අරහෝති නාමේන අරහං පාපං නකාරයි අරහත් පලං පත්තෝ අරහං නාමති නමෝ සම්මා සංබුද්ධ ඥානේන සම්මා සංබුද්ධ දේශනා සම්මා සංබුද්ධ ලෝකස්මින් සම්මා සංබුද්ධ තේ නමෝ විද්‍යාචරණ සම්පන්නෝ තස්ස විද්‍යාපකාසිතා අතීතා නාගතපන්නෝ විද්‍යාචරණ තේ නමෝ සුගතෝ සුගතානං සුගතෝ සුන්දරං පිච නිබ්බානං සුගතින් යන්ති සුගතෝ නාමතේ නමෝ Loka viduti namena atita nagate vidu sankhara satta okasi loka vidu namate namo anuttaro jnana silena yolo kassa anuttaro anuttaro bhujalo kasmin tang namasami anuttaro sarati sarati deva yolo kassa sarati sarati pujalo kasmin tang namasami sarati devayakha manusanang loke agga palang dadang dadantang damayantanang purisajanyate namo bhagyava bhagavayato bhaggakilesa vahato bhaggang sansara muttaro bhagavanamate namo ite navegunayasa sambuddhassa sirimato namami tang mahaviram sabbanyung dipaduttamang swakhato bhagavata dhammo swanditiko akaliko ehi vasiko penaiko paccatang vedidabbo vinyuhiti Supatipanno bhagavato savaka sangho Vijupatipanno bhagavato savaka sangho Nyayapatipanno bhagavato savaka sangho Samici patipanno bhagavato Yadidang jatari purisa yugani Atha purisa puggala Isa bhagavato savaka sangho Ahuneyo pahuneyo dakhineyo anjali karaniyo anattarang punyaketa lokasati sadhu sadhu sadhu. Let us recite the Karaniya Metta Sutta. You all can recite with us. Karaniya Matta Gusalena Yantang Santang Padang Abhisamecha Sakho Jucha Sujucha Suacho Chasa Mudhu Anatimani Santasakocha Subharocha Appakichocha Salvati Santindriyocha Nipakocha Appagabbo Kulesu Ananugiddo Nachakodhang Samachari Kinchiyena Vinyupari Upavadeyung Sukhino Bhakevinontu Sabbe Satta Bhavantu Sukhitattha Ye Kechipana Bhutati Tasavatavarava Anavasesa Digavaye Mahantava Majjimarasa Kanukatu Ditthavayeva Aditta Ye Chadure Vasanti Avidure Bhutava Sambhavi Siva Sabbe Satta Bhavantu Sukhitattha Naparo Parang Nikobete Nati Manyete Kathachinang Kanchi Vyarosana Patiga Sanya Nanya Manyasa Dukha Michaya Mata Yathaniyan Puttang Ayusa Eka Putta Manuthi Evam Pisabba Bhutesu Manasang Bhavaye Aparimanang Mettanca Sabba Lokasmin Manasang Bhavaye Aparimanang Uddhang Adocha Tiriyancha Asambhadang Avira Asapatang Tithang Charang Nisinova Sayano Vayavada Savigata Middo Etang Sating Aditeya Brahma Metang Vihar Idamavu Dittincha Anupagam Silava Dasanina Sampanno Kamisu Vinaya Gedang Nahi Jatu Punariti. Now, according to our program, the meditation, instruction and practice, it was led by Venerable Kaspa.
Let us now practice meditation on metta. Before we start the practice, please sit in a comfortable posture, keeping your body straight, and gently close your eyes. Keeping your eyes closed, first relax your body from the top of your head Relax the muscles on the top of your head. And relax your forehead. Relax your eyebrows and your eyes. Keep them gently closed. Relax your cheeks and your chin. Relax the muscles around your neck. Relax your shoulders and let them drop. Relax your chest and your abdomen. Relax your hands and rest them on your lap. Relax your thighs, your calf muscles, and relax your toes. Relax your body from the top of your head to your toes, and keep your body fully and completely relaxed. Relaxing your body, bring your mind to the present moment, to your meditation, the practice of your meditation. And in your relaxed mind, generate metta, loving kindness, unconditional love. And radiate your metta, loving kindness, from your mind, first towards yourself, for your own well-being and happiness, wishing that may I be free from anger, may I be free from ill will, may I be free from enmity, may I be well, happy, and peaceful. And radiate your metta towards others, starting with your loved ones, those who are near and dear to yourself, wishing their well-being and happiness. Radiate metta towards them. May my loved ones, my parents, my children, my spouse, relatives be free from anger. May they be free from ill will. May they be free from enmity. May they be well, happy, and peaceful. Next, radiate your metta towards others, people who are friendly to you, your friends and others who are friendly to you. May everyone else who are friendly to me, my friends, be free from anger. May they be free from ill will. May they be free from enmity. May they be well, happy, and peaceful. Radiate your metta towards all human beings living all over this world. May all human beings living all over the world be free from anger. May they be free from ill will. May they be free from enmity. May they be well, happy, and peaceful. And radiate your metta towards unfriendly people, wishing their well-being and happiness. May everyone unfriendly to me be free from anger. May they be free from ill will. May they be free from enmity. May they be well, happy, and peaceful. And radiate your metta towards other living beings. May all living beings living on this earth and in this universe, those seen or unseen, may they all be free from anger. May they be free from ill will. May they be free from enmity. May they be well, happy, and peaceful. Keep generating metta and radiating metta from your mind towards yourself and towards others. May I be free from anger. May I be free from ill will. May I be free from enmity. May I be well, happy, and peaceful. May my loved ones, my parents, my children, my spouse and relatives be free from anger. May they be free from ill will. May they be free from enmity. May they be well, happy, and peaceful. May my friends and friendly people to me be free from anger. May they be free from ill will. May they be free from enmity. May they be well, happy, and peaceful. May people who are not friendly to me be free from anger. May they be free from ill will. May they be free from enmity. May they be free from ill will. May they be well, happy, and peaceful. May all human beings living all over the world be free from anger. May they be free from ill will. May they be free from enmity. May they be well, happy, and peaceful. May all other living beings living on this earth and in this universe, those seen or unseen, be free from anger. May they be free from ill will. May they be free from enmity. May they be well, happy, and peaceful. Keep generating metta in your mind and radiating metta from your mind towards yourself and towards others. Keep your mind full of metta, full of loving kindness towards yourself and towards others. Wish your own well-being as you wish well-being of others. And wish the well-being of others as you wish your own well-being. Keep your mind equally loving kindness towards yourself and towards others. May I be free from anger. May I be free from ill will. May I be free from enmity. May I be well, happy, and peaceful. May my loved ones, my parents, my children, spouse, and relatives be free from anger. May they be free from ill will. May they be free from enmity. May they be well, happy, and peaceful. May my friends and friendly people be free from anger. May they be free from ill will. May they be free from enmity. May they be well, happy and peaceful. May unfriendly people be free from anger. May they be free from ill will. May they be free from enmity. May they be well, happy and peaceful. Keep generating metta in your mind and radiating metta from your mind towards yourself and others, equally wishing well-being and happiness of all. And keep your mind full of metta, full of loving kindness towards yourself and towards others. Keeping your mind full of metta and keeping your mind full of metta for the rest of the day. Let us now conclude our meditation.
So morning part of this program conclude with that metta bhavana. The next program we start the sermon at 10:15. 10:30? Oh, sorry. We start at 10:30 and until 11:15 there will be a sermon and continue our program. I think the program has been circulated to everyone and we start again 10:30. Thank you.
Doing jokes. Okay. Oh goodness, now it's all recorded. I can't say silly jokes anymore. Very good. Oh, please come through. Ah, nice to see you again. How are you? I haven't seen you for a while. Yeah. Yeah, good. Good to see you. There you go. Okay, what other children's riddles have we? Okay. This is good at English? Okay. What word begins with E, ends with E, and usually only has one letter in it? No, that's not a word. What word begins with E, ends with E, and it's usually only got one letter in it? The answer is envelope. Let's go on there today. Okay, I'll try another one. What 10-letter words begins with what 10-letter word starts with gas? 10-letter word starts with gas. No, an automobile. It starts with gas or petrol. They're all trick questions. Okay, one last one. You should know this one. Now, what word begins with T, ends with T, and has got T in it? Yeah. No, this is the kids. Don't spoil it for the kids. Teapot. Okay. Okay, last kids joke. You know my name? What is it? Hajampo. Will you remember my name? Yeah. A long time? Yeah. Okay. Knock knock. Hello, Hajampo. They're not playing fair. You're supposed to say who's there. And I say, you've forgotten me already. Yeah, you knew this already. Troopers. Okay. Very good. So that's the end of the kids' jokes. So now you can start talking to each other because I've run out of kids' jokes. Have you got one? No. You're a kid. You used to have kids' jokes. I've only got monks' jokes. Very good. I'll tell a monk's joke. Yes, but this is actually quite profound. I love telling this. It's one of the funny stories, but it's very deep. It's about the man who rang up the temple one day, and a monk answered the phone, and the man said, "Can you please come to my house today to do some chanting, to do a ceremony?" And the monk said, "I'm sorry, sir, I can't come today. I'm busy." And the caller said, "Well, what are you doing?" And the monk said, "I'm doing nothing." That's what monks are supposed to do. We're supposed to teach by example, so I'm doing nothing. And the man knew enough about meditation to say, "Oh, well done, very good," and he hung up. So the same man called the temple the next day. He actually got through to the same monk. He said, "Look, I called yesterday. I need a monk to come to my house to do a ceremony, to do some Pirit chanting. Can you come?" And the monk said, "Sorry, I'm busy." So what are you doing today? He said, "I'm doing nothing." "But that's what you were doing yesterday." "Yes," said the monk, "I'm not finished yet." So now that's actually a very deep little joke for Buddhists, because unless we schedule doing nothing early on, we never get around to it. We get around to doing everything else, but we forget that doing nothing is enjoying our life. So please remember, when you do your list of things to do tomorrow morning, please put number 1, doing nothing. To have some rest and relaxation in your life. Otherwise, you're always on the go. Just like me. Very good. What else? Another story? Oh, say it. Okay, here. Yeah, it's already full, so we might as well start and get an extra 5 minutes in. But no extra price. Extra 5 minutes for no extra charge today. Because in a Buddhist temple there's no charge to get into a talk. We never charge for people coming in, but we charge for people going out. No, we don't. So you pay in your next life.
Few words.
Yes, go on.
Few words.
Come, please do, yes. Please do.
So today the London Buddhist Vihara is full.
It's
both halls.
Yes.
So I want to say a few words to welcome you all, and also I would like to welcome our very special speaker, Ajahn Brahm, who needs no introduction from me actually. But it is customary for us to say a few words actually. Ajahn Brahma Vansu Mahathera is one of the world-renowned Buddhist monk. But very important, he is very familiar to this area.
Yes.
As he was a child, used to live nearby in Acton with his family.
I used to go to school in Hammersmith.
Latimer Upper School.
Latimer School, yes.
Yes.
This was before I became a monk. I had many girlfriends in this area. I hope they're not here this evening and telling stories about me. It's true.
After his school Latimer studies, he won a scholarship to study theoretical physics at Cambridge University.
Yeah. I was there this morning. So it's very lovely being in Cambridge again and seeing some of the old haunts I went to. And gave a talk last night at the Cambridge University Buddhist Society, because that's where I started off. So like gratitude. So you always like to look after those who looked after you, and also to come to this temple because this is where I grew up. This is my, if anything, this is my local temple.
Yeah. No need to introduce.
Yeah.
We are honored
Yeah.
to have ours.
A local monk.
Ajahn Brahma, so.
A local monk.
Yes, local monk. I am foreigner. So actually, I don't take your time. Okay, you are very welcome. It's a great privilege for all of us to listen to you today. A lot of people actually wanted to come. Unfortunately, some of them have trouble in traveling. But so far, many people have come as your followers.
Yeah, as my stalkers.
You are the most favorite, some of the audience. So I'm very thankful and grateful for you to come, and Hiranti the Silva, she coordinated your speech here. I'm very thankful to her as well. With my respect, Ajahn, I would like to invite you today. Thank you so much.
No, very good. I have this one here, so excellent. Well, as you know, sometimes when you give a talk, you say, it's my pleasure to be here, and you don't really mean it. But this time, I really do mean it. Because I got so many memories of this area, and it's great to be back in Chiswick, Acton, Hammersmith, this area. And it's wonderful to be able to give a talk again here. I have been, again, travelling around again, and on this particular trip, started off here in London just about 2 weeks ago, and gave a talk at the Thames Buddhist Vihar and the London Buddhist Society, before going off to Canada to teach at the University of Toronto, and then McGill, and then Dalhousie universities. And it's fascinating, in some of those universities, in Dalhousie and also in University of Toronto, I was giving lectures on Buddhism and mental health and psychology, because this is a huge growing area in our Western world, where some of these great teachings of the Buddha are being at last valued and are being brought into mainstream Western culture, in medicine, in obviously mental health, and also into business as well. And it's great to see that. Buddhism comes to a country like England, and it actually spreads into areas of life where it can really make a huge difference. And it's great to be part of that. And after that, went to Hamburg. And even there, in the University of Hamburg, we gave a talk where many people came, because there's an interest, even in the academia, of what Buddhism can offer. So you can see this is a huge step for Buddhism in our modern world, to actually to go out to these universities and other places like business schools. I've just got an invitation next February to go to the Google campus in San Francisco for the whole day, actually to teach Google, just how to search properly. And all of those things just show the power of the Dhamma. But when I did give a talk somewhere, one of those places, on the challenges of Buddhism for the 21st century, that was in Dalhousie over in Canada, I did make a mention of a friend I have over in Perth, Western Australia, and he is a professor of physics at our local university. Because I still really keep a great interest in physics, and many physicists come to my talks, and I manage actually to talk to them, to relate to them, and also to learn from them as well. And this one particular professor, he seems to be so open to Buddhism, and I asked him, aren't you a Buddhist? And he said that he was very interested in Buddhism when he was a young man, maybe 20, 30 years ago. And he actually traveled to Thailand. to try and learn some Buddhism. But unfortunately, all he found was a thick mass of rituals which no one could explain to him. And he never learned how to meditate. He was told to bow first of all and light some incense and do some offerings and stuff. And because of that, he left that country thinking that was all there was to Buddhism. And it was such a great waste, that we have these gorgeous teachings and they're not really sort of spread in a very useful, easily understandable, accessible way. And so it's from that experience that I coined the phrase, that sometimes the cloud of incense smoke obscures the Buddha in some of these temples. The clouds of incense smoke stand for the rituals which we do. And the Buddha statue behind it, the truth, the Dhamma, all these great teachings, you just can't see it because it's clouded by all these rituals. And sometimes that people say, well, what are the rituals of Buddhism? There's not that many rituals which we have to do and keep. And sometimes we wonder where those rituals actually come from. And I know that this is not the Sri Lankan tradition, but the Chinese tradition. Because I went to some of these Chinese temples and Mahayana temples in Singapore, Malaysia, Hong Kong. And I couldn't believe it, that when a Chinese person goes into the temple, they've got a big bowl for the incense, and they take the incense and they shake it before they put it into the bowl. Have you ever seen that in Sri Lanka? No, but you go to China, Hong Kong, Taiwan, they always do that, they shake it. And I asked them, why do you do that? They didn't know. They just said, well, I went to the temple, my grandmother told me that's what I was supposed to do. I just followed her. And that gave me the answer. Because I think it's also the case in Sri Lanka, there are many Sri Lankans here, the first person which takes you into the temple is your grandmother. And she shows you what to do. And it's the same in Chinese Buddhism. Your grandmother shows you what to do. And there must have been a lot of grandmothers in China or in these places, because they had Parkinson's disease, that they shook their hands when they put the thing into the bowl. And the children, the grandchildren, thought that's what I have to do as well. And there we developed the custom of shaking the incense, because you just follow what other people do without realizing that she's doing that because she can't hold them still. But you may be only 6 or 7 years of age. You hold them still and put them in properly. And so some of these traditions which we have, it's great to understand. Have you ever seen in these very old temples, people that actually the old, especially the old temples, when you don't have carpets, have wooden floors? You ever notice how highly polished those wooden floors are? No, they're just, and the monks never need to polish them. All they do is have people like you sitting listening to a talk, and every time that you wiggle, you help polish the floor with your big bottoms. And after many hundreds of years, that's why we have very highly polished floors in the temples. Now, of course, there's many other sort of rituals, and one of the rituals which you have to be very careful of is that it's good to respect the monks and the nuns, but not too much. Because sometimes the monks are treated like royalty, and sometimes the monks don't learn to do things for themselves. And a monk like me never has a chance to have exercise. And I say, I want to walk to the underground station. No. We'll give you a lift, even though it's only 50 meters over there. But fortunately today, I never told anyone how I got here, because I got my train ticket, and I got the train from Cambridge down here, and changed here and changed there, and just by myself. I'm old enough to do that by myself now. And it's a walk from Gunnersbury, which is about a 15-20 minute walk. So today I had exercise. So I'm going to live much longer because no one actually knew how I was coming and didn't pick me up. So please remember, don't treat the monks like royalty. Treat them with respect, but not to the point you don't allow them to have exercise. You don't allow them, to even go on diets, because sometimes, you give monks food, and sometimes I don't want to eat it because I've already had enough. And you look at me with these, what's it called, baby seal eyes, as if I don't take your food, it's like cutting off your head. And it's really mean that I don't take your food. So please, just look after the monks. And if they don't take your food, as long as you've offered it, with a pure heart, then that's all that's necessary. In our temple, when the food is offered there, we tell everyone to go out. Because otherwise you stand round the table and you say, monk, that one, don't take hers, take mine. And they get so bad, you always want them to take yours because you think that's extra merit. In Thailand, they've got the weird idea that whatever you offer to a monk is what your deceased relation gets when they get to heaven. So, one day, it was only about last year, they gave me some offerings in a bucket, quite a lot. And I received the offerings and you send it down to the attendants who unpack it and put it in the right places. And 5 minutes later, one of the attendants came back and said, did you know, Ajahn Brahm, you have just received a bottle of whiskey? Because they've given the monks a bottle of whiskey, but it was actually hidden under all the other, pirikura. And the reason they did that, because if I'd have seen a bottle of whiskey, I would never have accepted it. I'm a good monk. They did that so that I would accept the whiskey, and their father, who really loved drinking, could get some whiskey up in heaven. That's total fraud. We don't need to do that. Why, if they're in heaven, why do they need whiskey to celebrate? They're having a good time already. And if they're in the hell realms, they can't get anything anyway, so it's a total waste of time. So anyway, remember, it's the way that offerings work. You offer something which is useful. And I'm not quite sure about this monastery, but many Sri Lankan monasteries in London before had whole cupboards full of towels. Because every time they go to your house, you offer a towel. And, a monk can't use a towel in the morning, another towel in the afternoon, another towel in the evening. How long will a towel last? It lasts you for about 3-4 months. So sometimes people keep offering you so much you can't use it. So how can you make an offering to a good monk? And this is the real tradition. And obviously you look after the monastery so they can pay the bills and the monks have enough robes to wear and everything. But in the Mahaparinirvana Sutta, the Buddha once said that you cannot worship and make merit with a monk just by offering candles, incense and flowers. He said the best way, the best offering to make is your practice. That you're actually listening to the monks and actually taking their advice, being kind, being forgiving, keeping your precepts, and doing some meditation, acting compassionately in life, following the advice of the Buddha. That is the best offering anyone can ever make. And it does remind me of an anecdote. When I was visiting Singapore, I go to Singapore a lot, and I've got a franchise there. These days I call my little centres and groups in many other countries Ajahn Brahm's franchises. It's called the Brahm Education Centre in Singapore. And we've got my monastery in Perth is called Bodhinyana. Now we have a franchise in Hong Kong, Bodhinyana International Foundation. I'm following the marketing strategy of McDonald's. Soon there'll be I'm only joking, we don't do things like that. But when I first went to Singapore and I was taking around all the different temples in Singapore, I went to the Sri Lankan temple in Singapore. I think it's called Mangala Vihara. There's a couple there, but Mangala Vihara was where this event happened. And I was taken around a very beautiful little monastery in the centre of Singapore. And at the end, the senior monk asked me to sign the visitor's book. That's what you would do. So he showed me the visitor's book, it's over there, that's the visitor's book, go and sign it. So, I opened the visitor's book and signed my name, and then I put the address, and the next column I read was how much you're donating. Because I picked up the wrong book. This was not the visitor's book, this was a donation book. And I'd already put my name and address down, so if I'd have said nothing, that would be very, very embarrassing. And I didn't have any money because I'm a monk with no money, so what could I do? And so I remembered the Mahaparinirvana Sutra. You know, that this is the best way to make offerings to a Buddha, you know, is with your practice. So I wrote down, it must be there somewhere, you know, in their sort of archives, because many 20, 25 years ago, I wrote down, how much am I giving? I give my whole life. And I thought it was really nice, because that's, you know, that is the offering to do. Give your life to the Dhamma, you know, to service, and you'll never ever regret that. So giving a towel is nothing. You know, giving a sort of a few dollars or a few pounds, I've got to remember where I am.
Samanta Chakhavalisu atra gachantu devata Saddhammang munirajas sunantu saggamukhdang Dhammas savana kalu ayang bhadanta Dhammas savana kalu ayang bhadanta Dhammas savana kalu ayang bhadanta Namo tassa bhagavato arahato Samma sambuddhassa namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa attahi attano nato kohinato parosya Attanav sudantina natang labati dullabang. This is the stanza I have selected for today, this sermon. So this is coming from the Dhammapada. It explains very important teachings of the Buddha. One, indeed, is one's own refuge. How can others be a refuge to one? With oneself thoroughly tamed, one can attain a refuge, which is so difficult to attain. So this today we are celebrating one of the important days in Buddhist calendar. Navam full moon Puja day is a paramount important for Buddhists throughout the world due to several significant events which took place in this day. First is bringing together all the monks by the Buddha for the first ever Buddhist congregation. It happens in this full moon day. And another thing is appointment of Arhanta Sariputta and Moggallana by the Enlightened One as his chief disciples. Third one is the collection of precepts of Vinaya. So that is the one of the main event happened in this Puja day. All the Vinaya disciplines, rules are combined and collected in this Puja day. And also lastly, the determination of the term of life of the Enlightened One by Gautama Buddha. These are the important events because this day Buddha decided to pass away after 3 months. So these are associated with the Navam full moon day, otherwise the full moon day of February. The stanza I have selected, it explains the main teachings of the Buddha in my sermon, which is very important for this in our daily life. While residing at the Jetavana monastery, the Buddha uttered this stanza of the Dhammapada with reference to the monk of Kumara Kassapa. Once a young married woman asked permission from her husband to become bhikkhuni. Through ignorance, she went to join some bhikkhunis who were the pupils of Devadatta. The young woman was pregnant before she became bhikkhuni, but she was not aware of the fact that at that time. But in due course, the pregnancy became obvious, and the other bhikkhunis took her to their teacher Devadatta. Devadatta ordered her to go back to the household life. But she then said to the other bhikkhunis, I have not intended to become bhikkhuni under the teaching of Devadatta. I have come here by mistake. Please take me to the Jetavana monastery. Take me to the Buddha. So she came to the Buddha. The Buddha knew that she was pregnant before she became a bhikkhuni and was therefore innocent. But he was not going to handle the case. The Buddha sent King Pasenadi of Kosala, the king at that time in that area, and Anath Pindika, the famous rich man, and Visakha, the famous donor of the Pubbaram monastery, and many other persons. He then told Thera Upali to settle the case in public. Visakha took the young bhikkhuni behind a curtain. She examined her and reported to Venerable Upali that the girl was already pregnant when she became a bhikkhuni. The Thera, Venerable Upali, then declared to the audience that the girl was quite innocent and therefore had not soiled any morality. She didn't break any precepts. In due course, a son was born to her. The boy was adopted by King Pasenadi and his name was Kumara Kassapa. When the boy was 7 years old, and on learning that his mother was bhikkhuni, she also became Samanera under the guidance of the Buddha. When he came to age, he was admitted to the order as a bhikkhu. He took subject of meditation from the Buddha and went to the forest. There he practiced meditation ardently and diligently, and within a short time attained arahantship. However, he continued to live in the forest for 12 more years. So his mother had not seen him for 12 years, and she wanted to see her son very much. That's the nature of the mother. One day, seeing him going on alms round, the mother bhikkhuni ran after her son, weeping and calling out his name. Seeing his mother, Kumara Kassapa, Venerable Kumara Kassapa thought that if he were to speak pleasantly to his mother, she would still be attached to him, and her fortune would be ruined. So, for the sake of her future realization of Nibbana, he was deliberately strict and spoke harshly to her. Venerable Kumara Kassapa said, "How is that you, a member of the order for many years, could not even cut off this affection for son?" The mother thought that her son was very cruel to her, and she asked him what he meant. Kumara Kassapa repeated what he had said before. said, how is that you, member of the order for many years, could not even cut off this affection of a son? On hearing his answer, the mother of Kumara Kassapa reflected, oh yes, for 12 years I have shed tears for this son of mine, yet he has spoken harshly to me. What is the use of my affection for him? Then the fertility of attachment to her son dawned upon her. And then and there, she decided to cut off her attachment to her son. By cutting off her attachment entirely, the mother of Kumara Kassapa attained arahantship on the same day. So it was a very difficult thing to understand. But the mother's love is very important, we know that. But if she keeps that attachment for forever and forever, so there is no way she can get rid of that attachment. So that is why Venerable Kumara Kassapa was, he knew that, so that is why he wanted to say that little bit harsh words. But it helps her to understand what is this attachment. There is no way that attachment can help her. One day at the congregation of bhikkhus, some bhikkhus said to the Buddha, Venerable Sir, if the mother of Kumara Kassapa had listened to Devadatta, she as well as her son, Kumara Kassapa, would not have become arahant. Devadatta has tried to do them a great wrong, but you, Venerable Sir, are refuge to them. So at that time Buddha said, Bhikkhus, in trying to reach the Deva world, or in trying to attain arahantship, you cannot depend on others. You must work hard on your own. So that is what Buddha's words are. So no one can help us to attain, to go to heaven or go to attain enlightenment. We have to do ourselves. So Buddha, that's why he has given that teaching. One indeed is one's own refuge. Attahi attano nato. How can others be refuge to one? With oneself thoroughly tamed, one can attain a refuge. That means arahant state, which is so difficult to attain. It is very difficult to attain, but one's own effort can lead us to attain that state. So that is the Buddha's teaching on that day. So I thought to expand the teaching for in our day-to-day life. One of the discourse of in the Anguttara Nikaya, Ittadhamma Sutta, they explain, which the Buddha said that there are certain things in the world that everybody wants but are very hard to attain, very hard to obtain. These are, one we can say, to be born beautiful and to have happiness, honor, a long life and a good rebirth after death. These are some kind of attainment, some kind of things we are looking for. But these things, the Buddha said that these things are not obtainable by prayers or vows, or even by thinking a lot about them every day. This is a very important point. If praying and making vows alone can bring us the things we want, then why is there suffering in the world. So the Buddha said that we must work the path that brings us to what we want. This means that if we want long life, then we must not kill, or we must expand some other's life. If you do not kill, then you do not even have to pray, because long life will come naturally. If you want to be reborn, you want to be born beautiful, be good-natured, not angry. When the anger is the bad mental quality, so that produces some kind of energy which gives us bad mood, and also it leads us to not to have beauty. If you want to have happiness, we have to give happiness, and you will deserve the happiness. So this was Buddha. In the Buddha's teaching, the world is the creation of consciousness, or we can say mind. A pure mind creates a happy world. An evil mind creates an unhappy world. So purifying the mind is most important for rebirth into a happy world. Not chanting or praying or making vows. This is another important principle of karma, collection. We should remember, no one can change the working of the natural laws of karma. All beings are subject to the law of karma and vipaka, action and its reaction. The Buddha explained the truth or reality of the natural laws of existence to us. But they exist all the time, whether we understand them or not. So you can remember when the Upatisha met Asaji, he said, Ye dhamma hetu pabva, ye sang hetu tathagatuva, ye sanchuyo nirodho, samano. That is what Buddha said. So there is a way, there is a cause and its effect. It continues. So there is this karma also part of it. So we should understand what karma is. Karma is really an interesting subject because it concerns everyone. And there are many different aspects of it. There are many natural laws that govern our lives. But the most important is the law of karma, vipaka. Karma, action, and its reaction. In the discourse, that is Nibbedika Sutta, the Buddha said, intention amongst is karma, I say. Having willed, one act through body, speech, and mind. It says, in Pali it says, Chetanaham bhikkhave kammang vadami. Chetayitva kammang karoti kayena vacha manasa. So, that's what Buddha said in his teaching. This means that intentional action is karma, and vipaka is the result or effect of it. The result may ripen immediately, later in this life, or in a future life. Then comes question, how do we create karma? It is created through the three doors of our body, speech and mind. Evil body karma is to kill, steal, and commit adultery. Evil verbal karma is to lie, carry tales from person to another to cause disharmony. Speak rude words and gossip. Evil mental karma is greed, ill will, and have wrong views. Mental karma is not so much thinking or stray thoughts, but thoughts with some kind of intention behind them. So you may know those things actually about the karma, But I am in this sermon trying to remind you what are the things which is affecting our day-to-day life. So, attahi attano nato, that is what we have to remind. So that is why we whatever the things we get into our life, due to that we get. So that is what I want to teach in this sermon. What is wholesome karma? And what is unwholesome karma? In the world, in the words of what is a good karma and evil karma. Good karma is that which benefit living beings, helps living beings, and makes them happy. So, good karma is the benefit of all living beings and also help living beings and making them happy. The 10 good karmas are the opposite of the 10 evil karma. Evil karma, or unwholesome karma, is that which harms living beings, that result in the suffering of some living beings. In this way, the principle for good and evil in Buddhism is different from other religions. Why? Because its interpretation may be different from other religions, but Buddhism explains that if any action of yours is harming the others, if it is not helping others, that is the unwholesome action. And if it is doing something good for the others and also the happiness of the others, so that is a good action explained in Buddhist teaching. So avoiding evil, the Buddha's teaching is concerned with skillful living. So that is why Buddha always advised us to avoid evil things. It is when we have the skillful living, that we can reduce or avoid suffering, unnecessary suffering. It is important to know the law of karma vipaka, the action and its reaction, to avoid unnecessary suffering. In life, there are some type of suffering that are unavoidable, but there are those that there are some avoidable. What are the unavoidable suffering? When we look at our life, in growing old, we cannot avoid. Becoming sick, we cannot avoid. And also the dying, we cannot avoid. All these things are unavoidable things we have to face. These are the 3 things that nobody can avoid. However, there are certain sufferings that we can avoid. Unskillful or evil karma, which harm living beings, brings suffering to the doer as a consequences. So we abstain from evil actions and avoid unnecessary suffering. The law of karma vipaka, cause and effect, that action and its reaction, is the like saying, as you sow, so shall you reap. Depend on what you plant, you will get its fruits in return. So we should train ourselves to abstain from unwholesome or unskillful karma. For this, the Buddha advised that we maintain the 5 precepts every day, which is the basic training in moral conduct. That first precept is not to kill. The second is not to take what is not given. The third is not to commit adultery. The fourth is not to lie. The fifth is not to take intoxicants. These are the very basic teachings that are even found in the laws of the country. If you kill a human being, the law will get you. Similarly, when you steal or run away with somebody's wife or husband or cheat, you will get yourself into a lot of trouble. So these 5 precepts are the basic teachings that we must maintain. Please remember that these precepts are training rules, and these are not commandments like any other religions. So Buddha has given us a free will, whether you wanted to get happiness or whether you wanted to get unhappiness. If you wanted to get unhappiness, do these things. If you want not to get unhappiness, so avoid from all these things. So doing good after avoiding evil, we need to do good to create wholesome karma that benefit others, so that in return we get the benefit too. The first advantage of avoiding evil and doing good deeds, the wholesome karma, is that we will get a good reputation, because you do not kill, do not steal, do not commit adultery or lie. You will get a good reputation. Everybody says this person is a nice person. You will have nothing to be ashamed of when you avoid evil and do good karma. And that is the second advantage. When you are facing a group of people, you would dare to face them without any sense of shame. If you have done shameful deeds, you would not have such confidence. The third advantage of keeping the precepts and doing good is that your wealth would not like to be washed away. This could happen to someone without precepts, through drinking, gambling, womanizing, etc. Their wealth can be destroyed. The fourth advantage is that we will have a very clear mind when we grow old, because there is no regret to disturb us. The fifth advantage is that we are not afraid to die when keep the precepts and do good. If we have very good karma, we have the confidence that the good karma will support us when we die. We know that we will be going to be a good place. People who have done a lot of evil are afraid of dying. Then when their time comes, they are very scared, and some are even terrified. So it is nicely explained in the Abhaya Sutta. In Abhaya Sutta, one person came to the Buddha and asked, "Venerable Sir, I think every being are afraid of dying." But Buddha said, "No, Brahman, because there are some people who are not afraid of dying, and there are some people who are afraid of dying." In that sermon, Buddha explained there are 4 categories of people, but the last category, I would say, the Buddha said, if someone has done a bad deed in their life, and also if they have not done any good deeds in their life, and the end of their life, after looking at their life, they think, I haven't done anything good in my life. So I don't know where I am going to be reborn, because if they believe on rebirth. So, but Buddha said, if someone has done good deeds in his life, if he has kept his principles in his life, he is not afraid of dying, because he knows that death comes to us all, and also he doesn't afraid, because he knows that he won't be in an unhappy place. So he knows that his rebirth will be a happy place. So that is why some people, they are not afraid of dying. So lastly, if we have good karma, Buddha said that it will lead us to a good rebirth. If in addition to doing good, we encourage others to do good, or approve of good deeds, or praise the doing of good, then more blessings are generated. So, not only as we do good deeds, we also appreciate whenever people are doing good deeds, we appreciate, we enjoy it, and also we approve that good deeds. So we praise their good deeds. So that is also blessings are generated. And the same way, doing evil, more demerit is created. Avoiding to the Buddha, there are 3 bases of meritorious actions, according to practice. Charity, what called dana, moral conduct, and practicing our precepts, and mind development, bhavana. These are the meritorious action explained. A person who practices charity and moral conduct only on a small scale would like to be reborn as a human being of poor luck. A person who practices charity and moral conduct only a small scale would like to be reborn as a human being of poor luck. One who practices these 2 things to a medium degree would be reborn as human being of good fortune. And one who practices charity and moral conduct to a high degree would be reborn in a heavenly realms. This also implies that people who practices neither charity nor moral conduct would be reborn in the 3 woeful states, that is, ghostly world or animal world or hell realms. And that would be the majority of people. So let us see effect of the karma. There is a discourse called the Chulla Kamma Vibhanga Sutta. In the idea, a person asks the Buddha why people in the world are different. Some are ugly, some are beautiful, some have short life, others have long life, etc. The Buddha said that beings are born in their karma, owners of their karma, abide supported by their karma. Kammasaka manava satta, kamma yoni, kamma bandhu, kamma patisarana, kammang satte vibhajati yadidang hina panitataya. The karma divides in different ways according to their karma. So karma can explain why people in the world are all different due to past life karma. Each of us comes into life with different qualities. However, we must remember that we cannot put all on past life karma alone, because the law of karma does not only concern our past life karma, but also our present life karma also. If we say that everything is due to past life karma, then we need not do anything. Just sit down and wait for karma to bring us everything. Eventually you can see that it does not work this way. The Buddha said that we must strive. The Buddha said that all Buddhas only show the way. The striving should be done by you. Buddha said, Tummehi kichang atapang akkhataro tathagata. That's what Buddha said, I can show you all the path, but you have to try yourself. It applies to everyday life even. We have to try for our happiness. Therefore, we should understand the Dhamma only guides us. We must make the effort ourselves. That is why some people say that Buddhism is do-it-yourself religion, DIY. So we have to do ourselves. In the discourse, another discourse, this Ambalattika Rahulovada Sutta, the Buddha advised us to reflect on the karma. So in that sermon, Buddha is asking Rahula about the mirror, how mirror is used. Same way we have to use our karma. He said that before we do any karma, we should reflect whether it is going to harm somebody If it is going to harm some beings or ourselves, we should not do it. However, if it is benefits some other beings or ourselves, then we should do it and do it again and again. What are the wholesome states? Wholesome states are good state of mind, happy states of mind. Examples we can say non-attachment, goodwill, tranquility, equanimity. All these things are good or wholesome state of mind. These wholesome states of mind give us peace, give us happiness. Unwholesome state of mind are states that make us agitated, make us unhappy. Examples we can say greed, anger, restlessness, jealousy, arrogance. All these things are unwholesome state of mind. Evil karma or unwholesome karma lead to a decrease in unwholesome states or in increase in unwholesome states. We should avoid performing this kind of karma. So now let us see how this karma is working. In one of the discourses, the Buddha said that not all suffering is due to karma. Beside karma, there are other factors that can cause us suffering. So that in that sermon, Buddha explained what are the niyama dharmas, the norms can affect our life. Suffering could be due to imbalance of wind or bile or mucus. It could be weather, perhaps. Another reason would be our own carelessness. Another possible reason is an accident. So all these things can happen. It is not sometimes all the things are not karma. So because you see last 2-3 days we are having storm. That is utuniyama. That is the norm of this weather pattern has changed. So it is not somebody else making. So that is the nature of it. And also what are the seed? When you plant some seed, then you get only that type of fruit or that type of vegetable, not something else. Karma also same thing. Those things, everything not depend on karma. There are things depend on their own ways. But karma, only things what we do. So, the working of karma vipaka is very complex. The Buddha said that one discourse, it is called the Achinteya Sutta. In that sermon, Buddha explained that there are 4 things that you should not think about too much. Because if you think too much about those 2 things, you would become unstable. You become mad on that. The first is the power of the Buddha. We cannot imagine the power of the Buddha. And second is the depth of absorption, that depth of the dhyana, the power of the dhyana. The dhyana means when you practice meditation, whatever you attain status, meditative absorption. So power of that dhyana, we cannot measure it. And also the third is the Buddha said, the karma vipaka, karma and its reaction that we cannot imagine. And also the fourth is the speculation about the world, because how much world, how many worlds are there, and also it is unthinkable. Then if someone's going to think about it, then it is you become mad on here. Then why should we not think too much about the karma vipaka, action and its reaction? It is because karma vipaka is a very complex thing. The working of karma vipaka depends not only on the present lifetime, but also on the many lifetimes of unsettled karma accounts. So in our life, we don't know how many lives we had. All those lives, we had many actions, many karmas. We have the vipakas on that. Top of that, it also depends on the state of our mind. at that moment. Moreover, the state of mind of the other being, you do the karma to also affect your vipaka. So karma vipaka, the karma, how the effect comes, it is very complex things. It is an example, if say, when you make an offering to a murderer or criminal or evil person or beggar, your merits is different. But if you make offerings to a holy person, so that gives the vipaka is different, because it is that merits of blessing is greater than the other giving. Same way, if you kill a holy person, that karmic effect is great. But if you kill a mosquito, karma is there is a karma, but it is not that great. But there is karma too, but it is not encouraged to do killing of mosquitoes here. The working of karma vipaka is very complex, and we may find it hard to understand. But whenever we do the meritorious deed, if we do it with our good heart and good mind, clear mind, so it produces some kind of energy which is beneficial for oneself. Sometimes we see that certain people whom we consider as evil, rough, stingy and offensive, but they are having a good, luxurious life. So that is why some people are saying us, because that person is doing very harmful things, but he is very happy. That could be due to their karma from past life supporting them. However, they are now creating a lot of evil karma which has not ripened yet. Because of this, we may find it hard to see fairness in this world. Sometimes we see that good people are not the ones who are happy, but many evil people are happy. The working of karma vipaka is very difficult to see unless we have the psychic power to investigate the past. So only when we have that kind of power, we can think what type of karma he has done in his life, and also what is going to be happen to this person due to these bad or good actions. So we need some kind of power for that. So now, how to overcome our past evil karma? Buddha has given some kind of teachings for that. To overcome past evil karma, the Buddha said that we have to do a lot of good deeds now. The Buddha gave a beautiful simile of salt and water. So, Lonaka Palla Sutta. The Buddha said that suppose a man took a lump of salt and put into a cup of water, stirring the water and drank it. The water could taste salty. However, if the person took this same lump of salt and put into the river and stirred the river water and drank it, it would not taste salty because of the large amount of water in the river. The Buddha said that the water represents good karma and the salt represents the evil karma. So a lot of good karma dilute the effect of the evil karma. Therefore, it is very important that we do a lot of good to overcome our past evil karma. What is past, we cannot change. We can only take care of the present. To take care of the present, we have to do a lot of good, which includes avoiding evil, keeping the precepts. All karma that we do have a potential to ripen. However, not every karma will ripen. The Buddha said that if every karma has to ripen, then we cannot get out of samsara, around our rebirth. This is because our karmic account is so great due to our uncountable lifetime of karma. So we have done a lot of karmas. We don't know how many karmas we have. Good example is that you don't have to ripen all the karma. Buddha explained, we can see that. The good example is Angulimala. He killed hundreds of people. Then Angulimala strove very hard and became an arahant. He became a monk and became an arahant. Just think of that. He did not have to be reborn in hell for many hundreds of thousands of years to repair his karmic debt. The merits of striving in the holy life and attaining arahantship is so great as to free us from rebirth in the woeful plains. So we can see that if the three bases of meritorious actions, development of the mind, bhavana, and also the paths of moral conduct, having sila and charity, the dana, will help us to overcome a lot of bad or unwholesome deeds in our life. And there are two types of merits we can find: the worldly merits and the spiritual merits. Worldly merits is blessings that lead to a good rebirth, like practicing generosity and moral conduct. Spiritual merit is merits that bring you out of samsara, round of rebirth, like studying the Dhamma, practicing meditation, letting go of attachment, etc. Therefore, we have to differentiate worldly merits from spiritual merit. Doing a lot of worldly merits is good because it helps and supports us. However, if we want to get out of samsara, then we have to study the Buddha's teaching, meditate and let go of attachment. So that is what we have to understand. That is what Buddha said. Yes, if you wanted to wander in samsara, do a lot of meritorious deed only. But if you wanted to get it, this sansaric life, if you wanted to attain enlightenment, but there is another path, two ways. But the Buddha wanted us to be happy in this very life and also the next if you continue. And at the same time, Buddha didn't encourage us to continue in this sansaric life. He wants us to get rid of it, get away from it, and also that's what Buddha explained to us. Buddha advised us to contemplate 5 things every day. So it explained some things which is very helpful when we are engaged in meritorious deeds. So it is, firstly, I am of the nature to age. I have not gone beyond aging. The second contemplation is, I am of the nature of sickness. I have not gone beyond sickness. Thirdly, we contemplate, I am of the nature of die. I have not gone beyond dying. The fourth contemplation is, all that is mine, beloved and pleasing, will become separation from me. Lastly, we contemplate that I am the owner of my karma, heir to my karma, born to my karma, related to my karma, abides supported by karma, whatever karma I do, for good or for ill, that I shall be there. In the first 3 contemplations, we contemplate that we are growing old, will get sick and eventually die. In the fourth contemplation, we contemplate those that are beloved and they are dear to us are going to change and become separated from us. The fifth contemplation is most important part. Contemplate that karma is supporting us and what we will inherit, the result of karma. We are owners of our karma. So we have to be careful about the karma. These are good contemplation to make. Sometimes when we have problems, for example, if we become very sick, we would most like to go everywhere looking for miracles cure. Because we know some people going to different religious places and to get it cured. However, when we understand the Dhamma, we would make the effort to look for a cure, but we would not unduly alarmed. Most people become alarmed when their time of death is near because they are not prepared for it. Understanding the Dhamma prepared for us for death. We understand from Dhamma that everything is impermanent. We know that because we are born, we have to die. Only the reborn does not die. When we accept the fact, then when death comes, we can accept it calmly. If we do not accept it, we will suffer a lot. Those people who go here and there looking for a cure for their cancer, although they may find a miracle and are cured, how much longer can they live? Maybe another 5 or 10 years, but death will come again another day. When they see the face of death, they will shake and tremble again. However, when we understand the Dhamma, then we are prepared for death when it comes, and we are able to accept it calmly because we have prepared ourselves for it. So, having lived our life skillfully, then we can face the death without any pain, without any regret. So, human life is very important compared to the other lives, the other realms. Because in the Dhamma, in the human world, human realms, we create a lot of karma, lot of action. It is because we use our thinking mind a lot. The word man or manusya probably comes from mano, the thinking faculty. When we use our thinking mind to plan and carry out the plans with intention, we are then creating karma. Therefore, as humans create a lot of karma, this life is very important because our actions have determined our next few births, rebirth. Also, the human realms is the most favorable for us to end our suffering and the continued round the rebirth. Therefore, it is of paramount importance that we live our human life as skillfully and fruitfully as we can, that we avoid unnecessary suffering and eventually an all suffering. There is no one else to do this. It must do ourselves. That is why I said only we can help ourselves. Attai attano nato, kohi nato parusya. There is no one else to help us. Only we have to help ourselves. We have to decide whether we want to be happy in this very life and the next, or whether we wanted to have unhappiness in this very life and the next life. So that is what Buddha's teaching is. He is teaching us. You have to decide yourself. You are the one who has to decide all those factors. So, in these remarks, I will conclude this sermon by listening to this sermon and practicing this religious service today. You have acquired merits. By the power of these merits, may you have a happy life here hereafter, and to these merits may you attain the bliss of Nibbana one day.
also these parents, both Osadi and Bhuminder's parents have gone. We remember them with compassion, love, respect, and especially with gratitude. As you are parents, most of you are parents, you can understand better than I do what is the parenthood, what is the dedication you are doing to your children. So therefore, with that understanding, we can perform this dana ceremony with good heart, good feeling, to accumulate merits. You also can get merits, blessings of this big dana ceremony. Now, keeping all these good thoughts in your mind, having good feeling in your heart, we can start this ceremony. Would you say sadhu, sadhu, sadhu 3 times, please? Namo tassa. Namo tassa. Buddhaṃ saranang gacchāmi, Dhammaṃ saranang gacchāmi, Sanghaṃ saranang gacchāmi, Dutiyampi Buddhaṃ saranang gacchāmi, Dutiyampi Dhammaṃ saranang gacchāmi, Dutiyampi Sanghaṃ saranang gacchāmi, Tatiyampi Buddhaṃ saranang gacchāmi, Tatiyampi Dhammaṃ saranang gacchāmi, Tatiyampi Sanghaṃ saranang gacchāmi, Pānātipātā Veramani Sikkhapadam Samadhiyāmi, Adinādānā Veramani Sikkhapadam Samadhiyāmi, Kāme Sumecchācārā Veramani Sikkhapadam Samadhiyāmi, Musāvādā Veramani Sikkhapadam Samadhiyāmi, Surāmeraya Majjapamā Daṭṭhānā Veramani Sikkhapadam Samadhiyāmi.
We will next offer the Buddha Puja, the first portion of your dana, to the Buddha. You have prepared this dana with respect and reverence. Now let us offer the first portion to the Buddha, recollecting the noble qualities of the Buddha. In offering Buddha Puja, you have few objectives today. You would like to wish quick recovery and blessings to Kumar Veerasingha's elder brother, Sarat Vikramasinghe, who is receiving medical treatments in Sri Lanka. So wishing him speedy recovery, you would like to invoke blessings upon him. And also at the same time, you remember your departed relatives. Death anniversaries, Mr. Pandula Ranatunga's Amma and Tata, Soma and Gunapala Ranatunga, they are remembered today, and we will transfer merits in the name of these departed relatives. And also recently passed away Rohan Chandrasekhar on the 11th of February 2020 in LA. And also Anjula's father, Sarat Chandrasiri Pereira, Chaminder's father, Sarat Vijay Chandra, Amrita's father and Amal's father-in-law, Singha Veerasekara, Rovini Ranatunga's father, Buddhadasa Pereira, Chandani Patiranage's father Vijayaratna Ambahara and also Oshadi and Bhuminda Karunatilaka's parents are remembered. So keeping all these departed relatives in your mind and in your thoughts, let us offer the Buddha Puja, wishing that all the merits you accrue by offering Buddha Puja be with these departed relatives. May they be well, happy and peaceful. May they attain the supreme bliss of Nibbana. May the blessings be with everyone else who are joining this puja and who offer the dana today, and also Sarat Wickramasinghe, who is receiving medical treatments in Sri Lanka for a speedy recovery. So wishing all these good thoughts and keeping all these good thoughts in our mind, let us now recite the stanzas to offer the Buddha Puja. Vanna gandha gunopetang etang kusuma sanktating pujayami muning dassa siripada saroruhe pujemi buddhang kusumena nena punyena metena ca hotu mokkang pupang milayati athai dhamme kayo tathayati vinasa bhavang ghana sarapadittena dipena tamadang sina tiloka dipang sambuddhang pujayami tamonudang gandha sambhara yuttena dupenahang sugandina pujaye pujaniyang tang puja bhajana muttamang sugandang sita pasang madurang subang paniya metang bhagava patiganhatung uttama adhivasetu no bante bhojanang parikappitang anukampang upadaya patiganhatung uttama adhivasetu no bhante sabbang saddhaya pujitang anukampang upadaya patiganhatung uttama vandami cetiyang sabbang sabbatanesu patittitang saririka dhatu mahabodhing buddha rupang sakalang sada kayena vaca cittena pamadena maya kata acayang khama me bhante bhure panya tata imina punya kammena mame bala samagamo satang samagamo hotu yava nibbana pattiya. Sadhu, sadhu.
Now again, you are going to offer this dana to the Sangha. They, with good understanding, you have organize this religious service. Believe in karma and its reaction. You have prepared the dana. Actually, this dana was supposed to be given by Mr. Aravind in the Singh family, but same time they were not well and they informed me. Then I said, Ruani wanted to give a dana, you can talk to Ruani and we and give her that. Actually it was a good thing that you got together with some other friends and you organized this dana ceremony today. So it has given an opportunity for others to take part in this dana ceremony, and at the same time you can remember all your departed ones. So it is these blessings for your departed ones and also the for you all. So let us offer these offerings to the Sangha now. It is not only for monks you are going to offer this dana. You are offering this dana to the entire community of monks. So we can remember Mr. Ranatunga and Mrs. Ranatunga who passed away, the parents of Pandula. So we can remember them very well because they are very much connected to the London Buddhist Vihara for many years. And also some others who passed away, these families, they are remembering all those departed ones. Mr. Sarat Chandrasri Pereira and Sarat Vijay Chandra, and also the Rohan Chandrasekhara, and also the Mr. Singha Veerasekara. Singha Veerasekara is very much connected to the Anagarika Dharmapal Trust, and also the Ruani's father recently passed away, that Mr. Buddhadas Pereira, and also the Chandani Patranigay's father recently passed away, Vijayaratna Ambhara, and also the Oshadi and Bhumi, also they are remembering all those departed ones. So it is a good thing to do because they have done so much for your life. So you have to show your gratitude and also you have to show your respect for them. You are doing duty of the family. So as loving children, you are doing this service. So it is a good thing to do. And at the same time, you are remembering one of your friends, brother who is recovering, Sarat Vikramasinghe. You want to bless him. And now you have prepared the dana, and the first portion was offered to the Buddha, recollecting the noble qualities of the Buddha. Buddha is the worthiest one to accept our offerings. You have prepared the dana, and we offered that first portion to the Buddha. Now again you are going to offer the rest of the preparation to the Sangha, including these 8 requisites to this. Not only for monks you are going to offer this dana, it is to be offered to the entire community of monks. All the monks at the time of the Buddha until today, and also there will be monks in the future. We are recollecting the noble qualities of the Sangha, and we offer these offerings to the entire community. It is not a private giving, and also this is a very important day in the Vihara, and also you are doing a good deeds today. So it is love and affection, and also the respect and reverence, and also generosity. All the good qualities were practiced within this dana ceremony. Now let us offer these offerings to the Sangha, thinking that may these offerings go to the Sangha, may the merits be with us all, and also may the merits be with all the departed ones, your parents and all the others who I have mentioned earlier, and also if there are any other relatives who passed away from you all, may all those departed ones receive your good thought. May they enjoy your merits. May they be well, happy and peaceful wherever they are now. May they attain the bliss of Nibbana. May you all share these merits to all the friends and all the family members, children and everyone else. May you all share these merits. May you all be well, happy and peaceful. May you have successful life here and hereafter, including your departed one. May we all attain the bliss of Nibbana. With these thoughts, please recite this stanza to offer these offerings to Sangha. Dami gātāv kila dāni sāṅki kila pūjā karam. Imang bhikkhaṃ saparikkhāraṃ sātta parikkāraṃ bhikkhu saṅghassa dīma. Imang bhikkhaṃ සපරිඛාරං සාට පරිඛාරං බික්ඛු සංඝස්ස දීම ඉමං බික්ඛං සපරිඛාරං සාට පරිඛාරං බික්ඛු සංඝස්ස දීම තං පත්තිතං තුයිහං කිප්පමේව සමිජ්ජතු සබ්බේ පුරන්තු චිත්ත සංකප්පා චන්දෝ පන්න ආයුරාරෝග්‍ය සම්පatti සග්ග සම්පatti මේවච නිබ්බාන සම්පatti මිනාති තුන්ලෝවාසින්ගේ ආමිස පූජා ප්‍රතිපත්ති පූජාවන් පිළිගැනීමට යෝග්‍ය වූ අපභාග්‍යවත් සම්මා සම්බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ උදෙසා පළමුව සුද්ධ වූ බුද්ධ පූජාව පවත්වා දෙවනුව මහා සංඝරත්නය උදෙසා සංඝ සතුව දන් පූජා කිරීමෙන් ජනිත පුණ්‍ය ධර්මයෝ පළමු කොට ලෝසසුන් සුරකින ඉන්ද්‍රාදී දෙවියනට අනුමෝදන්ව කලට වේලාවට කරනු ලබන ලද ආරක්ෂාවද මතු දියුණුවද ඇති කෙරෙත්වා තවද ඉහත නම් සඳහන් කළ නමින් මිය පරලොව ගිය සියලු ඥාතීන්ටත් මෙපින් පිහිටායේ හැම දෙනාද සසර සුවපත් භාවයටම පත්වෙත්වායේ මේ සියලු දෙනාටම මෙපින් පිහිටා මෙතැන් පටන් නිවන් දක්නා ජාති දක්වාම නරකාදී සිව් අපාදුකකට නොපැමිණ මතුමනා වූ අනාගත කාලයේ තුන්ලොවට සුරතුරක් මෙන් පහළ වී වදාරණ අප මෛත්‍රීය සම්මා සම්බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ දැක දන් දී බණ අසා පැතූ යම් බෝධියකින් උතුම් වූ නිවන් අවබෝධය පිණිස මෙපින් හේතු වේවයි වාසනාව වේවයි සිතා සාදර සිතින් පින් අනුමෝදන් විය යුතුය.
We transfer merits by pouring water is a symbolic way. This jar symbolizes your heart and mind, which are full of love, compassion, gratitude and respect to departed one. This water we pour from the jar to empty bowl means we transfer our pure thoughts of goodwill with compassion towards them, wishing their well-being and happiness in samsaric journey. May they attain supreme bliss of Nibbana with these thoughts bearing. At the same time, keeping these names in your mind, pour water reciting Idam me ñāti nang hotu. Enam peng vadandako. Enda alaganda. Okay. And pintura gandako. Alaganda. Inang gatawa kya nondai. Idam me ñāti nang hotu. Sukita hontu ñāteyo. Idam me ñāti nang hotu. Sukita hontu ñāteyo. Idam me ñāti nang hotu. Sukita hontu ñāteyo. Yatavari vāpura paripurenti sāgarāṁ. Ito dinnam petanam upakappati unname udakam vattan yata ninnam evameva ito බෝධින්නම් පේතානම් උපකප්පති චිතං තුයං කිපමේව සමිජ්ජතු සබ්බේ පුරන්තු දිත්ත සංකා චන්දෝ පන්න රසී අත්ථාමනි ජෝතිරාසෝ යතා. අපි එනම් හොඳයි පිරිත් ටිකක් දේශනා කරනවා. ඔබ සෑම දෙනාටමත් ගෙවල් වල ඉන්න දූ දරුවන්ටත් ඒ වගේම දෙමව්පියන්ටත් ඒ වගේම මේ අසනීපෙන් පසු වෙන සරත් වික්‍රමසිංහ මහත්මයාට මේ ඉක්මන් සුවය ප්‍රාර්ථනා කරමින් මේ වෙලාවේ මේ පින්කමේ අවසාන වශයෙන් පිරිත් දේශනා කරලා ආශිර්වාද කරනවා. ඔබ සෑම දෙනාටම ත්‍රිවිධ රත්නයේ ආශිර්වාදයෙන් මේ මහා පින්කම් වල ආශිර්වාදයෙන් නිරෝගීව සියලු කටයුතු හොඳින් කරගෙන යාමට ශක්තිය ධෛර්යය ලැබේවා. අසනීපයෙන් පසු වෙන සරත් වික්‍රමසිංහ මහත්මයා ඉක්මනින් සුවපත් වේවා කියලා ආශිර්වාද කරනවා. නමෝ තස්ස භගවතු වරහතෝ සම්මා සම්බුද්දස්ස වරහතෝ සම්මා සම්බුද්දස්ස නමෝ තස්ස භගවතු සම්මා සම්බුද්දස්ස ඉතිපිසෝ භගවා අරහං සම්මා සම්බුද්ධෝ විජ්ජාචරණ සුගතෝ ලෝකවිදු අනුත්තරෝ පුරිස ධම්මසාරති දේව මනුස්සානං බුද්ධෝ භගවාතේ ස්වාක්ඛාතෝ ධම්මෝ සන්දිට්ඨිකෝ අකාලිකෝ ඒපස්සිකෝ පනයිකෝ වේදිතබ්බෝ විඤ්ඤෝයිති සුපටිපන්නෝ භගවතෝ සංඝෝ ජුපටිපන්නෝ භගවතෝ ශාවක සංඝෝ ඥායපටි භගවතෝ ශාවක සංඝෝ සාමීචි පටිපන්නෝ භගවතෝ සංඝෝ යදිදං චත්තාරි පුරිස යුගානි අට්ඨ සම්භගවතෝ ශාවක සංඝෝ ආහුනේයෝ බාහුනේයෝ දක්ඛිනේ අංජලි කරණේයෝ අනුත්තරං පුඤ්ඤා දෝකසාතියේතේන පාතු ත්වං රතනත්තයං සච්චවාජ්ජේන පාතු ත්වං රතනත්තයං නීතේන වාජේන පාතු ත්වං රතනත්තයං සබ්බීතියෝ සබ්බ රෝගෝ විනාශතු මාතේ භවත්වන්තරායෝ සුඛී දීඝායුකෝ භව සබ්බ මංගලං රාකන්තු සබ්බ දේවතා බුද්ධානුභාවේන සදා සොත්ති භවන්තු භවතු සබ්බ මංගලං රාකන්තු සබ්බ දේවතා ධම්මානුභාවේන සදා සොත්ති භවන්තු තේ සබ්බ මංගලං රක්ඛන්තු සබ්බ දේවතා ගානුභාවේන සදා සොත්ති භවන්තු. හොඳයි, අද නවම් පොයේ දවසේ ඔබ සෑම දෙනාම ඉතාම වැදගත් පින්කමක් සංවිධානය කරලා සහභාගී වෙන්නේ. පින කියන එක සෙවණැල්ල වගේ අපිත් සමග නිතරම සිටිනවා කියලා බුදුහාඳුරෝ දේශනා කරනවා ධම්මපදයේ දෙවෙනි ගාථාවේ ඡායාව අනපායිනි කියලා. අපට ධෛර්යය දෙනවා, ශක්තිය දෙනවා, අපල උපද්‍රව දුරු කරලා දෙනවා. ඒ වගේම කරදර දුෂ්කර ඒවා නැති කරලා දානවා. ඒ වගේ ශක්තියක් බලයක් පිනට තියෙනවා. ඒ නිසා මේ පින ඔබ සමග සමදාම මේ අවුරුද්ද පුරාම රැඳී පවතිවා. සියලු කටයුතු සාර්ථක කර ගැනීමට නිරෝගීව සියලු දෙනාටම මේ ශක්තිය ආශිර්වාදයක් වේවා කියලා ප්‍රාර්ථනා කරනවා. අභිවාදන සීලිස ආයුවන්නෝ සුඛං බලං ආයුරාෝග්‍ය සම්පatti මේවච අතෝ නිබ්බාන සම්පatti තේ සමිජ්ජතු. එහෙනම් ඔය ගමන් පිරිකූල් බැදගෙන යන්න.
Doing jokes. Okay. Oh goodness! Now it's all recorded. I can't say silly jokes anymore. Very good. Oh, please come through. Ah, nice to see you again. How are you? I haven't seen you for a while. Yeah. Yeah, good. Good to see you. There you go. Okay, what other children's riddles have we? Okay. This is good at English? Okay. What word begins with E, ends with E, and usually only has one letter in it? No, that's not a word. The neighbours listen to both of you. You're arguing so loud. And that's the nature of marriage. And those of you who are in a marriage and you argue, you hate that. Both of you. Why do we do this? It really sounds, it feels yucky. This is the person you actually love and like them, your partner in life, but you get into these bad habits, living a bad speech towards one another. And it's all because, you want to be right. And so this couple, they came up with this beautiful solution, which I'm telling many people around the world now. And that was that when they were having an argument, before it got too bad, they would stop and look at the calendar, especially the day of the month. And if it was an odd number, like today is the 29th, the female will be right. If it was an odd number, like tomorrow, the 30th, or the 2nd, 4th, 6th, 8th, 12th, then he would be right. And that meant that they didn't need to argue. Who's right and who's wrong is already decided. It's the 6th today, that's an even number, so the husband's right. And it makes it nice and even, because, husband's right half the time, the wife's right half of the time. And actually the wife's right a little bit longer than the husband, but I think the husband's very happy to give an extra couple of days a year to the wife. But at least it settles the argument, because you don't have to keep trying to justify and find out who's right and who's wrong, and that goes on forever, and it causes very, very bad ideas and emotions in your heart. And wouldn't it be a wonderful way just to solve all marital problems? Look at the calendar. It's, remember, odd day, she's right. Even day, he's right. Now I've been telling that story a little bit for the last few years, for the last few months, and someone came up with a problem. And that problem is, what if it's a gay marriage? And I haven't found a solution to that yet. Because they're all right on the same day, and they're all wrong on the same day. But anyway, that's only a small proportion of marriages in this world. But when we find out just the nice way of these rituals, then it makes it much easier to perform. Now, one of the other rituals which we have in Buddhism is the bowing. Now, I'm saying this because there's many Westerners who come to this vihara, this temple, they're interested in Buddhism, but one of the things they always find difficult, is prostrating to a Buddha. Even worse, prostrating to a monk, or a nun. What am I doing that for, says Westerners. And if you don't know the reason why, then of course, you don't really feel like it's got any meaning, it's just some ritual. So first of all, the first benefit if when we bow 3 times to a Buddha is you exercise your tummy muscles so well, it stops you getting fat. But of course you can see it doesn't really work with me. But for those of you who think I am fat, I am not overweight or fat. Because what has happened, it's been 40 years since I ordained. Just a week ago, October 23rd, when I first put on the brown robe. Just over 40 years ago now. And every year you're a monk, you grow in compassion and kindness. Every year your heart gets a little bit bigger. And now I've been a monk for 40 years. My heart is so big, it pushes out my tummy. This is not fat. This is an enlarged heart, made bigger. It's got to go somewhere. It just goes out here. And as a result of that, I haven't seen the Hamdro here, but please never trust a skinny monk. The fat ones are the happy ones. Now, okay, that's a bit of fun, but science, I like this bit of science in Buddhism, because I found an article, or someone keeps sending me articles, interesting articles about health and especially attitudes. And this particular article was how it had been found conclusively through very rigorous studies that every time you laugh, you're happy, that your blood vessels actually expand, they get bigger. But if you're miserable, sad or angry, your blood vessels actually contract, they get smaller. So, if you do like eating, oily Sri Lankan food, string hoppers, really greasy stuff, and all sorts of other muck. And I like fish and chips, okay, that's English muck. If you like eating all of that, if you're angry and upset and you've got thin blood vessels, that gets clogged. In other words, you get heart attacks or strokes because your arteries are really thin and you've got lots of muck going through your blood vessels. But if you laugh a lot and very happy like me, my blood vessels are huge. So I can eat anything and it all just goes through. It's like super highway, they never have a traffic jam. So, and that answered a very important question which I always want to know the answer for, is why is it that fat people are usually very happy? It is true, they're jolly. For those of you of my age and generation, remember Robin Hood? Robin Hood and Friar Tuck? He was a really fat guy, and he was religious, but he was always very happy and kind. You got another fellow, I don't know how old he is, he's fat and he's almost ancient, and really happy and kind. Santa Claus. So the happy ones, the fat ones, they have to be happy because the fat, miserable ones died a long time ago. Narrow blood vessels, a lot of guck, they have to die. So if you are a little bit overweight, please bow a lot and laugh a lot, and that will save your life. And there's a lot to be said about that. Because another little story, there was a fellow from Yorkshire. He was very old, maybe in his late 70s, and eventually he got cancer. The cancer spread. They went through all the treatments, but there comes a time when it's not worth doing any more treatments. So they put him in a hospice, a special unit just for people who are dying, so they could give them palliative care, pain medications, but nothing else. They weren't going to try and keep them alive anymore. Just let them die peacefully with dignity and with their family around. So he was taken to the hospice, to die. And the first day in the hospice, when the nurses asked what he wanted for dinner, he told the nurses all the things he couldn't eat because he had diabetes, he couldn't eat stuff with sugar, he had cholesterol problems, so he couldn't eat things like butter or fat. He had all these other problems, so he couldn't eat this and couldn't eat that. And the nurse said, "What are you talking about? Are you going to die? The cholesterol's not going to kill you. The diabetes, neither. You got cancer, that's going to kill you, so you can eat whatever you like." He said, "Really?" And that was the first time in about 3 or 4 years he could eat all the greasy, sweet, syrupy, salty foods his wife would never cook for him and tell him off if he did eat them. And so he ate all the food he liked. And 2 weeks later, he was released from the hospice because he got better. That was a true story. The cancer came back 6 months, 10 months later, but he had 6 or 10 months of quality life, eating whatever he liked. Now that anecdotal story actually tells you something. Now one of it is not just the food, it's the happiness as well, the joy. Now that is also important. You don't just live by food, you also live through happiness as well. So if you are going on a diet, please go on a happy diet of laughter. And if you don't know how to laugh and you're very miserable, you can do exercises, because exercises are good for your health. How many people do push-ups in the morning? I do 20 push-ups every morning. Do you believe that? It's true, because I can't tell lies. I'm a monk. And my 20 push-ups in the morning, and I encourage you to do the same. I stand in front of the bathroom mirror with my feet maybe 2 foot apart, and I get my 2 fingers to the side of the mouth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I do 20 push-ups in front of the mirror. Because this is my job, to give talks and to smile and that makes me sort of exercise these muscles. So if people ask me, why are you smiling a lot? It's just exercise, it's training like anything else. So if any of you are miserable, depressed, sick, upset, find a mirror, stand in front of it and do 20 push-ups, please. That has a huge effect. So sometimes I tell these stories, you may think they're just jokes. I tell them as funny stories because that is the same technique which advertising uses. It gets under your radar, you get brainwashed. Because when you see these adverts on TV, you think, no sensible person would ever believe in these stupid adverts. Because they're pitched, seeming they're low intelligence. And that's why you never suspect that they are actually getting into your brain as well. Of course, and that's why advertising works. And don't think that you're so sophisticated it doesn't work on you. That's a whole trick. To make you feel that it's not influencing you. But it does. So when I tell these funny stories, you may think, oh, it's just a funny story. But I get under your radar. I brainwash you. And it's amazing how many of you, next time you're depressed, will be standing in front of a mirror with your 2 fingers pushing up. It works. So that's why some of the other traditions and rituals, when people do give sermons, and that's the important part of Buddhism, to teach, for goodness sake. There's great sort of spiritual riches in Buddhism, but let's teach it. And teach it so people can listen and understand and benefit from it. Sometimes, that people think, oh, Ajahn Brahm, you're too superficial, just too easy. I want something deep. But I remember, because last night I was teaching at the Buddhist University Buddhist Society in Cambridge, and I used to go there for 3 years. I was a member when I was a student. And most times when I listened to a talk, and some of them were from Sri Lankan monks, Thai monks too, professors, I'd fall asleep. How many of you, when you go to a bhana, fall asleep? You think you have to go there because you're a Buddhist. You go to Sri Lanka and you have to listen to a bhana because, that's what you have to do, and you just totally fall asleep. And so, just listening for the sake of listening, what's the point of that? If you actually get something out of it, get inspired, get something which you can take home and use in your daily life, then great. That is worth doing. And also, those of you who have seen me many times, I put a lot of energy into my speeches. I don't just sit there and say the Buddha taught 4 noble truths and the 8-fold path, right? You've heard that already. So you want to do something with a bit more gusto, changing the tone of your voice in order to actually get people alert and listening to you. And that is a skill. So when you actually do listen to a preaching or whatever, make sure that the monk actually gives it some heart and gives it some energy and says interesting things, because otherwise it just doesn't go through at all. So back to the bowing. Okay, it's not just to exercise the tummy muscles, because when I bow, and I've taught this to Westerners especially, Sri Lankans also, you should listen to this. When I bow, I am bowing to what the Buddha stands for what he symbolizes, just for me. So when I bow the first time, I bow to virtue, to precepts, to ethics. Because I travel around a lot in this world, and you do meet some powerful people, and I value so much ethics, trustworthiness, honesty. And that is so important to me in this world. When you think, how can we make a better world? can we not trust one another? In other words, we tell the truth, we don't lie. So when other people tell you something, you can actually believe them, and how we can care for one another and protect and not take, from other people. What a wonderful world that would be. No drugs, no violence. Wouldn't that be a beautiful world? And we have little isolated pockets of that in monasteries. It's so beautiful being a monk, and I can be in this temple here, and I know that no one will harm or hurt me, because these are my brothers and sisters. And it's so freeing to trust each other. So I value virtue so much. I think it's such an important part of our world, that we can trust each other, we can keep our doors unlocked. I often say that where I lived in Creswick Road, just off Horn Lane in Acton, a council flat, my father was very poor, we never locked our doors. The door was always open, because we never had anything to steal. And also, my father used to say, he used to keep the door open, hoping a burglar might come in, take pity on us and leave something. But at least we could trust one another in those days. And you could, as a kid, you could go walking out on the street, playing all day, your mother wouldn't know where you were, you come home in the evening perfectly safe. And those days were beautiful, because we had ethics, trust, and safety. But you know that. Many of you from Sri Lanka, you've been in the maybe villages in the old times, that you could trust each other, and you didn't need to worry about someone stealing anything. And people were honest. And that is something I value so much. I would love to bring back into this world and make it stronger, that when I bow the first time, I bow to virtue. Now when you bow, it means you're lowering your head, and the Buddha, which here is standing for virtue, is higher than you. And that is a potent psychological recognition of how much you worship, find worth and value in virtuous things. So every time I bow the first time, I bow to virtue, which means I remember how important it is. I raise it above myself, which means that I become more virtuous. Because every time I remember its importance, it gets stronger in me. And that's a great way of remembering the importance. But when it comes to truthfulness, we have precepts, not to lie. But why is it that people still lie? Because sometimes just taking a precept is not good enough. We need to understand why people tell lies to one another. Why wives lie to their husbands, husbands to their wives, and children to their parents. It happens. And the event which made me understand how lying, is almost impossible to prevent unless we make a few adjustments to our family life, was when a young Sri Lankan girl in Perth, she was maybe about 18, she came to me. Now I'd known her since she was really small. Her parents brought her to the temple, so I'd seen her grow up. She was about 18, and she said, "Ajahn Brahm, I'm in big trouble." So what is it? She said, I'm pregnant with my boyfriend. I said, have you told your mother and father yet? She said, no, they'll kill me if they find out. That's what I came to you for. Can you please tell them for me? And at first I felt honored that, I could help somebody. So I did that later on. But afterwards I thought, why is it that when a girl is in big trouble, why is it she's afraid to tell the people who can help her the most, her parents? Why is it she'll think her parents will kill her? She didn't really mean kill her, but just really give her a hard time and scold her and berate her. It was because the fear of punishment was why she would not tell the truth. And I understood from that experience that punishment is what drives the truth underground. When we're afraid of the consequences of telling the truth, we will lie. So I've been telling a lot of people, especially when I have the privilege to do blessings for young couples who get married, I ask them, can you please promise each other from this day on that if your partner tells you the truth, whatever they've done, even if you're embarrassed, upset, hurt by what they've done, as long as it's the truth, you will respect it and don't punish them or scold them at all. Because they're telling you the truth, they're really asking you, can you help? I've made a terrible mistake. I need your assistance. And you will be there for them to help them. It's called amnesty, as long as they tell the truth. If they lie, you can hit them, kick them, I don't know, scold them, shout at them, refuse the dinner for the next 10 days or whatever. I don't know what you do. But if they tell the truth, please don't harm or hurt or scold or punish them. Otherwise, they'll never tell you the truth again. Same, the wife to the husband. As long as you tell me the truth, darling, I will never scold or hurt you. Because we need to learn together. And then you can tell your children that. And this perhaps is the most important. Please tell your sons and daughters, whatever you get up to in life, whatever that is. If you get into drugs, please don't be afraid of coming to tell Mum and Dad, because you need our help. And we're here to help you as long as you tell us the truth. And girls, if you're pregnant or whatever happens, a time when you need your parents most of all, you should never feel afraid to go and tell them. Because it's the punishment, or the fear of punishment, is what drives the truth underground. And when there's no truth in a marriage or in a family, there's so many other problems arise as a result. Problems, such as someone being pregnant or getting involved in drugs. That can be solved if the family works together. But if you don't tell each other because you're afraid, where can we make any progress? So that's why it's not just telling the truth, it's understanding why we lie and making sure we don't have to lie in the future. It's not just saying about the drug problem in our modern world. Why do people take drugs in the first place? And when you understand, that they're seeking happiness, in the drug world, why can't they find happiness elsewhere? There's sometimes some of us saying in Hamburg, sort of the monks and the lay people laughing around so much that people think we're drunk. We have a nice time, we're happy, we're joyful, we tell jokes and we laugh. And sometimes people think, you monks, what are you taking? What drug are you on? A dumber drug, that's all. Happiness. So when you actually find an alternative to those illegal substances, which is very natural, a positive attitude in life, good meditation, being kind, being virtuous, being compassionate, you don't need those things. So it's not just taking precepts and say, I will not do this, I will not do that. It's finding out how you can change your perceptions, your attitudes, so that you don't need to break the precepts ever again. So amnesty in a family is really important. So I bow to virtue. The next time I bow down to peace. It's an incredible, powerful word, peace. Peace of mind, so you can be at peace with yourself no matter who you are and what you've done. Peace in the family, so you can have harmony, forgiving each other, and eventually, who knows, peace in this world. You can have peace in a Buddhist society. I've been in this place many times, many years, and I would come to the London Buddhist Vihara when it was over in Heathfield Gardens, before it came here. And there's sometimes, there are problems in the Buddhist community, a split, misunderstandings between one another. I've been there and seen that. And that really is so unpleasant. Isn't it wonderful when everyone's in harmony and they see that, they can come to a temple and it's not like a family who are just arguing with each other. The temple is in harmony. The monks are at peace with one another. And then we can take that further, have peace in our world. Why not? So peace is such an important thing for me that that's my second thing I bow down to. peace inside, around and outside as well. But when it comes, to being at peace with yourself, this is actually where we have our meditation, we have our Dharma. Why can't you be at peace with yourself and accept yourself? And one of the reasons is because we've got these demons in the past. These things which you did, which I know about. And these things which other people did to you, which really hurt you. And this is where I developed the simile of the trees in the forest. Now, there are many beautiful woods. I went for a nice walk this morning, and there's many beautiful woods in England. Even here in London, you've got these parks. You've got like Hampstead Heath, you've got Richmond Park, you've got, Gunnersbury Park. I used to spend a lot of time in there. And Burlington Gardens down the road, I had a good friend live close by there. There's so many beautiful parks where you can go and have a walk and see so many trees. If you go for a walk in some of those big parks, can you please try and find a perfect tree for me? By which I mean one which is dead straight. Not leaning to the left or leaning to the right, not crooked, dead straight. With all the branches evenly spaced. With only green leaves on there, not sort of mottled leaves or half eaten by insects and bugs. And with the bark all nice and smooth with no damage on it. And if you can find a tree like that, it will probably be in Kew Gardens probably, where it's all manicured. Or maybe Buckingham Palace or something where every tree just has to be so right. But actually, even there, they probably don't have such trees because such trees aren't natural. And also, they're not beautiful. When I go and walk in a forest, the ones which I like the most are the ones which are all crooked and bending all over the place, with the branches broken off, so there's little holes where the birds can nest. And there's beautiful different colours of leaves. I was fortunate when I was in Canada, it was the fall season, the autumn, and there's so much forest there. It's the most magnificent sight. The oranges and the reds, and there's still lots of greens left. It was almost a perfect time to visit Canada last week. And somebody told me that it was so orange in the forest that I could go for a walk in any part of the forest and this robe would be perfect camouflage. They would not be able to find me. The whole forest was this colour. And it was beautiful. And when I go and see the barks, the trunks of the trees, they're all knobbly and scarred, and they've got this tessellated bark on it, a bit falling off, and little blotches here and blotches there. That's beautiful. And I always say it's the damaged trees in the forest, the bent and crooked ones, are the most delightful and beautiful. And I use that simile for human beings. You're all bent and crooked. Some of you more than others. You've got blotches on your skin, and you can't really hide it from makeup. It's under there. Little pimples and other stuff. And you've got a lot of pain from your past. This is the damage on the barks of the tree. Every human being is what they call these days damaged goods. And if that's you, then you belong as one of the beautiful trees in the natural forests of our world. I and many other sensible people like you the most. Damaged goods are awesome. And what that means is you learn how to be at peace with yourself, not by changing your past. When I was in Germany, because Germans have got this thing with forests. There were forest people before. It's in their genes. They love forests. And I said, I've never seen a German person walk into a forest with some sandpaper smoothing out the barks of the trees. No one ever does that, or straightening them up. They love the crooked, damaged ones. And that's why, as a human being, Now I love you, especially the ones which are really damaged. So stop trying to cure yourself and make yourself straight. Stop trying to get your husband and straighten him up and get rid of all his crooked ways. Stop just getting your wife like some supermodel so all the blotches disappear. It's a crazy thing to do. So instead we learn how to respect everyone, no matter who they are, and whatever's happened to you in the past, to respect that too. And never look at it as something which demeans you, which takes things away from you, which stigmatizes you, but things which actually add to your beauty. I gave a little talk on mental health issues in Germany, University of Hamburg, and I was saying that we stigmatize so much in life. Not just mental health, so much so that we don't tell anybody what we really got. I say, if you're psychotic, be proud of it. If you're schizophrenic, let everybody know. And be proud of it. So don't hide it, don't be ashamed. And now you get on to tough stuff. If you've been raped, physically abused, don't stigmatize yourself and think you're a second-class person because of what happened to you. Let people know. You're a damaged tree in the forest. Just change the way you look, and that damaged tree is really gorgeous and beautiful. And you can be at peace with your past. You can never get at peace with your past by changing your past. You get at peace with your past by embracing it, by seeing it in a different way. Not stigmatizing it, but actually even being proud of it. And this is why you can find peace. And one of the reasons why Buddhism becomes really powerful in this world, because I've been asked to go to some terrible places and teach people who've been tortured, I mean real torture, in these dungeons, and actually get them out of that, using these Buddhist methods. And all these psychologists and psychiatrists have been trying their best, get really impressed that somehow or other these Buddhist monks or the Buddha himself could see things so deeply, could actually provide an answer which works, which is effective. So some of these, especially refugees who come to our countries, their body is free, but their mind is far from free. Their emotions are still chained to the dungeons of the past. And you can find the lock and the key to unlock and free them, not just physically, but emotionally, so they can live a beautiful life in a beautiful country. And that's actually how you do it. Embrace the pain of the past. Don't stigmatize it. It's part of who you are. Don't try and cure it, care for it. Which is the second little story about finding peace in this world. Actually, this is part of the last third bow, but I'll put it in now because I've already started it. Sri Lankan young man, again Sri Lankan young man, coming to the temple since he was young, became a doctor, like most Sri Lankans do. Half Sri Lankans are doctors, the other ones are engineers. That's what I think anyway. But every now and again you get this Sri Lankan who does something else in life. That's really interesting. Dentist maybe, I don't know. But anyway, this guy, he went to medical school and he's always a really nice fellow. And when he graduated and got qualified as a doctor, his first year in the hospital as a resident, I think they call them residents, he had a traumatic experience, and he came to me basically wanting to resign and start a new career. He couldn't stand being a doctor again, because what happened, one of his patients, which was a young woman, maybe about 23, 24, had some sort of sickness. He was the main doctor looking after her, and she died. He wasn't at fault. A really specialist probably couldn't have seen what was happening, but still he felt guilty. And what was worse, he had to tell the husband, to tell him There's a young couple, only 3 or 4 years marriage, and they really loved each other. They were obsessed with each other, totally devoted to each other. And he had to bear the news to the husband, the wife you love so much has died. You haven't got a wife anymore. And even worse, they had 2 young children. Your kids haven't got a mother. And that hurt him so deeply. He said, I can't do that anymore. It's one of the worst things a doctor has to do. And when he came to see me, I could figure out the problem straight away. I said, your problem is that you think a doctor has to cure people. That is not the job of a doctor. The job of a doctor is not to cure. If you think that's your purpose in life, you're going to fail many, many times. Like all doctors have to fail. But I said, if you realize that your job as a doctor is not to cure, but to care, it's just changing one letter, then you never need to fail again. You can't always cure people, but you can always care for them. And if you always care for them, even when they die, they've been cared for. They know they're being cared for. The family knows. The doctors and nurses have cared for our father, our mother, our kid. That changes the whole experience. And you never need to feel a failure again. And also, as I think you will probably all intuit, if you care for a person rather than always trying to cure them, their survival rate will increase significantly. And when I told him that, he was back in hospital the next day, caring for people and not curing them anymore. And now he's a specialist with his family, a very successful young man. Now that story was powerful because it wasn't just doctors, it was like wives. Your job is not to cure your husband, to straighten out his bent crookedness, is to care for him. And you find if you care for your husband, he will straighten out by himself. If you try and straighten him, you're in big trouble. Same with your wife. Husbands always trying to cure their wives and just cure them of spending too much and doing too much. There was one husband that when it was his wife's birthday, he gave her plastic surgery. Yeah, that's right, he cut up the credit cards. That's what we call plastic surgery these days. She's spending too much. So don't try to cure, people. Care for them. And that is a powerful way of making any situation so much better. You're caring for the tree rather than trying to straighten it. But anyway, that's having peace in your family. Now, we actually live just in number 17 Edendale, Creswick Road. It's still there. And it was a really, really small council flat. And I love small houses. One of the reasons is I had to share a room with my brother. Just 2 little beds in a tiny room. And my mum and dad were in this small apartment. They argued, like any couple, but they could not escape from each other, and they could not escape from their kids. So after about half an hour at the most, they made up. And the most important thing, they made up in front of my brother and I. And I always remember that, because as a kid, having a mother and father arguing just really hurt. But then I saw them together, kissing and hugging and forgiving each other. And that's how I grew up. What I learned from that is arguments are natural. We'd always argue from time to time, seeing different things. But the most important thing is the making up. And especially in front of the kids, because they teach you. There are differences of opinion, but in the end, we make up because we are a family. We are a community. And I think that example, the wars in our world, say between the Muslims and the rest of the world, yeah, we're arguing. Wouldn't it be wonderful if we could make up? They'd make everyone cry. Now that's possible because that's what I learned, but only because I was in a small house. If you're in a big house, you never see that. You never have to see that. And there was a lady, someone sent me this from some newspaper here in UK. She won the British lottery. £47 million she won. Would you like to win the British lottery? No, don't. Because when she won the British lottery, £47 million, the first thing she did was to buy a big mansion in Sussex, a huge palace. And she sold it 1 year later at a great loss. And when somebody found out, they did an article about her in the newspapers, which is where I heard about it. And the sub-editor of the newspaper, he gave it the title, "Honey, I Can't Find the Kids." Because that's what it's like in a big mansion. Your daughter is in one part of the mansion, your son is in another few rooms, your husband, you don't know where he is, he's somewhere in this huge house, and you're in another part of it. You've got so many rooms, you never see each other. And that broke up her family. And she was wise enough to notice that and buy a really small house, a semi-detached, I think it was somewhere, £47 million. He buys a semi-detached house, small, because she wanted to see her kids many times every day and see her husband too. For those of you, from Sri Lanka or from Asia who've grown up in small houses, they weren't comfortable. And maybe slept 3 or 4 kids to a bed. Like I found out my sister-in-law, she had 3 bedrooms in their house that was in Tottenham, and the 3 girls slept in one bed, the 4 brothers in another bed in another room, and the parents had the 3rd room. You can imagine what happens when you spend your life in your young areas sleeping in the same bed with your 2 sisters, the same bed with your 3 brothers. You really learn how to love each other. You got no choice. And that's what happened with my brother. Sharing a room together for about 18 years until we went to university. Yeah, we fought, but we had to make up because there was no escape. And now I just spent, a couple of days ago, spent a wonderful 24 hours with my brother. And we love each other to bits. Why? He's not a Buddhist. I took him to a Buddhist talk one day. It was the last time I was here. I gave a talk in this one of our members, our friend's house, and he told me, this friend, he said, "Ajahn Brahm, so I want to give you some really English food for a change. Not Sri Lankan food, not Thai food, English food." So he made us bangers and mash. Remember bangers and mash? It's like sausages and mashed potato. Sri Lankan people will think that's yucky food. But if you were born here, that is the tops. That is haute cuisine for a Londoner. And as soon as my brother heard I was going to get bangers and mash for lunch, he came along. Not for listening to Buddhism, but for the food. Because, the reason was because his wife would never let him eat that. She said it was bad for his health and he was getting fat. But when he came for me, his wife never came, so he ate as much as me. I only eat 1 meal a day. He was going to have dinner that evening. I couldn't believe how much he put down his throat. But that's my brother. And of course, after the food, I gave a talk, about Buddhism. And he had to listen because he had no place to go. He had to do something for the pleasure of the bangers and mash. And then afterwards, I was going to give another talk at the London Buddhist Society. This was the last time. I said, "Do you want to come along, brother?" He said, "No, that's enough Buddhism for me for the day." He's had enough. But he's not a Buddhist, but we get on together, and he's quite happy to come listen to a Buddhist talk because we have this beautiful relationship together. So sometimes big houses, they separate you. And your kids, if they've got separate rooms, they're deprived. of love and friendship and learning how to live with each other. Why is it that in our world we find it so difficult to have friends? When we do find a partner, it's so difficult to keep a partner. If you've stayed in the same bed with your brother, or your sisters, you learn how to get on together. It's like training for when you become married. You have to stay in the same bed with a snoring guy. You've done that with your sisters. But whatever, you can see the benefits of small things. So, the peace is most important. So when I bow to peace. And that means I always remember the importance of peace. Making peace. Trying to find a way of just solving conflicts in the world. Bringing people together rather than separating them. Kids being able to sort of love their parents and stay with them so they have this beautiful, peaceful family. Isn't that wonderful when you've got a big family and you don't have arguments with them? You're at peace with everybody. You don't need to agree with them. You don't even respect what they do. Just treat them as beautiful trees in the forest, all bent and crooked. And then you have this beautiful peace in the world. That's the second bow to peace. I always remember, peace is important when I bow. And the last bow is for compassion. Because every time I see a beautiful, kind act, you don't have to do it. It's a stupid thing to do, but you do it anyway. Now, one of the reasons I'm here, because I'm stupid, because my wisdom is much weaker than my compassion. And sometimes you look what I'm doing. That I just fitted this in, squeezed it into my schedule. Tomorrow morning, flying all the way to Perth, land in the afternoon and give a talk on Friday night. There's no rest. I'm stupid like that. I'll be jet-lagged, exhausted. Who cares? I'm going to be kind. See all my friends and give them a nice talk as best I possibly can. And whenever I see other people doing ridiculous compassionate acts, you come home from work, you're exhausted, and maybe a friend says, look, I really need your help. My car's broken down. Can you pick me up on the M25? And even though you're really exhausted, this is a friend. I'm going to do that. You're compassionate. Now that simple things like that are what makes this world beautiful. They shouldn't do that. People who are sick, and then can you come? I need someone to help cook a meal for me, and you're so good with your hoppers or whatever it is you eat, and actually you go there and help them, even though you're so tired and maybe even a bit sick, but you do it for them out of kindness. Now that sort of acts of compassion, that's what makes the world beautiful. I'm just trying to think of some acts of compassion of other people. One of those was, there was a Laotian refugee over in Perth. And sometimes when you have these refugees, people make these big mistakes. The rest of her family was sent to United States, to Oregon, to Portland, Oregon. And there's this one sister, daughter, she was sent to Perth. She was separated from her family just because of some clerical error. They're just so nasty when that happens. So she had no choice. She arrived in Perth knowing absolutely no one, with her family over in the United States. And after a few years here, she was a Buddhist, came to our temple. I remember her coming to me just crying her eyes out, because she'd got, in those days, telegrams, not SMSs, that her mother was sick and dying. Can you please come to Oregon straight away? Your mother is dying. And this was a poor refugee girl. She was crying because she didn't have the money for the airfare. No savings. It was just hand-to-mouth existence as a refugee starting off in life with no other family. I know she was, because I know as being in Asia for 9 years, just how desperately that is important, even more important than, if you're an English person. If you're an English person and your mother was dying, say, in France, of course you'd go over there straight away. I am English, but I also know Asia. For an Asian, it's doubly important. And she just could not go. And that was hurting her so much. And as I was trying to console her, there was another Thai girl who was out of work. She didn't have a job because she'd injured her back, and her profession was a nurse. She just calmly just got out a checkbook and wrote a blank check signed it, filled out the amount you need for your ticket, and handed it to this Laotian girl. And I knew this Thai girl could not afford that. But she couldn't, even worse, she could not afford not to give that check. Someone needed a ticket to go to the United States to see her dying mum. She realized how important it was. I don't care whether I can afford this or not. You need to go. Now those are acts which are beautiful. Those are acts which bring light to the world. And you may read about all sorts of problems in the world, terrorism, economies, politics and all that stuff, but one act of kindness and compassion changes the whole idea of the world. The world has hope, the world has beauty. Sometimes young people tell me that this is terrible, climate change, wars, lack of water, whatever is going to happen, this is a terrible, what sort of world have you left for us? But when they see kindness, they realize, thank you, this is a beautiful world. So I worship compassion. So when I bow down a third time, it's for kindness, compassion, care. Because that is the third really, really valuable thing which I try to build always in my heart. People might say I've got a lot of that already, but you can always get some more. I'm very greedy when it comes to virtue, peace and compassion. Give me more, please. Or rather I try and build more. So when I bow the third time, bowing to compassion, I keep remembering this is important. Ajahn Brahm, try and be more compassionate. Don't think of your body or whether you're tired or whatever. If somebody needs you, just off you go. Give it to them as much as you can. I know some women say shop till you drop. Mine is being kind until you don't mind. Or something like that. And this is my 3 bows, which I learned how to do. When I tell Westerners that, it's incredible. They never bowed before, and they all bow, 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 bow. And the reason is because now they understand it. It's a ritual which they've now given a meaning to. And they can understand this is part of a little practice which is going to make them more peaceful, more virtuous, more peaceful, more kind. And they're going to create more of that in the world, with their family, with themselves, with their offices and everything. It is a psychological powerhouse, bowing. And these days I can bow to anything. Sri Lankan kids bow to their parents. And people think that's weird. Bowing to your mum and dad. How many English people would bow to their mother and father? And you think that's totally culturally inappropriate. But I still make people do that in Australia. Because when anybody ordains, a young man becomes a novice or a monk, or even a woman becomes a nun, in the ceremony we always invite the parents. Even the parents may be Christians or atheists mostly, and they come to the ceremony. They think, what am I doing here? It's the first time I've been in a religious place for years. I don't really trust these monks and all this Buddhism business, but I have to be here because my son decided to become a Buddhist. I don't know why. Maybe he'll grow out of it. But they come anyway. And then one of the first parts of the ceremonies, I ask the candidate to go and bow to your mother and father and thank them for all they've given you, caring for you, feeding you, giving you a house, education. Bow to them and then ask forgiveness for any faults you've done to your mother and father since the time you were born. And it's beautiful because I see these Australian men weeping, tears running down their eyes, and the women, just even worse, seeing their son bow to them and seeing their son saying thank you and asking forgiveness. Absolutely beautiful. And then they said, okay, you can become a monk. I like this religion. And so there was one time I was invited to give a talk. I don't just go to Buddhist temples. I like to spread myself around, going to places where no monk has ever been before. And how many of you watch Star Trek? Or I watched it when I was a kid, but apparently it's still going. No Star Trek? You know that one? I remember apparently it's still the same in the beginning, to say, to boldly go where no man has gone before. And I changed that for my motto, to boldly go where no monk has gone before. So boldly, with no hair. Boldly go where no monk has gone before. So to break new grounds. So one of the places I went was one of the top Christian schools. Not just to give a talk, but to give the talk at the assembly. The religious service at a Christian school. When they first, go to school, everyone comes in the assembly. They do some hymns or something, and then the talk. And they invited me. You can give the sermon. I thought, yeah, I'm into for that. And so I have to arrive really early, and then I was asked to wait outside with the chaplain, this Anglican chaplain. He was a canon, that's next down to a bishop. A canon, the bishop, and the headmaster and me. We waited outside for the teachers to settle down the school, maybe about 1,200, 1,500 kids in this beautiful hall. And then the principal, the headmaster, said, "We are now going to go in, and as we walk in, all the children will rise out of respect for us." He said, "The chaplain and I will bow to the image of Jesus Christ. You're Ajahn Brahm, you're a Buddhist, you don't need to bow." And I love this moment because I decided to make a point. I turned to the headmaster, and as I said, "I demand my right to bow to your Jesus." I really over-exaggerated it because I was making a point. And this poor headmaster was totally confused. "But you're a Buddhist, what are you bowing to Jesus for?" And I said, "I can always see something in any figure which I respect and admire. And that's what I'm going to bow to. I'm not a Christian, I'm a Buddhist, but I can always see something in anybody which is beautiful and kind and compassionate. That's what I'm going to bow to. That part of Jesus which I like. Not the rest of it, but that part which I admire." And so when we went in, the three of us bowed. About 2 or 3 months later, that headmaster, who's obviously had to be a very committed Christian to be a headmaster of a top Christian school, he came to our monastery, and with me he bowed to the Buddha 3 times. Now that's beautiful. That is how we create peace and harmony in this world. And that is actually how we understand what bowing is. And that's, when I'd say that, everyone, every time they come in the temple, bow, bow, bow. They can't bow enough. They really get into it. I have to tell them to stop. Don't bow so much. But they get into it once it's understood. So when we understand the rituals, they become incredible. They're wonderful things to do. The same with the chanting. We have, I better stop soon. We have the chanting which people do. Is that really good to have all this chanting all the time? Does it really, really work? Why do we do chanting? Now, when I lived in Acton, up the road, before I became a monk, like every other English person, I watched football, soccer. The team which I followed, I wish I'd have chosen better, was Fulham and Craven Cottage. I used to go there just religiously. That was my religion before I found Buddhism. And it was actually one of the reasons I became a monk, was they kept on losing. Just too much suffering. Just like the Sri Lankan cricket team. Too much suffering, so become a monk. But one of the things I always remember, when you were watching the football team, you were cheering in the stands. Shouting, cheering, even chanting for your team. And that uplifted them. That gave them energy, purpose, even hope. And that's one of the great powers of chanting. The same sort of thing which happens in a football stadium. The same thing which happens when maybe your daughter is playing a tennis match, in a school final. Mum and Dad are there, and they can hear them. "Come on, darling, you can do it." And that means that little kid actually wins because of the support, the power of the mother and father. And sometimes that chanting has the same power. Monks, sometimes really busy monks which you really respect, they're coming to your bedside. They're spending all that time just with you and chanting. It doesn't really matter if you understand the chant or not. When people say, well, why don't you chant the chants in English or something so we can understand what you're chanting all the time? Why do we have to have this ritual always chanting in a foreign language? And there is a good reason for that. And that reason you can understand when I say that I do get tired sometimes, I do work too much. My compassion is much stronger than my wisdom. And I was doing a marriage ceremony, again for a couple. And I was so tired that when I did the chanting for funerals instead of the marriage. We all make mistakes sometimes. So I did a special chant reserved for funeral services when two people getting married. But because it was in Pali, they didn't know. And they said, oh, sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. What wonderful chanting. Thank you very much, Ajahn Brahm. And they're still together. It worked. Because it wasn't the chanting, it was the fact that I was really supporting them. And my kindness and the fact that there's many people in the stands shouting for you. Because those footballers on the ground, they can't hear you. They don't know what you're chanting. They just hear this noise. When the Sri Lankan cricket team are playing, they're focusing on the ball being bowled to them or, catching the ball. They're not really paying attention to the crowd, but still it supports them, encourages them, even if they don't understand what's being said. That is like the chanting. It really uplifts you sometimes. If you're a monk or a nun, you know the Pali, then it's beautiful chanting. Some of the Dhamma there is incredibly, it's exquisite. So when I do the chanting, some of these parittas we do, this chanting, they are actually teachings of the Buddha, and some really beautiful teachings in there. And because of that sometimes, it's happened to me a few times, I started chanting, I can't go on. Because, it's like listening to something which is really incredibly deep and inspiring. I can't chant anymore because it just gets into you. So some of these parittas are incredible if you understand the Pali. But that's, for those people who've done that study. Even if you haven't done the study, it still really works. But the other chanting which we do, the other sort of ceremonies, I always say that as Buddhism, we don't give a cradle-to-grave service. It's much more than that. We actually chant when the baby's in the womb. And we chant after a person dies. So it's before the cradle, after the grave. Service. Really good being a Buddhist. You get much more. I was telling, because my friend in Cambridge, one of the things we did together was in the Psychic Research Society. Just exploring ghosts. I loved anything weird. I was a scientist. I wanted to find out, ghosts, do they really exist? And I was telling them this story. It's a really good story. A couple of years ago, it's relevant because it involves a Sri Lankan couple. This disciple, had been following me for years, on YouTube from Sri Lanka. Her brother got a really, really bad cancer, and it got so bad. The family decided to send him to Singapore. Maybe they could got some special doctors over there. In Colombo, it's good enough. It's more than good enough these days. But they decided to send it to Singapore. Maybe he could survive. But there's nothing the doctors could do in Singapore. He was on the way out. So she called me in Australia. Ajahn Brahm, I've been watching you for a long time. Can you please talk to my brother? I know you're busy, but he's going to die soon. And I'm sure he will benefit from hearing some advice from a monk like you. So, of course, even though I didn't have any time to do that, so I did it. Compassion always gets me into trouble. But, good trouble. I like doing it. But I talked to him. He could hardly talk at all. So it's more like he was listening, because he was paralyzed from the neck down and just about to die. 3 more nights, 3 nights in all, I talked to him in Singapore. And the 4th night, he didn't call. or rather his sister never called because he died that night. And the following night, the 5th night, she called to tell me the news. He died last night. But then she told me the weird one. He said about 6, 8, 10 hours after he died, I received an email from him saying thank you, especially to Ajahn Brahm. About 8 hours after he was dead. And before then, for days or weeks, he'd been paralyzed from the neck down. It was an email from beyond the grave. And she wouldn't lie to me. There's no reason to make that up. That was true. And being a monk who was just at that time new to technology, I finally worked out what Gmail really means. Ghost mail. That's what Gmail means. So if you have an old mother who dies, an uncle who passes away, check your email account. But it's nice being able to be kind and just to help out, because that really, that's why we do this. And I was saying that one thing the monks are really good at is getting rid of ghosts.
I think we are having a bit of a technical issue, so I hope it is okay now. Yes, now everyone can hear. There was a sound technical problem, so now it's all good. So again, what I have been saying that this is the Navan Full Moon Day program and the Dhamma discussion. And I would like to welcome Dr. Upali Abesiri as the resource person. He usually and very kindly joins this Dhamma discussion today as well. And today's topic is going to be metta, or loving kindness. And those of you who are watching this program via YouTube or Facebook, you can post your thoughts and comments as a comment, or you can join Zoom via the Zoom link that you must have received in an email with our program to join live this Zoom meeting to this Dhamma discussion. So today's topic is metta or loving kindness. So let me give an introduction to this topic, and then I would like to invite Dr. Upali Abesiri to contribute, and also I would like to welcome everyone to ask questions and contribute with your thoughts and comments about this topic. So metta, this is one of the very well-known teachings in the Buddha Dharma. And of course, when it comes to the Buddhist life of a Buddhist practitioner like you and me, so this is a very common theme, very common topic that we always talk about, and most importantly, that we practice. Metta we practice as a quality in our day-to-day life, and metta we practice as a type of meditation about which we can discuss further in our discussion. And this belongs to what we call the concentration meditation, or samadhi bhavana or samatha bhavana. This is one of the 40 objects under samatha meditation or samadhi meditation or concentration meditation. And in terms of the Buddha's teachings about this topic, we have number of different discourses given by the Buddha about metta. Some of the famous ones being Karaniya Metta Sutta, or what we call the Metta Sutta, the discourse on the loving kindness, which talks about, or which looks at the qualities of a practitioner who practices loving kindness. And there are other suttas, and another important one on this topic is Mettani Sansa Sutta, the benefits of loving kindness. And so those are some of the well-known suttas. Apart from that, Buddha has in numerous places, on numerous occasions, when he's preaching or when he's teaching to different congregations of monks and lay people, he has mentioned about metta and the importance, the significance of practicing metta, and the ways in which one should practice metta in different ways, and what are the benefits, and what the practitioner would gain, would benefit from this important practice of metta. So those things have been mentioned by the Buddha in numerous places, in numerous teachings of the Buddha. And as an introduction, apart from those teachings about metta, I would like to emphasize some of the benefits which are given in the Mettani Sansa Sutta. Mettani Sansa, by its title, it means the anisansas of metta, or benefits of metta. Now, in total, Buddha has emphasized there are 11 benefits of metta. And before that, let me tell you that metta is been a quality, and it's been a meditation type. It can be cultivated. As I said, it can be cultivated in our day-to-day life. We can have metta in our mind all the time. Now, this metta is very well known as loving kindness. So that is the English title or the translation which is being used mostly, loving kindness. And it is also called universal friendliness, and also called unconditional love. Now, this metta, even though there's this part love in it, in the translation, it is not just love, it is unconditional. And when we practice metta, loving kindness, we do not have any conditions. We do not expect anything in return. for our loving kindness. And most importantly, it is equal. Now, for example, or in other words, the loving kindness that I have for myself is equal to the loving kindness that I should have others, regardless of those people being relatives of us or our friends, people known to me, people unknown to me, human beings, or any other living being. So this metta is, there's no discrimination, there's no difference. It is equal loving kindness, not just love. That is why it is called unconditional. And so that is what we call metta. Simply, we will discuss further about the metta and the qualities in it. And now with that introduction, I would like to mention those benefits which are given in the Mettanisansa Sutta, the advantages or benefits of metta. And as I said, there are 11 such benefits. The one who practices metta will gain these or will enjoy these 11 benefits as a advantage or as a gift of practicing metta. So I would like to mention, because they are very interesting and very important. These 11 are, let me first name, or let me first read the Pali title and give the meaning. So the first one is Sukhang Supati. Now this is said, the one who practices metta will enjoy this one. Sukhang Supati, the one who practices metta will have a very good sleep, very good sound sleep, sleep without any trouble or any disturbances. Now we know in our day-to-day life, sometimes some people struggle to have a good sleep. It is so much sort of very uncomfortable when you don't have a good sleep. But as a result, or as a benefit of metta, the one who practices metta will have a very good sleep. Sukham Supati. Sukham Patibujjati. After sleep, you will wake up with energy. Sukham Patibujjati. You will wake up with good mind, with energetic mind, without any trouble, without any physical or mental pain. That is another, or the second benefit. Sukham Patibujjati. Napapakang supinam pasati. In between your sleep and waking up, napapakang supinam pasati. The one who practices metta will never see bad dreams, scary dreams, or nightmares. So that means the sleep is guaranteed to be a very good, enjoyable, or comfortable one. Napapakang supinam pasati is the third one. Manusanam piyohoti. Number 4 says, the one who practices metta will be likened, or will be a pleasant person to the human beings, or in other words, human beings will like or will love the person who practices metta. Manusanam piyohoti. Amanusanam piyohoti is the number 5, which says the person who practices metta is or will be a pleasant person to non-human beings. Not only for human beings, but that person will be liked by non-human beings. Now, when we say non-human beings, we know there can be plenty of other different beings who are not humans. So now in our world, in our realm, we know, for example, we can take animals who are not human beings. So the one who practices metta towards other beings equally will be liked by even animals and other non-human beings. Amanusanam piyohoti. Devata rakkanti is the number 6. The one who practices metta will be protected by the deities, by the gods, or by the divine beings. Devata rakkanti. Number 7, nasa aggiva visangva sattangva kamati. The one who practices metta will not be harmed by weapons, by fire, or by poisons, etc. So those things can be harmful for human beings. So the one who practices metta will be protected by, or will not be harmed by poison, by fire, or by weapons, etc. Nasadva visangva sattangva kamati. Tuvatang chittan samadhyati. The one who practices metta will very quickly and very easily enjoy concentration, or will gain concentration. Tuatang chittan samadhyati. Or in other words, the ones who practices metta, the mind will be concentrated very quickly and easily. Tuatang chittan samadhyati. Mukoanno vipasidati. Number 10, Mukoanno vipasidati. The one who practices metta will have a fair skin or fair body or beautiful body. Mukoanno vipasidati. Asamullo kalankar, that is number 9, and asamullo kalankarati, number 10. The last moment, that is the death of the person who has been practicing metta or who has practiced metta, will be a pleasant one. That moment also will be a pleasant one. Asamullo kalankarati, or in other words, that person will face or will die with undiluted mind. Asamullo kalankarati. Uttaring appati vijjanto brahmaloku bhagohoti. Number 11 being, if not attained the enlightenment in this life, that person will be born in higher realms such as Brahma realms. So those are the 11 benefits which are laid out in the Mettani Santa Sutta as the 11 benefits. The one who practices metta will enjoy these things, and those are the benefits. And as I said, metta can be practiced as a meditation. Metta can be inculcated and developed as a good quality in our day-to-day life. And in all three ways, in all three modes, we need to and we should practice metta. That means we have to be physically, we can practice metta, we can practice metta mentally, we can practice metta verbally. So in those three ways, we can practice metta. And metta, again, is unconditional love and equal loving kindness that we have towards ourselves and towards others without expecting anything return, and also regardless of the other beings being good or pleasant to us, or bad or unpleasant or angry towards us, we still equally send our good thoughts to them in this loving kindness practice. So that I would like to give you as the introduction to this topic. And with this introduction, now I would like to invite Dr. Upali Abesiri to join me and to join this discussion with his contribution to the topics. Dr. Abesiri.
Thank you, Bhante. Good afternoon, everybody. The last one, which the Bhante said, that you can develop your mind, and if practiced to a very high level, you would be able to sort of attain enlightenment, or after death can be reborn in one of the higher worlds, like the Brahma worlds, what is called fine material world or immaterial world. Now, I would like to introduce you to another discourse by Buddha called the Sanka Sutta. Sanka means the conch. Conch, discourse of the conch blower. Now this gives another very useful benefit of metta. To give a very short story of this discourse, one of the Jaina followers came and explained to Buddha that his Mahavira, his teacher, used to say that if you do some evil deeds like killing, stealing, sexual misconduct, lying, etc., and if you practice these unethical things, you will end up in very woeful places, what is called the hell after death. Then Buddha said, this is not very clear, because when you do evil deeds, what do you mean when you do evil deeds, you end up in hell? Then he said, our teacher says, if you do these things repeatedly, you will end up in hell. Then Buddha said, no, not necessarily. There are people who do bad things, but do not end up in hell after death. And there are people who do very minor evil things, but mostly good things in life, who again end up in hell after rebirth. And then he explained the reason for this. He said, if you have done some evil deed, and if you keep on feeling guilty about it, regretting it, and worrying about it, thinking over and over, thinking, oh, I have done these good, evil deeds, and I'll end up in hell after death, then you will have that mentality right throughout, and you will definitely end up in hell. Similarly, if you do an evil deed and enjoy it, and say, oh, well, I have done a good thing, again, he will end up in hell after death. But there are people who do these evil deeds and then listen to Buddha and then say, oh, now Buddha says these are bad things, these are not very good for, if you keep on thinking about and doing these things, we'll end up in hell. Then that person undertake the ethical sort of precepts that is described by Buddha. Not to kill, not to steal, no sexual misconduct, no lying, like that. And there are 10 bad things that are described by Buddha. 3 are in your mind, and the others are in your word. One is from the words, lying and evil speech. Then there are other things by your body. He refrains from doing these things. He decided, I have done bad things in the past, but since I have undergone these precepts from Buddha, I am going to refrain from doing these bad things. And not only that, and he starts sort of practicing loving kindness without any restrictions. He starts practicing loving kindness for all beings in front of me, behind me, on both sides, above and below. It's called unlimited practice of loving kindness. And you keep on doing this all the time. In fact, the Buddha has described 8 ways of doing it in various things. You do it, repeat it. You do the thing as you keep your loving kindness sort of mentality as a friend with you all the time. Or you, when you are walking or doing things, you keep your loving kindness mentality as a way of doing things. Like that, there are 8 ways of constantly, regularly practicing loving kindness, at least trying to do. And also you can keep on meditating, radiating loving kindness all around you. And you can come to what is called the samadhi, or jhana states, or just before jhana states, what's called upachara samadhi. And develop these things, develop loving kindness meditation to a high degree. And when you develop these loving kindness things to a high degree, what happens is your mind becomes widened. Whereas people who worry about it and regret it and think about the thing, their mind becomes narrow. And this widened mind, when you practice it for a long time, is supposed to help you to get rid of the effects of your evil deeds, or what is called the karma. Evil deeds, karma. And in Buddha's words, I'll quote in Pali, yam pamana katam kammam na tam tatrava sissati nadam tatrava tittati. That means, in such an expanded consciousness, effects of past karma, unwholesome karma, do not find support or cease to exist. That means if you have done what are called pamanakatam, limited karma, if you have all your limited karma, effects of your limited karma will become mild, or they disappear completely. Now, what are the limited karma? Limited karma is all the karmas apart from what are known as the very bad, what are called garuka karma or anantariya karma, heinous karma, like killing your father, killing your mother, killing a Narhat, or wounding a Buddha. Except for those bad, heinous crimes, the effects of the other crimes will become much less, and you will also suffer for it only very mildly in your life, in this life. And very often, whatever is left over will disappear as what are called the defunct karma. This is one way of when you become a Buddhist and follow the Buddhist path. If you have done bad deeds in the past, by practicing loving kindness, you can reduce the effects of your bad deeds in the past. This is the what called the very satisfactory way. Instead of becoming sort of regretting, becoming guilty, thinking over it, worrying it, and thinking that it will lead you to a bad rebirth. Then there is another discourse of the Buddha called the Lonapala Sutra, the discourse of the salt, which explains how this sort of happens. The Lonapala Sutta, Buddha said, if you take a handful of salt and dissolve it in a bowl of water, what will happen to the water? The water will become very salty. But if you throw the same handful of salt into a river or the ocean, to a river, ocean is salty anyway, to a river, that water will not become salty. Similarly, if you develop your mind and widen your mind using loving kindness, whatever the effects of your bad deeds will become diluted there. On the other hand, if you worry about it, become guilty, and think about it all the time, then your mind will become narrow and the effects will become much worse. So this is one great benefit of practicing loving kindness. And this practice, whereby you give up all your bad deeds, bad words, bad thoughts, and develop loving kindness, is called ayati sangha, atonement, discipline. Now, this explains why the Angulimala Thero, who killed 999 people, did not suffer for his bad deeds, apart from mild effects, such as people used to throw stones at him and used to tear his robes or break his begging bowl, saying this is a murderer. And those are the only effects that he suffered because of his bad crimes, his killing in the past. But on the other hand, Moggallana Mahathero, who in the past had killed his parents, had a very bad death, and he was beaten to death because that was what he called the Garuka Karma, or heinous crime, and there is no way that some of the effects of these bad deeds can be reduced by practicing loving kindness. So this is one. And the other thing is, if you practice loving kindness to a stage where you develop jhana, you can develop what are called first, second, or third jhana. And from there, if you develop insight meditation, then you can attain enlightenment, or third stage, what is called the non-returner, anagami stage, and will not be born into a womb after death. That is what, when in the Metta Sutta, the last few words, it says, Dittincha anupugamma silava dasanena sampanno Kamesu vinaya gedan lahiyatu gabasayam punareti. That means you, first of all, you have to give the view, personality view. When you are practicing loving kindness, you must, at the end, you must develop insight and think that these beings to whom you are radiating loving kindness do not have a, what is called a soul or spirit, and get rid of that view and then develop further about the insight meditation, and then also keep your blameless life, and you can develop your loving kindness meditation up to what is called anagami or non-returner stage, or even become an arahant or enlightened person. So with these few words, I think I'll hand you back to Bhante Kassapa.
Thank you, Dr. Besiri. Okay, thank you, Doctor. And yes, we can further continue our discussion. So thank you for your very important and informative introduction to metta and how we can practice metta and what we can gain through our practice of metta. And also you pointed out few other places where Buddha has mentioned and Buddha has emphasized the metta in different other places where Buddha used metta in his other teachings. So I mentioned at the beginning that metta can be developed and practiced in our day-to-day life as a good quality, and also it can be practiced as a type of meditation. Now, particularly this metta meditation belongs to concentration or samatha bhavana, as we all know, and it is one of the 40 objects of samatha meditation. And Dr. Upali Abesiri pointed out that what we can gain through that practice of metta as a meditation, as a samatha bhavana. So we can gain jhanas, we can mix in metta together with insight or vipassana. We can gain the higher status such as anagami level. And so those are the attainments that one can attain through the practice of metta. Now, apart from that, I would like to again point out that even Buddha has done this. When Buddha was addressing monks, whenever Buddha wanted to inquire, now these monks sometimes live far away from the place where Buddha was residing, Buddha was living. And time to time, Buddha would visit these monks and inquire about their well-being. And Buddha would normally ask monks, how are you doing? How are you getting on? And how are you surviving? Are you having any difficulties or problems in getting your 4 requisites? And also, most importantly, Buddha would ask, are you getting on? Are you associating your other companions in your spiritual life in the right way? So whenever Buddha inquires about their friendship, their kalyana mitta, their friendship, Buddha would ask, are you practicing loving kindness towards each other in 3 ways? What are the 3 ways? Physically, mentally, and verbally. So now this is the way to sort of keep the coexist, or to keep the companionship, to keep the friendship, and also to keep the harmony and peace in the society and in the life as well. So I would like to emphasize that again, that we can do metta, or we can practice metta physically. That means whatever we do physically, we can do keeping metta in our mind. And whatever we speak verbally, we can speak to each other, keeping metta in our mind. And whatever we think of others, we can always think, keeping metta in our mind. So in these three ways, we can practice metta, so that we will be able to keep the harmony. We will be able to keep the peace among ourselves, among other sort of maybe your householders, your family members, your relatives, friends, colleagues, whoever that you associate with. And this is the way Buddha taught his own disciples to practice metta, and also keep the harmony and friendship, or the kalyana mittata, the true friendship among his disciples. And on this note, I also would like to bring Dr. Upali Abesiri again to the discussion before we go on to, or shall we go to the questions? Okay, before I invite Dr. Upali Abesiri for the next phase of the discussion, I would like to invite our audience, the people who are joining via Zoom or listening and watching us via YouTube and Facebook. Please, if you have any comments or any questions about this topic, today's topic, metta, please present your comments or your thoughts on this topic. And if you have any questions, we will be very happy to answer if we can. Also, I would like to welcome Venerable Mediave Pieratana Thero also joining us. Bante, if you would like to contribute to this topic, you are most welcome because I know next program in our schedule is your talk, but before that, this is our discussion, and the topic is metta that we have been discussing in our discussion. So if you would like to contribute, please.
Yeah, Honorable Kassapa, yes. I'm sorry that I joined late actually. So I'll be joining the next program actually. And since I just heard the topic, I would like to add something for the listeners about loving kindness or metta. I think metta is a good virtue, and we have to cultivate daily. If we cultivate daily, we can obtain great results for our lives. Actually, in a simple term, I would like to give a little practice for the devotees who are participating in this discussion. So at least we can, if we can practice loving kindness or metta in this manner, in simple terms, with at least 3 sentences, whenever we go to bed, whenever we are going to sleep every night, if we can concentrate like this: may I be free from enmity, hatred, and attain nibbana. First one, may I be free from enmity, hatred, and attain. Concentrate our mind on, may all beings be free from enmity, hatred, and attain nibbana. Like this, if we can concentrate, or if we can just think for a while, even in silence, when we are about to sleep, then our mind cultivates the feeling of loving kindness, metta. Then we automatically falls asleep with good concentration, with the thought of loving kindness. That will result in lots of changes in our lives. As you know, I think Venerable Sir might have discussed the results of loving kindness and metta. So those results can be obtained easily. So when we cultivate loving kindness daily, so it helps us to develop good qualities in our lives. In this way, we can start cultivating loving kindness. Okay, thank you very much, Venerable Sir. I just added little thought for the listeners. to start or just continue with loving kindness. That will result in a lot of merit as well, a lot of inner developments in our lives. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bhante, Venerable Piratana Thera, who is going to be our next speaker. And thank you for joining this discussion as well. And what you contributed is very important. And we, of course, have a question as well. I think we addressed that question. But anyway, let me read that question. Sandy Abesiri is asking about... please, could you expand on how this can be practiced in a routine way, incorporated into daily activities, not just sitting down? I would love some very practical examples. So this is, I think, Bhante in a way addressed this question and gave some good advices and ways in which we can practice this metta in our day-to-day life, not just as a sitting type of meditation, and but when we live our life. For example, when we work, when we sort of associate with others, and when we sort of travel in a maybe crowded train or bus, how we can practice metta towards others. Now, that is what I mentioned in my introduction as well. Now, Buddha emphasizes that when people live together with others, they should do their all physical, mental, and verbal deeds, keeping loving kindness in mind. So in Pali terms, the Buddha says, Metta sahagatena kaya kammena, Metta sahagatena Vachi kammena, Metta sahagatena mano kammena. So whatever you might be doing physically, for example, you are cleaning your house, you are doing the dishes, you are sort of maybe tidying up your house, maybe you are cleaning the mess done by someone else. So whenever you do such physical deed, physical work, you should have metta, loving kindness towards whoever who might have done those things. And towards those people. So metta sahagatena kaya kammena, metta sahagatena vachi kammena. You might be speaking to someone, maybe that person might not be pleasant to you, maybe that person is not very nice to you. Still you can speak words with metta, loving words, pleasant words, even if that other party is not being very pleasant to you. And metta sahagatena mano kammena. When you think of others, maybe someone who is not again nice to you, you can still try to have metta in your mind when you think of such people in your daily life. So those, I think, would be some ways in which you can practice. So you can use metta in your practical life, in your day-to-day life, apart from practicing metta in a sort of sitting meditation. And also, I would like to, at this point, bring Dr. Abesiri again to the discussion, and maybe he has also some good examples to address this comment.
Thank you, Bhante. Thank you, Bhante. There is a trick that you can use, especially what is again opposite of metta is anger, isn't it? Yeah, and supposing you are driving and somebody makes a mistake, and instead of when you see a mistake and you get angry, instead of thinking I am angry, you can say anger has arisen in me. You sort of become clinically dissociated from your anger. Then your anger goes down, and then you can start sort of radiating loving kindness. Or he did this because he's careless, or he's not very well, or he may be angry or very worried or something. So let him be peaceful, and let him be sort of happy, and wish that. So that's one way of one trick is to distance away from your own thoughts. Saying, instead of when you get angry, instead of thinking I am angry, you must say anger has arisen in me, in my mind. That itself causes the anger to go down. That is one trick of getting back to loving kindness when you become angry because of somebody else. Similarly, when somebody speaks badly, also you can try that. You can try this thinking, or I hearing these words, I became angry. Instead of saying I became angry, anger has risen in me, or I am not very happy, or happiness has deserted me, like that. That is one way, one trick of continuing with your loving kindness in spite of all the obstructions and things that happen to you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
thank you very much, Dr. Abesri. And yeah, of course, they are very good practical examples and tricks that people can use how to practice loving kindness. And also, I would like to discuss about a particular thing related to metta. I would like to invite both of Dr. Abesri and Venerable Pieratana Thera to contribute on this. Now, when we practice metta as a meditation, now some of the senior meditation masters and instructors and teachers say, or they advise the beginners particularly, not to. Now we know in our circle of metta, we include unfriendly people as well. Just like the friendly people, we try and we should practice loving kindness to unfriendly people as well. Now, some meditation teachers, in fact, they advise, particularly at the beginning stage of your loving kindness, not to include unfriendly people till you get some experience of practicing loving kindness. Then maybe after some time, when you are sort of comfortable and when you have gained enough experience of metta, then you can add those unfriendly people. If you are aware of anyone, or if you are not aware, you can bring them to your circle of loving kindness, towards whom you should radiate your loving kindness. So that is one thing. And related to that, now, how maybe some people have, well, I have my own experience that people have asked me that how we can practice, how we can send our good thoughts, loving kindness towards someone maybe who has done such a very bad thing, maybe to that same person or to someone else, to the society generally. So how we can send our loving thoughts towards such people, and how we can practice, because people being generally, ordinary beings, they might have anger towards such people, not for private reasons, but at least what they have done, what those bad people have done to the society. So how one can practice loving kindness towards such people? So if you would like to contribute to this point, may I ask Dr. Abesiri first, and then Venerable Pieratana?
Well, my late Kalyana Mitra Katukurun Jnanananda Thero has given a very nice example. He has said, best thing is to, if you find that these, instead of what you call Sima Sambeda, or instead of dividing it to friends, relations, unfriendly people, etc., when something turns up when you are practicing loving kindness, such as somebody has done something to me or something like that, is to turn your meditation to these directions: in front of you, behind you, on sideways, up and above. This is what Buddha always advises in his discourses, without any hindrance to all directions around you. Forget about the people, forget about the personalities, relations, all those things, and just practice saying, may all beings, in front of me, behind me, on my left, on my right, above me, below me, and practice like that. Then this the sort of disturbances about unfriendly people, friendly people doesn't come. So he used to say that always he used to practice this, and after some time he used to feel that he couldn't feel where he was, except that he was radiating loving kindness right around him. Like he used to say, like it's like in a dark night, you are sort of you are using a torch to radiate light to various sides. So that is one way of practicing loving kindness and not getting into these personality business, what he calls Hima Samveda.
Thank you, Doctor. And Venerable Piyaratana Thero, would you like to contribute to the same point? If you
Yes, of course. Actually, as you suggested, actually, we cannot just categorize people and associate them. We have to associate everybody. Then it creates us the flow to practice loving kindness. There are enemies that we associate. Those enemies in the sense that people who are not willing, maybe the way that we conduct, the way we behave, or the way we speak, different types of people are there. So we have to associate everybody. Then we can we can practice loving kindness actually in the real world. So we have to associate everybody. And if there is something goes wrong with the particular person, then you can radiate your loving kindness to that person, and even then you can practice loving kindness and associate the person by enlightening about the features or qualities of that person, especially towards you. Then you improve your wisdom or insight by while cultivating loving kindness. In that way, we cannot categorize. We have to associate all people. It creates a good flow for us to practice or radiate loving kindness. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Venerable Piyaratana Thero, for your good thoughts and advice. And so again, I would like to invite our audience, people who are watching and joining this discussion. If you have any different thoughts, any different comments on this topic, metta, or if you would like to ask again, learned panel, any questions that you might have about metta, you can do so. We have 5 more minutes before we conclude this discussion. I see Sujata is trying to unmute yourself. Would you like to say something?
Thank you, Bhante. It was a lovely discussion. Very sort of the current duty, love, life we are living, it's really important and we can absorb a lot. My question is, Bhante, now we radiate metta to all living beings, don't we? But when I asked this question from some other learned panel, they said we could radiate this to the people who are gone, who have left us. Now I want to verify this, Bhante, whether it is only for the people living beings, I mean, does it go to the people who are not living? This has been a controversial question to me personally.
Yes. Yeah, thank you very much, Mrs. Herath, for asking that question. It is a very good question, actually. And let me first give you some thoughts, and then I will invite Dr. Abesiri and Venerable Piyaratana. So yes, in fact, you are quite correct. And when we practice metta as a meditation, it has to be, or metta has to be radiated towards the living beings only. Normally, we don't send metta towards sort of people who have passed away. Now, the reason being, it has to be active. Now, when you send your thoughts of loving kindness towards someone who is alive, that metta is something active, rather than you sending your thoughts of loving kindness towards someone maybe dead, or an object which is not a living thing or living object. So that is the reason why metta has to be radiated towards the living beings only. And maybe Dr. Upali Abesiri can elaborate on the same thing, or would you?
Thank you, Bhante.
Yes, Bhante, there is a bit of a amusing story someone told me. I don't know whether it's whether Bhante knows about this. They say that in case that the person who passed away has become a spirit or something like that, and radiating loving kindness would attract them towards you, and that can cause trouble. This is what one of the somebody told me. I don't know whether it's true or not. Let me ask you to Bhante about this.
Well, that, yes, that can be, no, that can be true, or that can be something that may happen in maybe in some cases, or in under some circumstances. Yeah, that is another, I think that might be another reason why we send loving kindness towards people, maybe living, or people that we suppose that who are living creatures only. Yeah, that might be another reason. I don't know if Venerable Piratana would like to contribute to this point. Maybe not, because he's going to be he's going to deliver the next talk. So let's conclude today's discussion, and I would like to thank and give Punyanumodana to Dr. Abesiri for joining this discussion and sharing your valuable thoughts with all of us today. And also Venerable Mediave Pieratanathero also contributed to the discussion. Thank you very much, Bhante. And to everyone else who joined this Dhamma discussion and who came up with your thoughts and inquiries, and also who listened and watched this Dhamma discussion through Zoom, Facebook, and YouTube. So let us share the merits of this Dhamma Dana, the gift of Dhamma. May we all share these merits, and may we all be well, happy, and peaceful. Thank you.
Good afternoon. The next item of our Navam program is the sermon. This sermon will be delivered by Most Venerable Mediave Piratanathero. I think Dayakas can remember he Today, I have invited him to deliver the sermon, and kindly he accepted our invitation. I'm very grateful for accepting the invitation. Venerable Thero is at the moment, he is a research candidate, University of Stirling in Scotland. He was a senior lecturer in English, Bhikshu University of Sri Lanka. Venerable Mediave Piratana Thero is actually very important for Dhamma discussion and also delivering sermons. He has done a lot of research works, and he's a role model for modern monks in Sri Lanka. A lot of monks actually use his knowledge, and also he is taken as example for learning. So today his topic is very attractive and hard achievements of our life based on Itta Dhamma Sutta in Anguttara Nikaya. With my gratitude, I would like to invite to Venerable Thero to deliver your sermon with my respect.
May my homage to be the Nayaka Thero. I'm happy to deliver the Dhamma talk with your kind invitation. Okay, I'll continue with the discourse. Thank you very much. May I start?
Yes, please.
May the Triple Gem bless all of you. May give me the opportunity to pay my homage to the Buddha. May my homage to Then I disconnect kuna. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you, Bhante.
All right. Okay, I'll start my sermon. Can you hear me? I suppose you can hear me. Namo tassa bhagavatu arahatu samma sambuddhassa. Honor to him, the worthy one, fully enlightened one. Ayung wannang yasang kitting saggang ucca kulinatang ratiyo pattayanine ulara apara paranti. Most Venerable Bogda Sila Vimala Nayaka Thero, the chief incumbent of London Buddhist Vihara, and all the resident monks and dear Dhamma friends, I'm going to deliver a Dhamma talk on the given topic, which will be very useful or fruitful for all of us to practice Dhamma, to enrich our values with Buddhism. As it has been mentioned, the theme of the discourse is very attractive and hard achievements of our life. When we go to the title, it's very important. There are achievements that we have to get. Those achievements, most of the achievements are not easy. They are hard to obtain. They are very difficult to achieve. So if we achieve these hard things in our lives, then our lives become attractive. In other words, success comes not merely by prayer or wishing. It is only through hard work we can get the success or achievements in our lives. I would like to invite all the Dhamma friends to actually participate in this discussion. I would like to continue the discussion in the form of Dhamma talk, in the form of a discussion to make it more fruitful. If all of you are all right, you can raise questions about the matters that I am going to discuss based on this discourse. And we will discuss how the matters discussed in this discourse can be practiced in our day-to-day lives. The name of the discussion is Itta Sutta or Pancha Itta Dhamma Sutta. The discourse is in Anguttara Nikaya. It is in the chapters called Pancha Satika. There are discourses which bring the content of 5 facts. This discourse, Pancha Itta Dhamma Sutta in Munda Raja Vagga of Anguttara Nikaya, brings us very important 5 facts for us to get hard achievements in our lives and to make our lives attractive. We will see how we can do it. This is not a long discourse, actually. This is a short discourse. So I'm going to discuss this discourse with special reference to perfections, parami. Then you can see how we can practice this in our day-to-day lives. At one time, Anathapindika visited the Buddha at the Jetavana monastery. You know who Anathapindika was. What's the real name of Anathapindika? Anathapindika's real name was, if you like to actually actively engage in the discussion, I prepare it, then we can have a fruitful discussion throughout this hour and make it more useful. So who was Anathapindika? Anathapindika's name was actually Sudatta. He was practicing giving alms or meals to the destitute or helpless people. Pinda means alms. Like Pindapata means begging for or going for alms. So Anathapindika. Anatha means destitute, helpless people. Sudatta was a very rich person, a wealthiest person in Savatthi. So he practiced giving food to the helpless people. Then he was termed, nicknamed as Anathapindika. He had the habit of going to Jetavana monastery and engage in some fruitful discussions with the Buddha. He did not question the Buddha all the times, maybe with the intention of not to disturb the enlightened one. So at this time, Anathapindika went to the Jetavana monastery and sat on a side. Then the Buddha started the discourse. It means the Buddha asked, Buddha told, preach, there are 5 things which are welcome, agreeable, pleasant, and hard to obtain in this world. What are those 5? I will briefly discuss them and then I'll refer them to perfections. The first thing is long life. As I mentioned, the Pali discourse, Ayung Wannang Yasang Kitting Saggang Uchakulinatang. Ayu means long life, to have a good lifespan. Vannam, beauty. We need beauty, and so Ayu means long life. It's difficult for us to gain a long life. Long life is welcome. We like it. Agreeable. We agree to have a long life. I think no one will disagree to have a long life. Then it is pleasant. We take pleasure in having a long life. No one is sad about having a long life. So long life is hard to obtain in this life, according to Buddha. Then one, beauty. Beauty is welcome. We like beauty. No one dislikes beauty. We want to have the beauty. Agreeable. We agree to have beauty. Pleasant. And it is hard to obtain beauty in this world. Then yasang. I just mentioned the Pali terms also for you just to be familiar, since some of the translations are not that much represent the meaning of those words. We like happiness. We welcome happiness. We agree to get the happiness or pleasure. It is pleasant for all of us, and it is hard in this world to obtain happiness. Then kithing, fame, honor, or status. We welcome honor, fame, or status in this life. We agree to get them, and they are pleasant to all of us. At the same time, they are hard to obtain in this life. Last fact is Saggang. Saggang means, according to the discourse, Saggang Ucca Kulinatang. It means heavenly births. It means if we want to have good births, we welcome them. We agree to have good births or heavenly births. It is pleasant for us to have good births. At the same time, it's very difficult for us to get good births in this life. So these are the 5 facts that are discussed in this discourse. What are the 5 facts? Long life, beauty, pleasure, fame, honor, heavenly birth, or rebirth in heaven, in other terms. What are those 5 facts? Once again, long life, beauty, happiness, status, heavenly birth. So we will see how these are gained. What the Buddha preached about these. So we are the followers of the Buddha, or the followers of the noble ones. As the noble ones, who are the noble ones? If I just discuss about the noble ones, there are 8-fold noble ones. Who are they? Are you noble ones? Who are the 8 types of noble ones? Sovan, Sakadagami, Anagami, Arahat. Sovan. The first stream winner in the path of attaining Nibbana. Sakadagami, once returner. Anagami, never returner. Arahant. In this way, it becomes 8-fold if the person is following the path of attaining Nibbana. They are in the path to attain Nibbana, Magga and Phala. Magga means those, so if I just refer to one person, so one, Magga, so one, Phala. The person who is leading in the path to attain Nibbana, or gain the first fruit of deliverance, so on. Then Magga and Phala, the person who obtained the result of that path is called, that person is having so on Phala. Like that, those are the persons, noble ones. We are the followers of the noble ones. The Buddha advises Anathapindika, as the followers of the noble ones, the disciples should not long for means desire these things. It means long life, beauty, happiness, fame, honor, good birth or rebirth in heavenly lives. We must not long for, we must not desire, or we must not wish these 5 things. As the disciples of the noble ones, we must not pray for these things. We can pray, may I have a long life. May I have the beauty. May I have happiness or pleasure. May I have fame, honor. May I have good births or heavenly births. As the disciples of the noble ones, we must not pray for these things. We must not wish these 5 things. The Buddha explains to Anathapindika, if these things are easily gained, no one will suffer in this life. Who will disregard these things? Everybody will get these things. These things are hard to obtain. So how can we get these things then? The Buddha advises, since these 5 things are not easy to get, we have to cultivate or practice the path conducive or suitable to gain these things. We have to follow the way to get a long life. We have to follow the way to get beauty. We have to follow the way to get happiness. We have to follow the way to get honor, fame. We have to follow the way to get good births. So this was the advice of the Buddha. In this discourse, the Buddha summarizes the entire thing in 3 verses. It means if people who are happy to gain long life, beauty, pleasure, fame, and good births continuously in great extent, they have to be heedful. Heedful means appamada. You have to be courageous to get those 5 welcome things, agreeable things, pleasant things for our lives. The content of those 2 verses, appamadang pasansanti, punya kiriyasu pandita, appamatta ubovati, adiganhati pandito. This Pali verse in this discourse explains us the noble ones who are happy or who desire to get those 5 things should be or must be, if I say, heedful, appamada. We have to be diligent in doing or practicing the ways conducive for those 5 facts. If we are heedful, if we are courageous enough to practice the ways to obtain these 5 things, then we are termed as wise people, pandito. We are intelligent enough to get the success in this life. Not only in this life, but the life hereafter. Now you can understand, if a disciple of the Buddha wishes to get beauty, long life, happiness, fame, good birth, they have to be heedful. Only then we can get the welfare in this life. The welfare in the next life. That is the nature of the noble one's disciples, to be act wisely. That is why the Buddha termed the doctrine as Panyavantasayan Dhammo Nayan Dhammo Duppanyasa. The doctrine of the Buddha is conducive or suitable for those who are intelligent to understand and put into practice to get the welfare in this life and the life to come. Dittheva dhamme yo atto yo chatto samparayiko atthabi samayo dhiro panditoti paucchati. So this verse says, having become intelligent in practicing the ways leading to these 5 things, we experience the welfare in this life. If you practice the ways to get a long life, you experience it in this life. You will experience long life. If I just take all these 5 facts, so I will, if I become intelligent enough to practice the way to gain a long life, then I get the welfare in this life. I understand that situation. If I get the welfare in this life, I will gain the welfare in the next. So I understand this situation. If I want to get the beauty in this life, by following the correct path to get beauty, then I can realize I am practicing the path leading to get beauty. I gained this because of practicing this correct path to get beauty or become beauty. So I understand, I realize the situation. In the same way, if I follow the correct path that leads to happiness, I understand, I realize that by following this path, I obtain this happiness. Then that realization, similarly about fame, If you want to be fame or get the fame, praise, all those things, you follow the correct path to get them in this life and the life after, then you are aware of the way that you practiced or followed. In that way, you become intelligent. If you want to get good births, you have to follow the correct path. After following the correct path, then you can you understand that I followed this path, then I became I gain good birth and I will gain good birth. Like that, we become aware of them. So if the disciples of the noble ones follow the correct path to gain these 5 facts: long life, beauty, happiness, fame, and good birth, the Buddha tells that they are prudent, they are intelligent, they are wise. So this is the discourse actually. If the wise person, heedful, gets these twofold welfare in this life and the welfare in the next, by following the correct path, we can become prudent or wise people. Now I would like to explore these 5 facts and how can we gain these 5 facts. As I told you, this is a very simple discourse. Now you can understand simply. There are 5 facts which are welcomed by all, which are agreeable to all, which are pleasant to all, and which are very hard to obtain in this world. What are those 5 facts? Long life, beauty, happiness, fame or status, good birth. So now I am going to refer these things to perfections to discuss this discourse referring to perfections. What are perfections? Parami. Do you complete perfections? Yes or no? If someone is willing, there are several persons who are listening to the Dhamma talk. Do you complete perfections? Yes or no? If you are aware, I think most of you are aware, how many perfections are there? You can question yourself, then you will get the answer and you can understand the Dhamma well. How many perfections are there? There are 10 perfections. You might say they become 3-fold or 30. Dana parami, upaparami, paramatta parami. They become 10-fold. Do we practice this? What are those 10 perfections? Dana, generosity, sila, morality. Then nekkhamma, renunciation, panya, wisdom, viriya, energy, kanti, patience, satya, truthfulness, adhicchana, determination, metta, loving kindness, upekha, moderateness. You know the verse, Dhanam Silanta Nikkammang. Like that, you know the Pali verse that refers to the 10 perfections. Okay, we will see. So do you complete perfections? So if you don't complete perfections, you will never succeed. Did you determine to listen to this Dhamma talk until the end? In simple terms, that is also kind of determination to do a good thing. You determine to do this good work. Determining is not enough. Determination. Determining is not enough. To listen to Dhamma talk, what should you do? You should have the courage, vigor, energy. You have to stay about 1 hour. Being courageous, you have to stay this time. Courage is one of the perfections. Having determined, being courageous, listening to Dhamma talk is not enough. You have to be mindful. You have to be wise, panya. You have to pay your attention to what the Venerable discusses here. What are those 5 facts? Can we put them into practice? Like that, you have to use the intelligence. So I just mentioned about 3 perfections here. You determine to listen to Dhamma talk. You have the energy or courage to listen to this Dhamma talk. You are using intelligence. You are being wise. You examine these things. Then what can you gain through this listening to Dhamma talk? Can you gain long life? Yes. If you understand the facts that are suitable, that are conducive to long life through this Dhamma talk, then you can get long life. Then beauty, happiness, state of fame, heavenly birth. So if you pay attention to the facts that we discussed, then if you can understand the ways of practicing or gaining them, then you can gain the results. Now you can understand, even to listen to this Dhamma talk, you need to complete perfections. In simple terms, to the extreme, perfections are the 10 ways or 10 facts that we have to follow to become fully enlightened one, Samma Sambuddha, Pacceka Buddha, Buddha to be, or Arahant. That is to the extreme level. But into day-to-day lives, we have to practice these things. If we don't practice these things in our lives, we can never gain these 5 things. We can never have a long life. We can never get beauty. We can never be happy. We can never gain fame. We can never gain good births. To get these things, we have to cultivate perfections. The first perfection is dana, generosity. Do you practice dana? Do you offer things? I hope, being Buddhist, you join lots of meritorious deeds. You practice or you join with Katina robe ceremony at London Buddhist Vihara or at your temples. You sometimes monthly, weekly, you offer dana, alms to the community of monks. On special occasions, you offer dana to the community of monks. What are the results of offering alms? Ayung, Wannang, Balang. In this manner, you can gain long life as a result of offering dana. You can gain beauty as a result of offering dana. Many results of offering dana are discussed in Dakkina Vibhanga Sutta. I'm not going to discuss them in detail here. Many results of offering dana can be offering dana or generosity, practicing generosity can be found. So now you can understand mainly the offering dana results in long life, beauty, happiness. No one can live without proper food. By being wise, intelligent, we have to select the best to eat, best to offer. If you choose the best food for yourself, your family members, for alms, then you get the welfare of your life in this world as a result of practicing dana or generosity. The alms that you offer will be consumed by the monks. They will gain long life. They will gain beauty. They will gain happiness. So, as a result, you get them in return. So, dana or generosity helps you to gain these 5 things. Then next one, sila, morality. Through sila, can we gain these 5 things? What are conducive for these things? If you practice sila or morality, you can gain happiness. You have the pleasure of leading a good life. I practice the precepts preached by the Buddha. I follow them. I'm not going to kill anyone. I'm not going to kill beings. I'm not going to steal. I'm not going to misbehave. I'm going to tell lies. I'm not going to harm others by intoxication. In this way, if you practice the perfection of sila, it results in beauty. It results in long life. It results in happiness. It results in fame. People will respect you. People will appreciate you. People will honor you for being virtuous. So it will result in good births as well. The nature of being virtuous, it means you are not harming anyone. You are leading a good life, a religious way of or righteous way of life. That will result definitely in good births in this life as in heavenly lives. Then renunciation. We have to give up things in this life. What we do is, we take, this is my thing, this is mine, like that we take all the stuff into our lives. If you can give up things which belong to you, then it will result in these 5 types of gains. How can it be? So, renunciation, in one sense, living the lay life and becoming a religious person, That is how we practice, how have we heard. So in that way, if we are in a position to give up things, then we are not worried about those things. This is my thing, because there is no reason to take, this is mine, this is my object, like that, because all those things are impermanent things. For example, if I take a laptop, this is mine, but it is not a permanent thing. Anytime it can break. Then we become sorrowful. Our happiness is gone. You cannot become happy. But if you are intelligent enough to understand, this is the nature of this laptop. It is not a permanent thing. So since it's the nature of impermanence, it breaks down. Like that, if you are intelligent, if you are wise enough to understand it, then happiness will be there with you. You are not worried. If you worry too much, then it will result in reducing your long life. It will result in reducing your beauty. Sometimes it will result in reducing your fame as well, because you are being foolish. You worry about impermanent things. In this way, even renunciation, perfection of renunciation helps us to get these hard things in life. Then panya, wisdom. Wisdom helps us to achieve things in life. To get a long life, we have to practice these virtues in life. If we practice these virtues in life, becoming intelligent, only we can face life challenges. It's very hard. When you practice all these virtues, you have to be intelligent. Otherwise, you cannot perform them in a successful manner. Virya, I discussed before the perfection of virya. If you are lazy, you can gain nothing. The lazy people will pray for happiness. Why am I worried all the time? May happiness be with me all the time. May I gain beauty? Like that, the people, lazy people may be wishing, but intelligent people, they will not pray for happiness, long life. They will practice the ways to get or become happy or to gain a long life, being courageous. No one will succeed in this life and the next if the person is not with energy, not being courageous. We have to practice the perfection of energy to achieve. If you are doing a job, you have to do your job to your level best, being energetic. Then happiness will be there with you. Once you are happy, then you are leading a good life. It will lead to happiness, beauty, and long life, fame, even heavenly births, good births. Next, kanti, patience. When we perform day-to-day activities, we have to be patient most of the time. We are leading a busy life. People are facing a lot of problems. But if you are not practicing patience, you will face troubles. If you practice patience, your pleasantness or beauty will be there. You will not get angry. If you get angry, it means you are spoiling your blood. If you can become patient, at the time that you get angry, that will help you to be happy. That will help you to be in a good frame of mind and lead into long life, lead into fame as well. Then truthfulness, satya. Truthfulness in this life is very important. If you tell lies, then your fame will be gone. If you are caught in a lie, other people will say, that person is telling lies, he is a liar. Then will the fame with you, honor with you, will the fame or honor be with you? No. Now we have to be courageous and be intelligent, be truthful to gain these things in life. If you want to get honor, fame, or status in society, you have to be truthful all the time and cultivate that quality to get the things. Then aditana, determination. I discussed with you. Determine to lead the good way of life, practicing Dhamma or the preaching of the Buddha. Then you can gain these things easily. Metta, loving kindness. As I mentioned in the earlier discussion also, there are many benefits that we can obtain by practicing loving kindness, metta, in our day-to-day lives. At least daily, you practice loving kindness when you are about to sleep, whatever the position or posture that you are staying, even on your bed, you can cultivate. May I be free from enmity, hatred, and attain nibbana. May all beings be free from enmity, hatred, and attain nibbana. If you can at least cultivate these two thoughts, that will help you a lot to gain concentration and practice loving kindness towards you. There will be a big change in you. Whatever the situation that you come across, you will face the situation in a mindful way. That will create beauty, long life, fame, and all the 5 facts that we discussed here. The last perfection is moderateness, upekka. When we practice moderateness, we can gain these 5 facts. How can we gain? Suppose, as an ordinary person, we tend to get a lot of stuff into our houses. We are not satisfied with what we have. We want more and more items. But if you are intelligent or wise enough to satisfy with what you have, or obtain what you actually required, not in bulk or to a limit, then you are practicing moderate nature in life. When you are happy, when you are sad, but your mind does not change because you are aware about the nature of things. In this way, if you practice moderateness in life, that will help you to gain fame, honor. So if you gain more things in life, that will create unnecessary sorrow, because the things that we obtain into our lives are not permanent, which will result in sorrowfulness. So happiness is gone. Then if you're sorrowful, if you're sad, then your beauty will be gone. In that way, these are interconnected. I think now you can understand, if we practice 10 perfections, being intelligent, wise in our lives, Buddha emphasizes or preaches, these 5 things are not hard or not difficult for us to gain. These are hard things to gain. But if we practice perfections in our lives, for me, there is nothing unachievable. I have the courage to do anything day and night. I will face any circumstance, I will face any situation to achieve my target. That is, as a monk, I practice perfections. I'm not worried about anything. I'm not telling that I am perfect. No, no one is perfect. We are practicing to be perfect. If we are perfect, we are arahants. We have a lot of weaknesses. We have to identify our weaknesses and face the life in a successful manner. That is what Buddha said in this course. We have to be wise, prudent, means long-sighted, not short-sighted, and cultivate good things to achieve these very attractive, as the topic says, very attractive and hard achievements in our lives. We can achieve these hard, difficult things in our lives, and our lives will become attractive in this life and the life to come. So I'm going to conclude my Dhamma talk. If you have any questions, I invite you to raise your questions. I can discuss them in brief since the time is limited. At the same time, I transfer merit by listening to the Dhamma talk. To may the merit be with devas or gods, and may the gods, devas, have their blessings to all of the listeners and all of the devotees. May, with the blessings of the God, may all of you succeed in your lives. May the departed relatives of all of you inherit this merit and succeed in their lives. Finally, may the listening to Dhamma, this merit, will result in all of us to attain Nibbana or the deliverance. May the Triple Gem bless all of you. Okay, if you have questions, you can raise, or we can wind up the Dhamma talk.
Good evening, everyone. I'm so sorry that we don't have enough facilities to accommodate all of you, but share the facilities with your friends, please. Most Venerable Mahasangha and Bhikkhuni sisters, members of the Vihara Management Committee, dear devotees of the London Buddhist Vihara and friends. First of all, I would like to welcome Most Venerable Bhikkhu Bodhi to the London Buddhist Vihara. It is a great honor and privilege for the London Buddhist Vihara and to us. Nowadays, Most Venerable Bhikkhu Bodhi lived with us, at least for a few days. I remember last time he visited this Vihara in 1999, Bhante? Yeah, 2000. Yeah, 2000. After 19 years, he has come today. This time, Bhante came to the UK to deliver the keynote speech for the anniversary of the Theravada Buddhist Sangha in the UK. I have invited to Bhikkhu Bodhi to give a talk for our congregation at the London Buddhist Vihara. All are very interested to listen to Bhante. He kindly accepted my invitation, and it is an honor to the founder of the London Buddhist Vihara, the great Anagarika Dhammapala, and to all of us. Now, I'm going to introduce Bhikkhu Bodhi. It is customary for me. The Most Venerable Bhikkhu Bodhi was born in 1944 in Brooklyn, New York, from Jewish parents. In 1972, he obtained a PhD in philosophy from Claremont Graduate University. In 1967, while still a graduate student, he was ordained as a Samanera in the Vietnamese Mahayana order. In 1972, after graduation, he traveled to Sri Lanka, where under the Most Venerable Balangoda Ananda Maitreya Manayaka Thero, he received Samanera ordination in the Theravada tradition, and in 1973 he received full ordination as a Theravada Bhikkhu. He has edited and authored numerous publications grounded in Theravada Buddhist tradition. Amongst these are his definitive translations of the connected discourses, the numerical discourses, the middle-length discourses with Bhikkhu Nyanamoli, and most recently Sutta Nipata and its commentaries. In 1984, succeeding co-founder Nyanaponika Thera, he was appointed English language editor of the Buddhist Publication Society in Sri Lanka. And in 1988, he became its president. In 2002, he retired from the society editorship, while still remaining its president, and returned to reside in the USA. He is also the founder of the organization Buddhist Global Relief, which funds projects to fight hunger and to empower women across the world. He now lives and teaches at Chuang Yen Monastery in New York and is the president of the Buddhist Association of the USA. With my great respect, welcome Bhante Bhikkhu Bodhi, and welcome you all to the talk today. With my great respect, I would like to invite to Bhikkhu Bodhi to deliver his talk today. The topic I think all of you know, 3 aspects of mindfulness practice, mindfulness meditation.
Okay, I'll begin in the traditional way with the verse of homage to the Buddha. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Venerable, is this carrying to the back? Okay. Okay, venerable members of the Sangha, both the monks and the nuns, and dear friends, I have to confess straight off that I'm a little bit astonished at this gathering this evening, since Venerable Sila Vimala gave me the impression that I would be speaking to the regular Wednesday evening meditation group. So I imagine maybe about 15, 20 people turning up, and we would be sort of sitting around on the floor, on cushions on the floor. And so when I came into the room and I saw a full house, I'm a bit shocked. Okay, so I gave the title to the talk that I will give this evening as actually 3 benefits of the practice of mindfulness. And these 3 benefits that I have in mind are taken from, it was actually the first book on the practice of mindfulness that I ever encountered back in 1967. This was a book by the German monk Venerable Nyanaponika Thera, called The Heart of Buddhist Meditation. I had found this book in New York City. I think it was in April 1967 when I had gone back to New York during the Easter holiday and browsing in a bookshop in New York just for some books on Buddhism. I came across that title, which sounded interesting, and so I picked up that book without any foreknowledge that years later I would come to be living with the author of that book in his abode, the Forest Hermitage in Kandy, and staying with him during the last 10.5 years of his life, right up to the day of his death in 1994. And in that book I came across a statement about the benefits of the practice of mindfulness. He says that the practice of mindfulness, or the 4 foundations of mindfulness, has the benefit first of helping us to know our mind, which is so difficult to know, to shape and transform the mind, which is so difficult to change, and to liberate the mind, which is held in bondage all over. So the 3 benefits here are knowing the mind, shaping and transforming the mind, and liberating the mind. So I want to explore each of these benefits in some detail. Fortunately, I prepared a few notes thinking that there might be a bigger group than the 20 people that I expected. Okay, so let us first begin. We speak in these 3 benefits, all of them, sort of the center of all of these benefits is the mind. So that cues us into the importance that the Buddha's teaching places upon the mind. And we could see this importance already in the very first 2 verses in the Dhammapada. I guess everybody knows the Dhammapada, collection of verses ascribed to the Buddha, organized according to different topics. And so the first verse goes, Mano Pubangama Dhamma Mano Seta Mano Maya, so that all dhammas, we could say all of the elements of our experience, have mind as the forerunner. Mind is the chief amongst them, and they are all made by the mind. And then it continues, if we speak or act with a corrupted mind, then suffering follows, just like the wheel that follows the hoof of the ox. While if one speaks or acts with a pure mind, then happiness follows, like the shadow that never departs. Okay, so this verse shows us that first, that all the elements of our experience, at some level, it can be at manifest level or in subtle ways, below the threshold of our ordinary perception, are in some way molded by the mind, and that the mind is really the factor that conditions the whole nature of our experience. And just to illustrate this in a very, very ordinary, easy to recognize way, I like to take this image of 2 people sitting on a bus on seats right next to each other. The people, these 2 men, we'll take 2 men, they have never met each other before, don't have any connection with each other. One of them has just been fired from his job that day. He got an email that morning from his girlfriend saying that she's found another man and she's ditching him. His landlord is clamoring for his rent. And it's a kind of gray, cloudy, rainy, a light rain is falling. And so he looks out the window and everything about the day just seems so gloomy and miserable. He looks around the people on the bus and they all seem to be sort of whispering about him and making fun of him. And he looks out on the street and all of the people that he's passing seem to be so gloomy as well. And so you could see that his whole experience is being fashioned and fabricated and conditioned by his state of mind. Okay, the person sitting next to him he's coming back from work. He just got a promotion at work. That morning, it's his birthday. His girlfriend or his wife sent him a birthday card or a birthday present saying, "I love you always." Okay, so for this man, he looks out and everybody on the bus seems to be smiling along with him, sort of rejoicing with his happiness. And he looks out at the street and the people seem to be just going about their ordinary business. Nobody has an especially gloomy expression on their face. And even though the weather is cloudy and drizzling, but he thinks that this drizzling weather creates a very peaceful, calm, and even romantic mood. So 2 people right next to each other, same bus, passing through the same streets, same fellow passengers on the bus, yet their experience of that bus ride is so different. Why is it different? Because it's conditioned by the mind. So we could see how the mind at this level is shaping our experience. And if something should happen to the gloomy man, maybe he checks, he's one of these addicts to his email messages. He gets another message coming from his boss saying, "We've changed our mind." "No, you're not fired. Call me as soon as you can. We want to give you a new position that just has opened up." And then another girl that he had some interest in has sent him an email saying, "Robert, perhaps we can go out on a date together." And now suddenly he's thinking, maybe I should have chosen that girl from the beginning. Then his mind starts to change and everything starts to brighten up. And so little changes in the mind can change the whole tenor of our experience, the whole quality of our experience. Okay, but this is a somewhat maybe sort of trivial, sort of everyday, ordinary example of the influence or the effect of the mind. But the Buddha, in the same Dhammapada, he makes some very, very weighty, momentous statements about the importance of the mind. I'm thinking in the Chittavagga, the chapter, there's a chapter called The Verses on the Mind. He says that whatever an enemy might do to an enemy, whatever an opponent might do to yourself, a wrongly directed mind will do greater harm. And then the next verse says, whatever one's mother or father or friends might do to benefit you, a well-directed mind will be of greater benefit. So this shows that the direction of the mind not only transforms the felt tone of our experience, whether we are gloomy or cheerful, upset or optimistic, but the state of our mind has consequences in the real world of action. And those consequences, in a sense, bounce back, come back to us, either for, on the one hand, our harm and suffering, and according to the Buddha, not only in this life, but in many lives beyond this life. And on the other hand, the properly established mind, the mind which is well-directed, has consequences for our happiness and well-being, again, both in this life itself and in lives beyond this present life. So this shows the importance of the mind in determining the felt quality of our experience here and now, as well as our future destiny, our long-term destiny. Now, when the Buddha examines the mind, he doesn't merely specify the different factors that go into the functioning of the mind, but what's most important from the standpoint of his teaching is that he makes we might call this a clear ethical distinction between the qualities of states of mind. And this is a distinction we might not, unless we have a thorough acquaintance with the Buddha's teaching, we might not recognize this. Of course, even in ordinary life, people recognize that there's distinction between immoral and moral actions, good and bad actions, but we don't immediately recognize the role that our minds play in generating those actions, those good and bad actions. And so the Buddha traces action to its starting point within the mind, and he distinguishes states of mind. So the mind for the Buddha is not one static entity that always preserves its self-identity, but it's an ever-changing process, a flow, a sequence, a succession of different chittupadas, arisings of mind, occasions of mind, states of consciousness. And these states of mind are primarily distinguished by way of their ethical quality, their moral quality. Not only the way they express that quality in outer action, but even at the level of mere thought, mere emotion, mere attitude, those states of mind fall into one or the other of two contrary ethical categories. And these two categories, the Buddha uses the expression for the unwholesome, he uses the Pali word akusala, unwholesome or unskillful states of mind. And on the other hand, he uses the expression kusala citta, the wholesome or skillful state of mind. And what is the distinction between the unwholesome and the wholesome states of mind? The Buddha, or actually the Buddhist commentators, give three meanings of the expression akusala, and corresponding to that, three meanings of the expression kusala, exactly opposite to each other. So these three meanings look at the state of mind from three different perspectives. First of all, we'll first take the akusala state of mind. The akusala, unwholesome state of mind is said to be, I think the word used is arogya, which means that it is, it's arogya. It's said to be a mentally ill, an ill or sick state of mind. So it's a mentally disturbed state. It's a state which is inherently connected with restlessness, darkness, delusion, agitation, and it's inclining in the direction of mental illness. If those unwholesome tendencies become stronger and stronger, then they will plunge the mind into a state of mental infirmity. Okay, so that's from the psychological, we can say from the psychological point of view, it's an unhealthy state of mind. Then from the ethical point of view, the unwholesome state of mind is said to be savajja, which means it's a morally blameworthy state of mind. Because the actions that spring from those states of mind will be morally condemnable, morally blameworthy. That state of mind, if it gets the opportunity to break out in the form of speech or bodily action, it will break out in the form of one or another of the unwholesome types of bodily or verbal action. And then the third perspective looks at that state of mind from the karmic point of view, and it says that the unwholesome state of mind is dukkha vipaka, which means that it ripens in suffering. That is, those unwholesome states of mind, the unwholesome thoughts, unwholesome emotions, distorted types of understanding, deposit in the mind subtle seeds, potencies, potentialities with the capacity to produce karmic fruits. And so when those karmic seeds get the opportunity to ripen, they will ripen in suffering. Even if one doesn't express those thoughts in bodily action or in speech, but even the thoughts themselves, if they're nurtured and harbored and repeated, they'll build up that karmic force which ripens in some way in the future in suffering. In contrast, the Buddha says, the wholesome states of mind also have three corresponding qualities. First, from the psychological point of view, they are said to be arogya. That is, they are healthy states of mind. And so these states of mind contribute to calmness, tranquility, clarity, self-possession, peacefulness, and make one a source of benefits for oneself and others. Okay, then from the moral point of view, the ethical point of view, the wholesome mind is said to be unavoidable, to be blameless, morally blameless, because those states of mind in themselves are quite pure, worthy, admirable, desirable, and when they express themselves in bodily and verbal action, they will be in wholesome or beautiful bodily and verbal actions, actions that promote the genuine well-being of others and oneself. And then the wholesome states of mind are said to be sukha vipaka. That is, they have pleasant results. So those states of mind, whether they manifest in outer actions or just remain locked up inside, they create wholesome karma that will come to fruition in the future in happiness and well-being for oneself. They contribute to one's moral and spiritual development in the future.
Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Good afternoon. Today, the topic of my Dhamma talk is modern well-being culture and relevance of ancient path of the Buddha. So, all are aware about one's own well-being. So, there are many institutions like NHS and like wellness centers mainly focus our well-being. And also all the religious institutions aware about well-being of all in the society of all human beings. So therefore, well-being is a very concept, a good concept regarding our health, our environment, and our social relationship, and also our behavior as well. So therefore, in the wellness centers of the wellness, they give trainings, and they have different types of physical activities like yoga, like exercise, physical exercise, etc. And also, wellness and well-being are two concepts, but actually very similar to each other. There is a saying, they are like siblings. Wellness and well-being are siblings. If well-being is the destination, think of the wellness as the way to get in there. So in order to get the destination, there is a way. Wellness is action-oriented about pursuit and health and happiness through healthy lifestyle habits like mindfulness, regular physical activity, etc. So, well-being is can break it down to 5 areas. Emotional well-being. Emotional well-being, we should have very healthy emotions like compassion, like loving kindness, like love. They are healthy. A negative side is anger, etc., jealousy, etc. Emotional well-being, we should have good feelings, like when one watching a good teledrama or something, they have good emotions and they enjoy it. It is good for their health. And physical well-being is health of the body, health of the functioning. And social well-being, ability to communicate and develop meaningful relationship with others. Very important. We should have good relationship, meaningful relationship. Maintain support network that helps you overcome loneliness. It helps to overcome your loneliness. We should have relationship, good social relationship, but good social relationship. And workplace well-being, ability to pursue your interest, values, and life purpose in order to gain meaning, happiness, and also professional development as well. So the workplace well-being. And another well-being is community, culture, and environment, concern about societal well-being, our living places, environment, and our culture. They are part of well-being. So there are 5 areas here which has been given by the who are well-being, who are very expert in this field, doctors and etc. So now well-being is very clear. To have good mental and physical health is the most important. And living in a good environment and keeping good relationship with others, and also to have good feelings, sensation, or good emotions. They are actually part of well-being. So well-being culture has developed organizing different type of activities, different ways. So for well-being, people, those who are aware about well-being, they use spiritual practices for well-being, spiritual well-being. And also for the physical well-being, they do yoga, etc. And also do Tai Chi, etc. This way, they develop physical well-being, social well-being, and also spiritual well-being. They think and they listen to Dhamma and practice mindfulness, attending to retreats, spiritual well-being. All these things are actually connected to this field, this topic. It is very vast topic. Let us see how Buddha has recommended, Buddha's teaching, given guideline for our well-being. It is certainly the main purpose of the Buddha's teaching is to overcome our suffering and also to develop wisdom and attain nirvana. That is the highest blessings, highest bliss of our mind. So this is the way the Buddha's teaching. I take one of the stanzas from the Dhammapada. Arogya paramalabha santutti paramandanam visasa paramanyati nibbanam paramansukam. All these things what we so far discussed as well-being actually had been summarized in this short stanza. It is surprisingly the Buddha had summarized all these aspects of modern well-being culture. Arogya paramalabha. Health is the greatest gift. You know, arogya, health is the greatest gift. So physical health and also mental health. In the Buddha's time, I remember in the Girimananda Sutta, there is a list of physical illnesses. In that discourse, Girimananda Sutta, I counted yesterday 35 diseases have been given. Chakurogo, Sotarogo, Ganarogo, Jivarogo, Kairogo, Caesarogo, Kaso, Saso, Pinaso, Daho, Jaro, Kuchiroga, Muchapa, Kandika, etc. 35 in the list. In the list, diabetic, cancer, etc. also there. So therefore, also the reason for the diseases have been given actually, diagnosed. For instance, diseases originating from bile, sema, vata, and flame, sema, and from wind. Sorry, wind is vata. Pitta samuttana, bile. Sema samuttana, flame. And wind, vata samuttana. Conflict of humus, and from changes of weather, from adverse condition, from devices, from kamma vipaka, cold, heat, hunger, thirst, excrement, and urine. All these have been given, especially the reason for getting sick, diseases, the the causes also given there, all these physical diseases. One among those reasons is karma vipaka. Some diseases originate as the results of karma. So this is the way the physical diseases. Not only that, Buddha said mental diseases as well. I quote, this is very interesting. There seems to be people who enjoy freedom from physical illness even for 100 years or more. But, O bhikkhus, rare in the world are those who enjoy freedom from mental illness even for one moment, except those who are free from mental defilements, except Arahant. Their minds are free from defilements. All others, unenlightened people, have mental illnesses like greed, hatred, delusion, jealousy, etc. There are so many defilements. So all unenlightened people are actually, they are mentally not well. Buddha says there may be who enjoy physical health, live 100 years, but at least for a moment. People who enjoy mental health are extremely rare, like except the Arahant, who have overcome, who have eradicated defilements. So therefore, Buddha was aware of both of these illnesses, mental illnesses and physical illnesses as well. So, arogya, and the Buddha highlighted in various occasions how to develop your health. Actually, this stanza was given to King Kosala. Once he came to listen to the Dhamma daytime, having his delicious food. He was sitting there, very discomfort, and he was turning round and standing, again sitting. Then Buddha noticed he was very not comfortable at all. And Buddha also noticed he had a big meal. Then Buddha also noticed his tummy was very big tummy because of eating lot of foods. So King Kosala, regarding King Kosala, Buddha said, Arogya Paramalabha, health is the greatest gift. So there Buddha advised how to practice moderation in eating. Moderation, Buddha advised him, day by day, take one little spoonful food from your plate and put away. And following day, 2 small spoons, spoonful food, put away. This way Buddha recommended. Then you can have a good meal, but you can reduce the amount of taking food. This is the way the Buddha advised. So arogya is the most important gain which we can have. We can gain. All the other gains are actually not good as health. Santuti Paramandanan, Santuti is the contentment. How much we have property or how all these affluent materials, how much we have, we are not contented. Sometimes if one buy a motor car, following day while he was driving, if the person has seen another car which is more beautiful, he wanted to change that. No contentment there. So this way, so many things which we have, a lot of cars, or we are really chasing all these material things. Chasing all these material things. So there is no contentment. If one is suffering and not having a car for traveling, so if the person doesn't have enough sufficient money, always he is not happy. But it is not the matter here. Contentment is having enough things but is not satisfied. For instance, it is said, the Buddha said, it is like a drinking salty water when one is thirsty. When one is thirsty, instead of drinking water, he drinks salty water. He becomes more and more thirsty, drinking salty water. Like that way, if we chase these material things, no happiness in the mind, no satisfaction in the mind. Santuti paramandana. If one is satisfied, it's a beautiful story. There is monkeys in a small kuti. Burglar has entered at night. Burglar had entered to that kuti and searching what can he gain. He can steal from the kuti of the monk. Then at night. So when monk woke up and he noticed the burglar is searching something, and he asked from the burglar, what you are searching? Even daytime I can't find anything here. How can you find something at night? So this is the monk's, the ascetic's life. This way is a simple life because of satisfaction, contentment, because of contentment. So, Vissasa Paramanyati. Vissasa Paramanyati, the trusted friend is the best relative. We all have relatives, but the trusted one, good friend, is the best relative. So in the Vyaggapaja Sutta, etc., there are many guidelines how to recognize a good friend. And a good friend in the Sasana, it say Kalyana Mitras. In the society sometimes those who are not, they are those who are like friends, but they are not really good friends. They are Papa Mitras, Kalyana Mitras and Papa Mitras. The Buddha asked from Ananda, how about this association of Kalyana Mitra in the monastic life? Then Ananda answered, my Lord, half of this holy life is dependent on Kalyana Mitras, association of Kalyana Mitras. Buddha said, don't say Ananda like that. Don't say entire holy life actually depend on association of Kalyana Mitra. Entire. not the half Ananda. So therefore, Gul Kalyana Mittas, spiritual friends, who share their spirituality experiences, and they restrain their friend from doing unnecessary things, doing unskillful things, and also helping them to promote their well-being and sharing their experiences, Kalyana Mittas, as we are celebrating the life of Sariputta and Moggallana. They are the example for Kalyana Mittas. Both they had a very good Kalyana Mitta relationship in their spiritual journey. Both they were benefited of the others' experience. So this is the way Kalyana Mittas. Nibbanam Paramansukang, Nibbana, which is free from defilements and comprehension, full of comprehension of this life, and understanding Four Noble Truth and transcendent mind. No ego there, no feeling of I, my mind, transcendental experiences, and also full comprehension about the life of and mind, the five aggregates, full comprehension, and also eradicated all defilements. Mind is full of peace. That's in briefly Nibbana. So this is the way the Buddha, in ancient teaching of the Buddha, 2,600 years ago, Buddha has given this teaching. In modern day, this well-being culture actually concerned about health and contentment and association, good friends. For instance, university, I can't remember the university, it has done a research. The most conducive factor for good health is association. Association is the most conducive factor for good health, not the wealth. That is the decision of the research of that university. It is the best university in America. It's like that. So this is the way. So we need Buddha's teaching. Now modern day people, those who are aware about wellness or well-being, they have done researchers, a lot of researchers, and we can see the roots of these decisions and roots of these discoveries based on the teaching of the Buddha. So the modern world, which medical science and technology has developed to the zenith, but there is no decline of disease. The disease increased 100 times more than before. Harvard University, the university where this research done in Harvard University. It says in the book, association is the most important factor which conducive for good health rather than wealth. This is the decision. The Harvard University is the best in the world according to our knowledge. So you see, so Buddha said, "Sasa paramayanti." So one of the great psychologists in modern day in America, his name is Philip Zimbardo. If you check the internet, you can see this name, Philip Zimbardo, Zimbardo. An American psychologist traces in his book, Psychology and Life. That is the name of the book, Psychology and Life. 4 interrelated levels at which we react to the pressures exerted upon us from our environment. The 4 ways we react: emotional, behavioral level, physiological level, and cognitive level. We respond to the environment. The pressure comes from the environment, and we respond in 4 ways: emotional level, behavioral level, physiological level, and cognitive level. Emotional responses to stress and sadness, depression, anger, irritation, frustration. These are the emotional responses. Responses means they arise. Stress, rise, sadness, depression, anger, irritation, frustration. And the behavioral level, poor concentration, forgetfulness, poor interpersonal relations, and lowered productivity. These are behavioral level, forgetfulness, and poor interpersonal relationship, and poor concentration, etc. So the behavior. And the physiological responses consists bodily tension, which may lead to headache, backache, stomachache, ulcers, high blood pressure, and killer diseases. These are the physiological, headache and backache, stomachache, and diabetic, and blood pressure, etc. That is the physiological, means our bodily. At the cognitive level, one may lose self-esteem and self-confidence, which leads to feeling of helplessness and hopelessness. So that is the way the depression arises. So this way is Philip Zimbardo is modern psychologist, American psychologist, has pointed out these 4 areas, 4 ways how these things happen to us. So if we think about this modern world, there is a very competitive, or we have very competitive life. We all are in fast lane. We are very busy. And also, if we think a lot of stress we all have, and pressure, and also our food, some people, the busy people eat fish and chips and artificial foods. There are fat and cholesterol, etc., side effects. All these foods have side effects as well. So therefore, certainly the diabetics and also fat and cholesterol, they are in the food, etc. This is the way the modern world, in the way. So how can we react in wisely for this situation? So let us see Buddha's teaching, ancient teachings of the Buddha for modern well-being culture. Buddha's contribution for well-being culture. So mindfulness is the most important factor for modern busy life, because Buddha said mindfulness for in the part of the Noble Eightfold Path, I will explain it. Mindfulness, as you are aware, what is mindfulness? It is the aware about our mind and body, what is going on in us at the present moment, and that awareness is a very sharp mental quality to recognize everything comes and goes, and develop kind of knowledge, the understanding impermanence, understanding impermanence and also understanding the suffering as well, understanding there is no any controlling agent in us, all these natural phenomena. So we develop bare attentiveness, simply watching all that arises and passes away. And that is another way, we choiceless awareness, not the awareness of only the breathing, but also feeling and sensation, images and thoughts, and moods, and also thoughts. All these comes to the mind and body. We are aware. We develop awareness, and following techniques, we don't go to respond, just to aware and observe it. And auto impartial observation. It is non-judgmental awareness of the present moment. Non-judgmental awareness of the present moment. What is going on in us. So therefore, no any judging or questioning. Without interfering. Without interfering means no I, my mind. Without interfering, we just observe as they are, they come and they go. Simply watching. And also no judgments there, and no questioning there why these things come, no there. And intuitive introspection, fully experiencing each physical, emotional, mental events as it really is. All these events take place in the mind and body, emotional, physical, and also events. We experience, fully experience, self-observation. So this is the way mindfulness technique has been developed. All we are very familiar for this practice. We can see like the mirror reflections, everything is reflected in the mirror. Likewise, if we develop our awareness, if we sharpen our awareness, all these things which mind and body events at the present moment taking place appear in the mirror of awareness. So mirror of awareness, if we develop that mirror, that is, we can see all these events take place in the mind and body. In the mind and body. So we can, without interfering, we observe, and they come and they go. They come and they go. What we can understand, they are impermanent. If something is impermanent, yada niccantan dukkam, it's supposed to, it conduces you to dukkha, because they are not remaining according to our wish. And also, if there is suffering, yan dukkam tadanatta, if anything is suffering, there is no controlling power in us. they arise and no any permanent entity in us. Every moment is a moment of changing. So therefore, anatta, beyond our control. Anicca dukkha anatta, understanding that is the mindfulness, mainly our mindfulness practice. But mindfulness has been modified by modern psychologists like John Kabat-Zinn in 1970 introduced MBSR system. MBSR, M means mindfulness based on stress reduction. That is John Kabat-Zinn in 1979 introduced. He was a professor in the Massachusetts University, and his best book is actually, Full Catastrophic Living in 1990. That is the best book about mindfulness based on stress reduction, explained. So he actually very clever person, very clever psychologist, and he recognized the modern world is suffering with stress. So he introduced a course, 8-day course. In the course, he used the techniques how to get rid of this stress, following the techniques. So that is the way the modern world is interested in Buddha's ancient path. He also mentioned about the Buddha, but sometimes he doesn't mention about the Buddha. But everybody knows the Buddha is the master of this mindfulness practice. So this way, a lot of people are benefited. They gain good health, overcoming stress. How do you think why the stress arises in us? Why the stress arises in us? In simple way, think about that. We have very limited time. Very limited time. We are very busy. We all are in fast lane. So very limited time, but the workload is more than our time duration. But we have to do that. We all have to do like that. The workload is bigger than the time duration. So there is a stress. How can I produce that? Also, if we are not capable, if something we were asked to do or we are supposed to be doing, so we gain stress. In a discussion, Holyfield, he's a boxer. If ordinary people, if you ask, can you fight with Tyson? Tyson is the boxer, Can you fight with boxer Tyson? Then at once feel stress because it cannot be done. Ordinary people, they can't fight with Mike Tyson. But once in an interview, Holyfield, he also boxer, he was asked, do you feel any stress going to fight with Mike Tyson? He said, no, I have well trained. I am confident. I can. And he won the game actually. He defeated Mike Tyson. This is the way we have to get prepared, good training, our qualification, all these things to be effect to our mind. Then we don't have stress. We don't have stress. Otherwise, we are stressful. Because the time also not sufficient. Our capability also sometimes not sufficient. And they are very crucial things. I know a specialist surgeon, heart operation. He did so many heart operation. Cardiologist. He resigned. I asked, why did you resign? What was the reason? No, a lot of stress. This is very difficult job. Heart operation is very difficult, Venerable. I was stressful. Always I was stressful. Then I gave up because the job was very, very serious, very crucial. Therefore, doctors, they have the feeling, stressful feeling. Time is not sufficient and the work is very crucial. Stress. So therefore, stress is said it is the disease of civilization. This word being given by psychologists, it is disease of civilization. This developed modern civilization produce some kind of diseases like diabetic and stress. They are actually, diabetic is the outcome of stress. Stress is the disease, cause of the disease. Disease is the disease of civilization. So this modern world, so day by day, diabetic patients number increased, and day by day, the people experience stress more than before because the workload and also time duration and the crucial things to be done. This is the way that the stress. So, very important technique was given by the Buddha 2,550 or something, nearly 2,600 years ago. Practice mindfulness. Aware about the mindfulness. So, mindfulness techniques modified by John Kabat-Zinn to focusing stress for this modern world. That is very useful course actually. John Kabat-Zinn done a very wonderful job for us, for people. And the other person is actually, that one is MBSR, this other one is MBCT. MBCT is mindfulness based on cognitive therapy. Mindfulness based on cognitive therapy. This was introduced by Sindel Siegel, Mark William, and John Teasdale. John Teasdale was a Cambridge professor, and also Mark William was a professor in Wales University, and Sindel Siegel was a professor of psychology and moods disorder in Toronto University in Canada. All together had done a lot of researches and depression. For the depression, they have done the research and introduced mindfulness based on cognitive therapy. In the process of cognitive, the attitudes are very important. Here the technique used actually based on Yoniso Manasikara. Yoniso Manasikara is wise consideration. Wise in the Yoniso means at the very beginning of our thought process, arise at the very beginning, we observe whether it is healthy thought process or unhealthy. Then we can develop an art. According to that art, we can eradicate or we can develop it according to that. So therefore, positive way thinking is important. So negative way thinking make depression. Especially this Siegel has pointed out the negative way at the very beginning of thought process. We think negative, who am I? How can I do this? Why these things happen to me? This way undermine one's capability, undermine one's mind and capability, undermining. I am not capable. I am not such a... this way, he has given a question paper, 25 ways we undermine our life. I am not, why these things happen to me, etc. So Siegel has pointed out at the very beginning, if one terminate or if one develop one's this thought process in an art, according to an art, then one can have good feeling and overcome the depression. This is also taught by the Buddha. So Siegel introduced to introduce mindfulness to day-to-day life, like washing dishes, brushing your teeth, showering, making your bed. Every day we do that. Every day when we get up, we arrange our bed, and washing dishes, and brushing our teeth, showering. All they are in daily activities. Likewise, practice mindfulness in daily basis. Then you can aware about how your mind have these thought processes. When it is clear to all of us, we have the senses like eyes, ears, nose, tongue, brings messages. When we think about, according to Madhupindika Sutta, we think according to mine and I, myself. This way we accept and we develop thought processes. And we think in negative way. The positive way thinking is very important. Forward thinking, important in Buddhism. Once the Buddha selected the monk called Punna to go to Sunaparanta. Then the Buddha interviewed the monk. Amazing. Buddha had given all these techniques for modern world actually. He interviewed the monk before he sent him to Sunaparanta. Then Buddha asked, and people who invited the Buddha said, Sunaparanta people are very, very, very crafty. They are very no good people, they say. Then the Buddha interviews Punna. If the people of Sunaparanta, if they scold harsh words to you, what do you think? Oh, I'm fine. These words are not important for me, for my duty. I will do my job. Well, if they stroke you, hit you, it's not a problem. I think if they don't cut my leg, if they don't hit by throw some stones or something to me, I'm fine. If they throw stones to you, if they take sticks and things and hit them, well, still I'm fine. Then finally they ask, if they cut your limbs, still I'm fine. This is the way Punna answered, and Buddha said, you are very suitable to go to Sunaparanta district. The positive way, always positive way. Some people think and develop very negativities in their mind. simple things, simple word, single word, simple action. Why didn't he talk with me? I saw him. He didn't talk with me. Something this way, even if one didn't talk, that's also enough to get angry or something like that. So therefore, to be aware about that, day-to-day activities. Mindfulness, practice how these thought processes arise, how these bad emotions arise in mind. Once actually I was asked in a meeting, in a good place, there are people like, British, English people, in a meeting, a couple came and the husband asked me, "Are you a Buddhist monk?" Then yes. "Do you meditate?" Then I said, "Yes." "Do you get angry?" Then I said, "Well, I have to answer that. I can't say yes or no in simple words. I need to explain in brief, at least give me 1 second. I said, I'm not, my mind, if I arise anger, anger cannot victimize my mind. I'm not victim of my own mind, your own emotions. Then what you do? That I'm aware about. The emotions arise, then I observe, aware about, and until it disappears, I am aware. If I work and act or say something with angry mind, these are no good words. They are no good speeches. So therefore, I am very much aware about if anger arises, then I am aware. Then this is not suppression, but develop awareness about your emotions. Then anger disappeared. Then he said, it is a wonderful lesson, good for me and to my wife. He said like that. Well, this way, depression arises. Thinking in negative way, attitudes are negative. So therefore, in the Buddha's teaching, this is called papancha. You know papancha? Papancha means manifoldness, and which signifies the expansion, differentiation, manifoldness, so mind embellishes bare experience by adding projections and speculation, particularly concepts such as I and mine. For example, when I meet someone, we know the bare process of cognition is expanded by all sorts of ideas. We have things clearly about the person, hopes, memories, prejudices, likes and dislikes. This is the way we think. Our past experience also come to our mind, and we think in my and mine, and this way, and that way. This is the Madhupindika Sutta. So the papancha is manifoldness. We think processes of things, processes of thoughts, processes. So the mind is full of processes of thoughts. So no any freedom in the mind. This is the way, the papancha. I don't have enough time to go in explaining. So this is the way papancha. Buddha said, well, overcome this papancha. Very good technique was given by the Buddha. Buddha said, Bahya, you should train yourself thus. In reference to the seen, there will be only the seen. In reference to the heard, only the heard. In reference to the senses, only the senses. In reference to the cognized, only the cognized. Ditte dittamatam bhavisati. Sute sutamattam bhavisati. Mute mutamastam bhavishyati, vinyate vinyatamattampi bhavishyati. In the scene, just the scene. Don't proliferate upon what you have seen. In the herd, just the herd. Don't think too much upon the thing what you have seen. This is the way Buddha gave wonderful technique to Bahya. In Vipassana, we all follow these techniques. In the Sampajanya, in the Satipatthana Sutta, it's very explained. Abhikanti, Patikanti, Sampajanakari hoti. Alokite, vilokite, sampajanakari hoti. Samminjite, pasarite, sampajanakari hoti. Sanghati patta chivara dharane, sampajanakari hoti. Asite, pite, kaite, saite. Basite, tunni bhave, sampajagate, tite, nisinne, sutte, jagarite. This is the way, going forward, aware about that. And coming and returning, is aware about that. And alokite, looking around and aware about. And also stretching your limbs and bending your limbs, aware about. Sanghati pattachi, wearing your robes and taking your bowls for arms round and putting your double robe on your shoulder, aware about. Sanghati pattachi dharane. And also eating, drinking, tasting, aware about that. Uchara passava kame means going to toilet is aware about. Gate tite nisinne sutte jagarite tunni bhave. Standing, you should know you are standing. You are lying down. You are sitting. You are walking. Aware about that. I am aware about that. And tunni bhave, even if you are silent, you should be aware you are silent. This is the way the awareness to be developed. Comprehension actually. This sampajanam is clear comprehension about your actions, whatever it is. So therefore, these techniques are extremely useful, and all the meditators in retreats, they use these techniques. Wonderfully, these teachings were taught by the Buddha many hundreds years ago. So these are very helpful technique for overcome our stress, and also as cognitive therapy to specially focus in depression, as Siegel had done very well. These are very useful. So rather than taking pills and drugs, use these spiritual practices to overcome our mental disorders, and also to have healthy mind, sounded mind for our well-being. So when I observe this culture of modern well-being culture, and when I think about the Buddha's teaching, 100% compatible, the Buddha's teaching, which was discovered by many millennia ago, Buddha, and good for the well-being in modern world, not only today but also forever. This is the way the Buddha's teaching is relevance for the modern day well-being culture. So therefore, I don't have time to go highlight to other factors, but this is good enough to understand how Buddha's teaching are useful for mental health and physical health as well. As Buddha taught to Kosala, diet, how to practice diet, and how to practice walking meditation, good for physical health, and also mindfulness practice, good for stress, to overcome stress, and also cognitive therapy to overcome depression. But Buddha didn't focus only for stress reduction and only for cognitive therapy. Buddha said, Sattanam Visuddhya, for the purification of the mind. Defilements can be purified. Mind can be purified to overcome defilement. For the Sattanam Visuddhya. Soka Paridavanan Samatikkamaya. Soka is suffering and also one feeling. Soka Paridavanan Samatikkamaya. Dukkha Domanasanang Attangamaya. To overcome your suffering. Overcome your suffering. And also Nyayasa Adhigamaya, for the entrance to the Noble Eightfold Path, and Nibbana, to attain Nirvana. So this is the way, the basic definition of the mindfulness practice in Satipatthana Sutta. But two parts have been modified, stress for the stress reduction and for the mental as a therapy. These two schools, modern philosophers, psychologists have used Buddha's teaching. But what we can say, they have forgotten about Sila, they have forgotten about Samājiva, just meditation practice on mindfulness only, sati only, but full flavor of the practice of Noble Eightfold Path, given much more than good health, practicing rather than only stress reduction and cognitive therapy courses. Full flavor of the peace, full favor of the health, mind and body, full favor of understanding, seeing things as they are given in the Buddha's teaching in the Satipatthana Sutta. Thank you so much. May you have good understanding about mindfulness practice, Noble Eightfold Path, and be confident about Buddha's path. They are not Buddhist people. They were not born in Buddhist families, but they are modern psychologists and philosophies. They have understood the teaching of the Buddha introduced to us. Thank you very much. Now the sermon, Venerable Kasapatero deliver his sermon, and you know Venerable Kasapatero will be leaving to Sri Lanka soon for his higher studies. He has done great service for the Vihara and actually irreplaceable. Very good Dhamma teacher, very good monk. We appreciate his service very much. We can't find a replacement, actually difficult. He is a very good monk who gave wonderful service for the London Buddhist Vihara, for the community. With my gratitude, appreciation, I would like to invite to Venerable Kas.
නමෝ තස්ස භගවතෝ අරහතෝ සම්මා සම්බුද්දස්ස නමෝ තස්ස භගවතෝ අරහතෝ සම්මා සම්බුද්දස්ස නමෝ තස්ස භගවතෝ අරහතෝ සම්මා සම්බුද්දස්ස සචේ මුසාන භනසී සචේ පානං නහිංසසි සචේ අදින්නං නාදියසි සද්ධානෝ අමච්චරි කිංකාහසි ගයං ගන්්වා උදපානෝපි තේ ගයාති. ශ්‍රද්ධා බුද්ධි සම්පන්න වාසනාවන්ත ගුණගරුක පින්නතුනි පින්නතියනි, අද ලන්ඩන් බෞද්ධ විහාරස්ථානයේ මේ නවම් මාසේ පුර 15ක පොහොය මුල් කරගෙන 2022 වසරේ නවම් පොහොය වැඩසටහනට තමයි ඔබ සියලු දෙනාම අද උදෑසන ඉඳලා අන්තර්ජාලය හරහා සහභාගී වෙලා සිටින්නේ. බොහෝ පිරිසක් තම නිවෙස්වල ඉඳගෙන පෙහෙවස් සමාදන් වෙන්නට ඇති, සිල් සමාදන් වෙන්නට ඇති. ඒ වගේම තව පිරිසක් Tamanට කාලය තිබෙන ආකාරයට අද උදෑසන සිට අප මේ විහාරස්ථානයේ ඉඳලා විකාශනය කරන්නට යෙදුන ධර්ම දේශනාවන්ට සවන් දෙන්නට, ඒ වගේම ධර්ම සාකච්ඡාවලට සම්බන්ධ වෙන්නට ඇති. ඒ වගේම භාවනා වැඩසටහනට සහභාගී වෙලා භාවනා සිද්ධ කරන්නට ඇති. ඉතින් අපි අපේ බෞද්ධ පින්නතුන් අපේ විහාරස්ථානයේ සිද්ධ කරන මේ කටයුතු වලට සෑම අවස්ථාවකදීම සහභාගී වෙලා ඒ කටයුතු සිද්ධ කරනවා. ඉතින් අද මේ වැඩසටහනේ උදෑසන සිට මා සඳහන් කරපු වැඩසටහන් රාශියකට අපි සහභාගී වෙලා අපේ ධර්ම ඥානය දියුණු කරගත්තා. ඒ වගේම අපි ප්‍රතිපත්ති පූජාවේ යෙදුණා, භාවනා කරලා සිල් සමාදන් වෙලා දැන් සූදානම මේ සිංහල බසින් පවත්වන ධර්ම දේශනාවට සවන් දීලා මේ වැඩසටහන අවසන් කිරීමටයි. මේ සිංහල ධර්ම දේශනාව පැවැත්වීම සඳහා මා විසින් මාතෘකා හැටියට ගාථාවක් සඳහන් කරන්නට යෙදුණා. මේ ගාථාව මා උපුටා ගන්නට යෙදුනේ සූත්‍ර පිටකයේ මජ්ක්‍ධිම නිකායේ මූල පණ්ණාසක, එහෙම නැත්නම් මුල් සූත්‍ර 50ට අයිති වන මූලපරියාය කියන වර්ගයේ තිබෙන 7 වෙනි සූත්‍රය. මේ සූත්‍රයේ නම වත්ථ සූත්‍රය, එහෙම නැත්නම් වත්ථූපම සූත්‍රය. බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ විසින් භික්ෂූන් වහන්සේලා පිරිසක් අරබයා එක්තරා අවස්ථාවකදී දේශනා කරන්නට යෙදුන ධර්ම දේශනාවක්. එය ත්‍රිපිටකයේ මේ මා සඳහන් කරන්නට යෙදුන මජ්ක්‍ධිම නිකාය කියන කොටසේ මුල් සූත්‍ර 50 ඇතුළත් කරලා සංග්‍රහ කරලා තිබෙනවා වත්ථූපම, එහෙම නැත්නම් වත්ත සූත්‍රය කියලා. වත්ත කියලා කියන්නේ පින්නතුනි වස්ත්‍රය කියන එක. රෙදි කෑල්ල නැත්නම් රෙදි කඩක් කියලා කියන එක. වත්ථූපම, බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ මේ ධර්ම දේශනාවේදී වස්ත්‍රයක් උපමා කරගෙන තමයි මේ ධර්ම දේශනාව, එහෙම නැත්නම් මේ සූත්‍ර දේශනාව එදා ඒ භික්ෂුන් වහන්සේලාට දේශනා කරන්නට යෙදුනේ. ඒ නිසා තමයි මේකට වත්ථූපම සූත්‍රය කියලා කියන්නේ. බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ හරි ලස්සන උපමාවක් මෙහිදී යොදා ගන්නවා. අපි දන්නවා, මේ පින්නතුන් දන්නවා, අපි ත්‍රිපිටක ධර්මයේ නැත්නම් අපි විශේෂයෙන් සූත්‍ර පිටකේ පරිශීලනය කරන අය හැටියට, කියවන අය හැටියට, අධ්‍යයනය කරන අය හැටියට විශේෂයෙන් නොඑක් 100,000 ගණනක් ධර්ම දේශනාවන්ට සවන් දුන්න උදවිය හැටියට බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ මේ උපමා කීමෙහි විශේෂ හැකියාවක් පෙන්눔 කළා. ඒ කියන්නේ බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ ධර්මය, ගැඹුරු ධර්මය ඊටාම සුගම විදිහට, සරල විදිහට හුදී ජනයන්ට, තමන්ගේ ශ්‍රාවකයන්ට, භික්ෂු භික්ෂුණී, උපාසක උපාසිකා සිව්වණක් පිරිසටම පැහැදිලි විදිහට, निराවුල් විදිහට අවබෝධ කර ගැනීමේ මාර්ගය සලසා දීම සඳහා නොඑක් උපමා රූපක යොදා ගන්නවා. ඉතින් ඒ එක්තරා ඒ යොදාගත්ත තවත් උපමාවක් තමයි මේ වත්ථූපම සූත්‍රයේ සඳහන් වෙන්නේ. ඒ උපමාව මම මුලින් පැහැදිලි කරලා ඉන්නම්. එතකොට අපිට ලේසි මේ කාරණේ වටහා ගන්නට. බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ මේ සූත්‍රයේ මුලින්ම වගේම මේ උපමාව ගැන හැර දක්වනවා මහණෙනි. බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ දේශනා කරනවා මහණෙනි, යම්කිසි කෙනෙක් යම්කිසි පුජ්‍යලයක් රෙදි කඩක් අරගෙන එහෙම නැත්නම් රෙදි කෑල්ලක් අරගෙන වස්ත්‍රයක් අරගෙන ඒ පුජ්‍යලයට අවශ්‍ය වෙනවා මේ වස්ත්‍රයට පාට යොදන්න. එහෙම නැත්නම් පාට කරන්න, සායම් පොවන්න. එතකොට කල්පනා බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ දේශනා කරනවා හිතන්න යම් කිසි විදිහකින් මේ පුජ්‍යලයට හම්බ වුණේ ලැබුණේ මේ පුජ්‍යලයා ළඟ තියෙන්නේ දුර්වර්ණ වෙච්ච, කුණු දූවිලි ගෑවිච්ච, දැලි ගෑවිච්ච, කුණු වලින් පිරිච්ච, අපිරිසිදු වෙච්ච, දුර්වර්ණ වෙච්ච වස්ත්‍රයක් නම් මේ පුජ්‍යලයට අවශ්‍ය වුණොත් මේ වස්ත්‍රයට නිල් පාට හරි, රතු පාට හරි, කහ පාට හරි, එහෙම නැත්නම් මදටිය පාට හරි, තැඹිලි පාට හරි කුමක් හෝ Tamanට අවශ්‍ය කරන වර්ණයක් ගන්වලා ඒ වර්ණයෙන් මේ වස්ත්‍රය වර්ණ ගන්වන්නට අවශ්‍ය වුණොත් අර කුණු දූවිලි ගෑවිච්ච වර්ණය, කුණු දූවිලි ගෑවිච්ච වස්ත්‍රය රෙදි කඩ කොයිතරම් උත්සාහ කළත් එක් වර්ණයක සායම් පොවලා, සායම් ගාවලා, එහෙම නැත්නම් සායම් ගල්වලා ඒ පාටට සකස් කරගන්න, ඒ පාට කරන්න අවසාන ප්‍රතිඵලය හැටියට ලැබෙන්නේ තවත් දුර්වර්ණ වෙච්ච වස්ත්‍රයක්. මොකද අරකේ තිබ්බ අර කුණු දූවිලි නිසා, දැලි කුණු ගෑවිලා තිබ්බ නිසා අර පුජ්‍යලයට කොච්චර උත්සාහ කරත් ඕනෑකම තිබ්බත් ඒ වස්ත්‍රයට ඒ පාට කවන්නට පුළුවන් කමක් නැහැ. හේතුව අර වස්ත්‍රය පිරිසුදු නැහැ. ඒකේ ඒ වෙනකොට කුණු ගෑවිලා, දූවිලි ගැහැවිලා, නොඑක් විදිහට අපවිත්‍ර වෙලා තිබ්බ නිසා ඒකේ අවසාන ප්‍රතිඵලය හැටියට ලැබෙන්නේ දුර්වර්ණ වෙච්ච වස්ත්‍රයක්. එහෙම නැත්නම් අපි හිතමුකෝ රතු පාට පවන්නට ගියා කියලා, රතු පාට කරන්නට ගියා කියලා. එතකොට වස්ත්‍රය සම්පූර්ණයෙන්ම රතු පාට වෙලා ලස්සනට රතු වස්ත්‍රයක් බවට පත් වෙන්නේ නැහැ. නිල් පාට කරන්න ගියත් එහෙමයි. ඉතින් ඒක තමයි උපමාව. තව කොටසක් තියෙනවා මේ උපමාවේ. ඊළඟට බුදුහාමුදුරු දේශනා කරනවා යම් කිසි විදිහකින් මේ පුද්ගලයා මේ වස්ත්‍රය පාට කරන්නට අවශ්‍ය පුද්ගලයා මේ පාට කිරීම සඳහා යොදා ගන්නට යෙදුනේ අර කලින් වගේ නැතුව ඊටාම පිරිසුදු, කුණු දූවිලි කිසිම දෙයක් ගෑවෙච්ච නැති ඊටාම පවිත්‍ර වස්ත්‍රයක් නම් කල්පනා කරලා බලන්න හිතන්න ඒ පුජ්‍යලයට අවශ්‍ය වුණේ නැවතත් මොකක් හරි පාටක් කහ වේවා, රතු වේවා, නැත්නම් මේ මදටිය පාට හරි, තැඹිලි පාට හරි, මොකක් හරි නිල් හරි පාටක් කවන්නට නම් මේ වස්ත්‍රයට, ඒ වස්ත්‍රය ඊටාම පිරිසුදුයි, කුණු දූවිලි කිසිම දෙයක් ගෑවිලා නැහැ. එතකොට මේ පුජ්‍යලා මේ වස්ත්‍රයට අපි හිතමුකෝ නැවතත් රතු පාට කවනවා කියලා, රතු පාට සායමක නැත්නම් රතු පාට කරපු ජලයක ගිල්වලා පාට කරන්න උත්සාහ කරලා අවසානයේ බලනකොට මේ වස්ත්‍රය මොකද වෙන්නේ? ඊටාම හොඳට ඒ වස්ත්‍රයට අර පාට උරාගෙන කා වැදිලා ඒ Tamanට අවශ්‍ය කරන පාටින් ඊටාම ලස්සනට අවසාන ප්‍රතිඵලයක් දකින්නට පුළුවන්. මොකද ඒකට හේතුව තමයි ඔහු තෝරාගත් වස්ත්‍රය ඊටාම පිරිසුදුයි. කුණු දූවිලි දැලි කුණු කිසිම දෙයක් ගෑවිලා තිබෙන්නේ නැහැ. පිරිසුදු වස්ත්‍රයක්. ඒ නිසා තමයි ඒ අවසාන ප්‍රතිඵලය හැටියට ඔහුට මේ වස්ත්‍රයට තමන් කැමති පාට කවන්නට, තමන් කැමති පාට පොවන්නට, පාට කරගන්නට පුළුවන්කම ලැබුණේ. අවසාන ප්‍රතිඵලය හැටියට ඊටාම හොඳින් නිම වෙච්ච තමන්ට අවශ්‍ය කරන පාට කවපු වස්ත්‍රයක් මේ පුජ්‍යලයට ලැබෙනවා. ඉතින් මේක තමයි උපමාව. මේකේ කොටස් දෙකක් තිබ්බා. එකක් අපවිත්‍ර වස්ත්‍රයකට සරලව කිව්වොත් අපවිත්‍ර වුණ වස්ත්‍රයකට කොච්චර උත්සාහ කරත් පාට කරන්නට, පාට ගන්නට ඒකට හරියට පාට උරා ගන්නේ නැහැ, අල්ලන්නේ නැහැ. මොකද ඒකේ කුණු දූවිලි පිරීලා නිසා. හැබැයි පවිත්‍ර වස්ත්‍රයකට පාට කරන්න ගියොත් ඒ වස්ත්‍රය ඊටාම හොඳින් ඒ පාට ගල්වන්නට පුළුවන්. ඒකට උරා ගන්නවා, ඒ පාට බවට පත් වෙනවා. ඉතින් මේක තමයි උපමා කතාව. මේ උපමාව දේශනා කරලා පින්නතුනි බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ මේක පැහැදිලි කරනවා මහණෙනි ඔබේ සිතත් ඒ වගේ තමයි. මොකක් වගේද? අර වස්ත්‍රය වගේ. ඔබේ සිතත් මේ වස්ත්‍රය වගේ. ඒ කියන්නේ හිත අපවිත්‍ර වස්ත්‍රයකට සමාන වෙන්නේ හිතත් අපවිත්‍ර වෙන්නට පුළුවන් යම් කෙලෙස් රාශියක් නිසා. ක්ලේශ ධර්මයන් එකක් දෙකක් නෙවෙයි ගණනාවක් නිසා හිත අපවිත්‍ර වෙන්නට පුළුවන්. එතකොට අපවිත්‍ර වුණ හිත හරියට අර අපවිත්‍ර වුණ වස්ත්‍රය වගේ හොඳ දෙයකට යොදා ගන්නට ගියාට දැන් මේ අර කර්මාන්ත කරුවා එහෙම නැත්නම් අර පුජ්‍යලයට ඕන වෙන්න ඇති මොකක් හරි ලස්සන වස්ත්‍රයක් පාට කරලා එකෙන් ඇඳුමක් මහන්න මොකක් හරි කර්මාන්තයක් කරන්න. නමුත් ඒකට අවශ්‍ය කරන විදිහට හොඳ දේ කරගන්න බෑ. මොකද ඒ වස්ත්‍රය තමන්ට ලබාගත් වස්ත්‍රය අපවිත්‍ර නිසා. ඉතින් ඒ නිසා බුදුහාමුදුරු කියනවා ඒ වගේ මහණෙනි ඔබේ සිතත් හරියට වස්ත්‍රයක් වගේ. එතකොට මේ සිතට පිටින් ඇවිල්ලා නොයෙක් කෙලෙස් ධර්ම නොයෙක් ක්ලේශ ධර්මයන් ඇවිල්ලා හිත වෙලා ගත්තොත් හිත අපවිත්‍ර වුණොත් හිත දුර්වර්ණ වුණොත් එතකොට ඔබ කොච්චර උත්සාහ කරත් හොඳ දේවල් මේ හිතට කවන්න කාවද්දන්න බෑ. මොකද මේ වෙනකොටත් හිත දූෂිත වෙලා දුර්වර්ණ වෙලා ඒ නිසා අර හොඳ දේවල් වලට ඉඩ නැහැ. මොකද නරක විසින් අර හොඳ අයින් කරලා දානවා. අර හරියට කලින් තිබ්බ කුණු දූවිලි විසින් අර ලස්සන පාට මේකට උරා ගන්න ඉඩ දුන්නේ නැහැ වැලැක්කුවා වගේ. හැබැයි ඒ වගේම තමයි ඔබ යම්කිසි විදිහකින් ඔබේ සිත අර පවිත්‍ර වස්ත්‍රය වගේ අර තිබ්බ කෙලෙස් ක්ලේශ ධර්මයන් අර අයහපත් සිතුවිලි අයහපත් ගතිගුණ වලින් අයින් කරලා පිරිසුදු කරලා තිබ්බොත් එහෙම එතකොට මොකද වෙන්නේ? හරියට අර Tamanට අවශ්‍ය කරන පාටේ වස්ත්‍රයට කාවද්දවන්නට පුළුවන් වුණා වගේ ඔබටත් පුළුවන් යහපත් දේවල් හිතේ දියුණු කරගන්න. හිත දියුණු කරගෙන හිත පිරිසුදු කරගෙන හිත වර්ධනය කරගන්න. හිත වඩා ගන්නට පුළුවන්. වර්ධනය කරලා යහපත් ප්‍රතිඵලයක් ලබන්නට පුළුවන්. ඒක තමයි බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ මේ දේශනාවේ මුලින්ම පැහැදිලි කරන උපමාව සහ එහි තේරුම එහි අර්ථය. හරියට වත්ථූපම කියලා කියන්නේ ඒකයි. වස්ත්‍රයක් වගේ වස්ත්‍රයක් උපමා කරගෙන කරන්නට යෙදුන දේශනාව. එතකොට මේකේ කොටස් දෙකක් තිබුණා. එකක් තමයි අපවිත්‍ර වස්ත්‍රයකට කොච්චර උත්සාහ කරත් හොඳ වර්ණයක් ගන්නවන්න බෑ. හැබැයි වස්ත්‍රයේ පවිත්‍ර නම් ඕනෑතරම් අවස්ථාවක් තියෙනවා. Tamanට කැමති පරිදි යහපත් වර්ණයක් ගල්වලා යහපත් ප්‍රතිඵලයක් ලබලා එහෙම නැත්නම් යහපත් මේ නිර්මාණයක් කරන්න කර්මාන්තයක් කරන්න පුළුවන්කම තිබෙනවා. ඒ වගේ තමයි මේ චිත්ත සංතානය හිත සත්වයාගේ හිතත් අපවිත්‍ර වෙලා තිබ්බොත් එහෙම ඒ හිතේ පවිත්‍ර දේවල් වලට ඉඩ නැහැ. යහපත් දේවල් කරන්න ඉඩ නැහැ. හිත නරකට නපුරට ඒ පැත්තට තමයි ගමන් කරන්නේ. යහපත් දෙයක් යහපත් ප්‍රතිඵලයක් ලබන්න බෑ. හැබැයි හිත පවිත්‍ර නම් පිරිසුදු නම් ඒකේ ඕන තරම් යහපත් දේවල් කරන්න ඉඩ තියෙනවා, අවකාශය තියෙනවා, දියුණු කරන්න පුළුවන්, යහපත් ප්‍රතිඵලයක් ලබන්නට පුළුවන්. එහෙම දේශනා කරලා පින්නතුනි බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ ඒ සූත්‍රයේම පැහැදිලි කරලා දෙනවා මේ විදිහට අපි අපේ හිතේ ඇතිවෙන්නට පුළුවන් ක්ලේශ ධර්මයන් ගණනාවක් නම් වශයෙන්ම සඳහන් කරලා ඒ වගේ ගති ලක්ෂණ මෙන්න මේවයි කියලා බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ අවවාද අනුශාසනා කරනවා. මේ ක්ලේශ ධර්මයන් දුරු කරලා හිත පවිත්‍ර කරගන්නට කියන අනුශාසනාවක් සිද්ධ කරනවා. මුලින්ම පැහැදිලි කළා ඒකේ තියෙන වැදගත්කම වටිනාකම අර උපමාව යොදාගෙන ඊළඟට පැහැදිලි කරලා දෙනවා මේ වික්ෂුන් වහන්සේලාට තමන්ගේ ශ්‍රාවකයින්ට කොහොමද මොනවද මේ විදිහට හිතේ ඇතිවෙන්නට පුළුවන් ක්ලේශ ධර්මයන් ඒවා නැති කරගන්නේ කොහොමද? ඒවා නැති කරගත්තාම හිතට තමන්ට ලබා ගන්න පුළුවන් දේවල් මොනවද ආදී වශයෙන් පැහැදිලි කරනවා. ඊටාම දීර්ඝ වශයෙන් ඊටාම සවිස්තරාත්මකව පැහැදිලිව බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ දේශනා කරනවා. ඒ විදිහට මේ සූත්‍රයේදී හිත වෙලා ගන්න, හිත දුර්වල කරන, හිත දුර්වර්ණ කරන, දූෂිත කරන ක්ලේශ ධර්මයන් නම් වශයෙන්ම සංඛ්‍යාත්මක වශයෙන්ම බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ 16ක් පිළිබඳව සඳහන් කරලා තිබෙනවා. ඒ 16 පිළිබඳව කෙටියෙන් මේ ධර්ම දේශනාවේදී අපි පැහැදිලි කර ගන්නට උත්සාහ කරමු. ඒ පැහැදිලි කරලා තිබෙන ක්ලේශ ධර්මයන් එහෙම නැත්නම් කෙලෙස් ධර්ම හිත දූෂණය කරන, දූෂිත කරන, යහපත් සිතවිලි හිතේ ඇති වෙන්නට ඉඩ නොදෙන වළක්වන දේවල් 16 මොනවද? ඒවා මෙන්න මේවයි. අවිජ්ජා විසම ලෝභ තමයි පළවෙනි එක. අපි එකින් එකට මේවා පැහැදිලි කරගමු. ඊළඟට තියෙනවා ව්‍යාපාද නොහොත් ව්‍යාපාදය. ක්‍රෝධ නොහොත් ක්‍රෝධය. උපනාහ කියලා තවත් ක්ලේශයක් තියෙනවා. අපි පැහැදිලි කරමු ඒ කුමක්ද කියලා. මක්ඛ කියලා එකක් තියෙනවා. පලාස කියලා තව එකක් තියෙනවා. ඉස්සා කියලා එකක් තියෙනවා. ඉස්සා කියන්නේ ඊර්ෂ්‍යාව, මච්චරිය, මායා, සාඨෙය්‍ය, තම්බ, සාරම්භ, මාන, අතිමාන, මද, පමාද. මෙන්න මේවා තමයි මේ ක්ලේශ ධර්ම ගණනාවක්. මේ විදිහට ඉතින් එක එක සූත්‍රවල මේ එක එක විදිහට එක එක සංඛ්‍යාත්මක විදිහට මේ ක්ලේශ ධර්මයන් පිළිබඳව බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ පැහැදිලි කරනවා. නමුත් මෙහිදී අර කියපු අර විශේෂයෙන් යහපත අහුරන නැත්නම් අවුරන යහපතට බාධා කරන හරියට අර උපමාවේ නැවතත් මතක් කරගත්තොත් යහපත් වර්ණයක් ගන්නවන්න බැරි ඒ රෙදි කඩ නැත්නම් ඒ වස්ත්‍රය අපවිත්‍ර වෙලා තිබොත් කුණු දූවිලි වලින් වගේ හිතේ යහපත අවුරන යහපතට ඉඩ වළක්වන බාධා කරන ක්ලේශ ධර්මයන් ගණනාවක් 16ක් තමයි මේ විදිහට මේ සූත්‍රයේදී බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ පැහැදිලි කරන්නේ. අර මම ඒ කියපු ලයිස්තුවේ නැත්නම් ඒ කියපු ක්ලේශ ධර්මයන් 16 තමයි මෙහි පැහැදිලි කරන්නේ. දැන් අපි බලමු එකින්කට මේ ක්ලේශ ධර්මයන් මගින් මොනවද අපේ හිතේ මේ වගේ ලක්ෂණ කොහොමද මේකෙන් කුමක්ද වෙන්නේ මේවා අපේ හිතේ ඇති වෙලා තියෙනවද ඇති වෙන්න පුළුවන්ද කොහොමද මේවා නැති කරගන්න අපිට පුළුවන්ද මේ ආදී වශයෙන් අපි කරුණු කාරණා සලකා බලමු. එහිදී පින්නතුනි බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ පැහැදිලි කරන පළවෙනි ක්ලේශය හැටියට දක්වලා තිබෙන්නේ අවිජ්ජා විසම ලෝභ කියන වචනයෙන් තමයි පළවෙනි එක සඳහන් කරන්නේ. අවිජ්ජා විසම ලෝභය අවිජ්ජා සම්පන්න විෂම ලෝභය. විසම ලෝභ මේක ලෝභයට සම්බන්ධයි. ලෝභ කියන අකුසල මූලයට සම්බන්ධයි. එකකින් පැන නගෙන එකක්. හැබැයි මේකේ වෙනසක් තියෙනවා. අවිජ්ජා විසම ලෝභ කියලා කියන එකේ වෙනසක් තියෙනවා. දැන් අපි දන්නවනේ ලෝභය කියලා කියපුවම ඒ කියන්නේ ආසාව. වස්තු රැස් කරගන්න, එහෙම නැත්නම් වස්තු තමන්ගේ කරගන්න, එහෙම නැත්නම් තමන්ගේ දේවල් වලට තියෙන සජීවී අජීවී දේවල් වලට තියෙන ආශාවට තමයි ලෝභ කියලා කියන්නේ. නමුත් මේ අවිජ්ජා සංඛ්‍යාත විසම ලෝභය කියන එක විෂම ලෝභයක්. ඒ කියලා කියන්නේ සාමාන්‍ය දැන් අර අපි ලෝභ කියපු ගමන් අපේ හිතට එන අපිට මතක් වෙන මේ ආසාව රැස් කර ගැනීම. එහෙම නැත්නම් තමන් ළඟ තියෙන දේවල් අතහරින්න තියෙන ආසාව එහෙම නෙමෙයි. අවිජ්ජා විසම ලෝභ. මේකට මේ විශේෂ නමක් දීලා තියෙන්නේ පොඩි වෙනසක් තිබෙනවා මේකේ. මොකද මේ අවිජ්ජා විසම ලෝභ කියලා කියන්නේ. මේක මේ දැන් ලෝභ කියලා කියන්නේ තමන් සතු දේවල් වලට තියෙන ආසාවනේ. අවිජ්ජා විසම ලෝභය කියලා කියන්නේ තමන් සතු නැති අන්සතු දේවල් වලටත් ආසාව ඇති වෙනවා. උදාහරණයක් හැටියට ගත්තොත් එහෙම තමන්ට නැති දෙයක් අපි හිතමු තමන්ට නැති මොකක් හරි වස්තුවක් මොකක් හරි දෙයක් වෙන කෙනෙකුට තියෙනවා නම් කෙනෙකුට හිතක් පහළ වෙනවා නම් හිතෙනවා නම් අනේ මේ දේ ඒ කෙනාට නැතුව මට තිබුණා නම් කියලා හිතෙනවා නම් ඒකට තමයි විෂම ලෝභය කියලා කියන්නේ. Taman සතු දෙයක් නෙමෙයි මේ වෙන කෙනෙක් සතු දෙයක් වෙන කෙනෙක් සන්තක දෙයක් වෙන කෙනෙක් සමහරට උත්සාහයෙන් උනන්දුවෙන් ලබාගත් දෙයක් වෙන්න පුළුවන්. ඒ දේ කෙරෙහි මට ආසාවක් ලෝභයක් ඇති වෙනවා නම් අනේ මේ මිනිස්යාට නැති වෙලා මේක මට තිබුණා නම්. එහෙම නැත්නම් ඇයි මෙයාට මේක ලැබිලා තින්නේ? ඇයි මට ලැබුණ නැත්තේ? ඇයි මට ලැබෙන්නේ නැත්තේ? කියලා නරක සිතුවිල්ලක් ඇති වෙනවා නම්. ඒක තමයි විෂම ලෝභය කියලා කියන්නේ. අවිජ්ජා විෂම ලෝභ කියලා කියන්නේ ඒකට. නිකම් මේ Taman සතු දෙයක් ආසා කරගෙන රැස් කරගෙන ආසාවෙන් තියාගන්නවා නෙමෙයි. Taman සතු නැති අනිත් අය වෙන අන්සතු වස්තුව කෙරෙහි තියෙන ආසාව. එහෙම සමහර විට ඇති වෙන්න පුළුවන් නේ සමහර අයට. වෙන අය ළඟ තියෙන මේ අජීවී දෙයක් නැත්තම් පණ නැති දෙයක් වෙන්න පුළුවන්. පණ ඇති දෙයක් වෙන්න පුළුවන්. වෙන මොකක් හරි දෙයක් වෙන්න පුළුවන්. කීර්තියක් නම්බුවක් වෙන්න පුළුවන්. කුමක් හරි. එහෙම දෙයක් දැක්කම මේකෙන් සතුට වෙන්නේ නැතුව වෙන කෙනෙක් සන්තකේ තියෙන දෙයක් අගය කරන්න පුළුවන්කමක් නැතුව හිතනවා නම් මේක මෙයාට නැතුව මට තිබුණා නම් කියලා. ඒක තමයි විෂම ලෝභය කියලා කියන්නේ. අවිජ්ජා විෂම ලෝභය. ඒක ලෝභයෙන් තමයි පැන නගින්නේ. හැබැයි මේක හිත දූෂණය කරන දූෂිත කරන එක්තරා ක්ලේශ ධර්මයක්. එතකොට අන්සතු දේ කෙරෙහි ඇති වෙන ආසාව. අන්සතු දේ තමන්ගේ වේවා කියලා හිතන ප්‍රාර්ථනීය සිතුවිල්ල. ඒක මේ තමයි අවිජ්ජා විසම ලෝභය කියලා කියන්නේ. ඒක තමයි පළවෙනි ඒක මේ ක්ලේශ ධර්මයේ හැටියට. එහෙම නැත්නම් සිත නරක කරන, දූෂණය කරන, අපවිත්‍ර කරන, හිතේ අයහපතට මග අවුරන, මග පාදන නෙමෙයි මග අවුරන, වළක්වන පළවෙනි ක්ලේශ ධර්මයේ හැටියට දේශනා කරන්නේ අවිජ්ජා විසම ලෝභ. එහෙම නැත්නම් අන්සතු දෙය අන්සතු වස්තුව කෙරෙහි අන්සතු වස්තුව මගේ වේවා මට ලැබේවා අනිත් කෙනාට නැති වෙලා මට මේක ලැබේවා කියලා හිතන විෂම ලෝභය. ලෝභය නිකන් විෂම ස්වභාවයක්. ඒක වෙනස් වෙච්ච නිකන් විකෘතියක් වගේ. ලෝභයම විකෘතියක් වගේ. වේරියන්ට් එකක් අපි මේ කාලේ කතා කරනවා එක එක විකෘතින් ගැන මේ වෛරස් ගැන එහෙම. ඒ වගේ තමයි මේ විෂම මේ ලෝභයේ එක විකෘතියක් තමයි විෂම ලෝභය. අන්සතු දේවල් මට ලැබේවා. ඒක තමයි පළවෙනි එක. ඊළඟට දෙවෙනි එක ව්‍යාපාදනහොත් ව්‍යාපාද කියලා පාලියෙන් කියනවා ව්‍යාපාදය. ඒ කියන්නේ මොකද්ද? ව්‍යාපාදය කියලා කියන්නේ දැඩි වෛරය, දැඩි තරහව. ව්‍යාපාදය. ඒ කියලා කියන්නේ නිකම්ම මේ තරහ නෙමෙයි. තරහ අපිට ඊළඟට තියෙනවා. තරහත් එක්තරා ක්ලේශයක් තමයි මේ ව්‍යාපාදය. මේකත් ද්වේෂයෙන්ම තමයි හටගන්නේ, පැන නගින්නේ. හැබැයි ව්‍යාපාදයේ තියෙන දරුණුතම භයානකකම තමයි අනිත් කෙනාට අයහපතක් වේවා කියලා ප්‍රාර්ථනා කරනවා. අනිත් කෙනා නැසේවා කියලා ප්‍රාර්ථනා කරනවා. අනිත් කෙනාට හානියක් වේවා කියලා ප්‍රාර්ථනා කරනවා. ඒක තමයි ව්‍යාපාදය කියලා කියන්නේ. එහෙම නැත්නම් ව්‍යාපාද. ද්වේෂ, දෝෂ කියන අකුසල මූලයෙන් තමයි මේක පැන නගින්නේ. ඒක පැන නැගිලා හිතේ ඇති වෙනවා. හිතේ අනිත් කෙනාගේ අර මුලින් වගේ යහපත දකින්න බෑ. අනිත් කෙනා හොඳින් ඉන්නවා පේන්න බෑ. අනිත් කෙනා හොඳින් ජීවත් වෙනවා පේන්න බෑ. නැත්නම් ඒ කෙනාට තියෙන අකමැත්ත නිසා හරි වෙන මොකක් හරි දෙයක් නිසා හරි ප්‍රාර්ථනා කරනවා අයහපතක් වේවා කියලා. අනිත් කෙනාට අයහපතක් වේවා කියලා. අනිත් කෙනාට හානියක් වේවා. අනිත් කෙනාට අකටයුත්තක් වේවා. අනිත් කෙනා නැසේවා. මේ ආදි වශයෙන් අනිත් කෙනාගේ අයහපත ප්‍රාර්ථනා කිරීම, හානිය ප්‍රාර්ථනා කිරීම, නිකම් අයහපත නෙමෙයි, හානිය නැසේවා, නැති වේවා, විනාශ වේවා. මේ විදිහට හිතෙනවා නම් ඒකට තමයි කියන්නේ ව්‍යාපාද. එහෙම නැත්නම් ව්‍යාපාද කියලා. ඒකත් ද්වේෂයෙන්ම තමයි හට ගන්නෙ නැත්නම් පැන නගින්නේ ව්‍යාපාදේ ඊළඟ කාරණය. ඊළඟට කෝධ, එහෙම නැත්නම් ක්‍රෝධය. ඒක අපි දන්නවනේ තරහව. ඒ කියලා කියන්නේ නොරුස්නා ගතිය. අපිට අකමැති දේවල් දකින්නකොට, අකමැති දේවල් ඇහෙනකොට, අකමැති දේවල් පෙනෙනකොට, අකමැති දේවල් ස්පර්ශ වෙනකොට, එතකොට මේ ආදී වශයෙන් අකමැති රසක් දැනුනොත් ආදී වශයෙන් මේ පංචේන්ද්‍රයන්ටම තමන් නොකැමැති, තමන්ට ගැළපෙන්නේ නැහැ කියලා හිතන, තමන් කැමති නැති සජීවී අජීවී ඕන දෙයක්, රස, ශබ්ද, රූප කුමක්වත් දකින්නකොට, ඇහෙනකොට, දැනෙනකොට, ස්පර්ශ වෙනකොට, හිතෙනකොට, කල්පනා වෙනකොට, මතක් වෙනකොට ඇති වෙනවා නම් නුරුස්නා ගතියක්, තරහවක්. ඒක තමයි ක්‍රෝධය කියලා කියන්නේ. ක්‍රෝධය, තරහව. එතකොට අපි සමහරලාට අකමැති කෙනෙක් දැක්කම, අකමැති කෙනෙක්ගේ සද්දයක් ඇහුනහම, අකමැති දෙයක් මතක් වුනහම, අකමැති කෙනෙක් මතක් වුනහම, අකමැති දෙයක් ස්පර්ශ වුණොත්, ඛණ්ඩ සිද්ධ වුණොත් සමහර වෙලාවට එහෙමත් සමහර අයට තරහ යනවනේ. අකමැති කෑමක් ඛණ්ඩ සිද්ධ වුණොත් හදලා තිබ්බොත් තරහ යන්න පුළුවන්. මම කැමති නැහැ කියලා. ඉතින් අන්න ඒක තමයි ක්‍රෝධය කියලා කියන්නේ. ඒකත් ද්වේෂයෙන්ම තමයි හටගන්නේ. ක්‍රෝධයේ ස්වභාවය ඒක තමයි. අකමැති දේවල් වලට නිසා හට ගන්න අකමැත්ත, තරහව. ඒකෙන් තරහව දියුණු වෙලා. ඉතින් ඒක තව දරුණු වෙන්නටත් පුළුවන්. ව්‍යාපාදේ කරා යන්න පුළුවන්, වෛරය කරා යන්න පුළුවන්. තවත් ඒ ද්වේෂ කියන, දෝෂ කියන අකුසල මූලයෙන්ම හට ගන්නා තවත් කෙලෙස් තියෙනවා, පිට ඉදිරියේදී මුණ ගැහෙනවා. නමුත් මේ ක්‍රෝධ කියලා කියන්නේ අර අකමැත්ත ප්‍රකාශ කිරීම. අකමැත්ත නිසා ඇතිවෙන තරහව හිතේ. නුරුස්නා ගතිය. ඒකට තමයි ක්‍රෝධය කියලා කියන්නේ. මේ ක්‍රෝධයත් පින්නතුනි අර පවිත්‍ර රෙදිකඩ විනාශ කරන, අපවිත්‍ර කරන කුණුදූවිලි වගේ එක කුණුදූවිල්ලක් මානසිකව අපේ සිත දූෂණය කරන, අපේ සිත වෙලා ගන්න, අපේ සිතට හානි කරන එක තවත් ඒ වගේ ක්ලේශ ධර්මයක් ක්‍රෝධය. ඊළඟට තව එකක් තියෙනවා උපනාහ කියලා. උපනාහ කියලා කියන්නේ මොකද්ද? උපනාහ කියලා කියන්නේ පින්නතුනි වෛරය, බැඳගත් වෛරය, දැඩි වෛරය. මේ වෛර බැඳ ගන්නවා කියලා අපි කියන්නේ. වෛර බැඳ ගන්නවා, හිතේ පළපදියම් වෙනවා, හිතේ තැම්පත් වෙනවා. එතකොට මේ වෛරය නැති වෙන්නෙම නැහැ. දැන් ක්‍රෝධය නම් අකමැති දෙයක් නිසා හට ගන්නවා. ඒක ඒ වෙලාව සමහර වෙලාවට ඒක නැති වුනහම නැති වෙලා යනවා. මේ උපනාහ කියන පාලි වචනේ උපනාහෝ කියලා කියන උපනාහය, උපනාහය කියලා කියන්නේ බැඳගත් බද්ධ වෛරය. ඒක ටික මොහොතකින් නැත්නම් එක දවසකින් අවුරුද්දකින් නෙමෙයි, සමහරට සංසාරගතව වුණත් පවතින්න පුළුවන්. දැන් අපි අහලා තියෙනවනේ අර කාලි යක්ෂණියගේ කතාව, එහෙම ධම්මපදයේ තියෙන ධම්මපදට්ට කතාවේ වෛරේ නොසන්සිඳේ කියලා. එතකොට මේ වෛරය, මේක බද්ධ වෛරය, උපනාහ. මොකක් හරි හේතුවකට, මොකක් හරි දෙයක් නිසා වෛරයක් බැඳගත්තා නම් ඒක හිතේ දැඩිව තැම්පත් කරගන්නවා, දැඩිව තියා ගන්නවා. කිසිම විදිහකින් අමතක කරන්නේ නැහැ, අතාරින්නේ නැහැ, කවදාවත් හිතන්නේ නැහැ මේ වෛරයෙන් වෛරය සංසිඳෙන්නේ නැහැ. ඒ නිසා මේක මම වැඩක් නැහැ, මේක අතාරින්න ඕන, මෙහෙම තරහව වෛරය තියාගෙන හිතේ ඉඳලා වැඩක් නැහැ, එහෙම හිතන්නේ නැහැ. කවදා හරි දවසක එක්ක පලි ගන්න, නැත්නම් අයහපතක් කරන්න, නැත්නම් මේ හානියක් කරන්න, තමන්ට කායින් හරි මොකක් හරි දෙයක් වුණා නම් ඒකට එකට එකක් කරන්න මොකක් හරි හිතේ දැඩි වෛරයක් ඇති කරගෙන තියෙනවා. එතකොට ඒක පුජ්‍යල බද්ධ වෛරයක් වෙන්න පුළුවන්, නැත්නම් මොකක් හරි දෙයකට තියෙන වෛරයක් වෙන්න පුළුවන්, නැත්නම් මොකක් හරි වෙන දෙයක් වෙන්න පුළුවන්. කොහොම හරි ඒ හිතේ බැඳ ගන්නවා බද්ධ වෛරය, උපනාහය. ඉතින් මේක දිගින් දිගටම පවතිනවා, නතර වෙන්නේ නැහැ, අයින් වෙන්නේ නැහැ. අපි දන්නේ නැති වුණාට බෙන්නතුනි මේක මේ විදිහට හිතේ තැම්පත් වුණාම අපි හැම වෙලේම ඔක මතක් වෙන්නේ නැහැ. අපි යන්නේනකොට කන බොනකොට නිදා ගන්නකොට යාළුවොත් එක්ක ඉන්නකොට නැහැ. නමුත් මේක හිතේ තැම්පත් වෙලා තියෙනවා කොයි මොහොතක හරි. කොයි මොහොතක හරි මේක නැවත එන්න පුළුවන්. දැන් සමහරට ක්‍රෝධය අර අපි මුලින් කතා කරපු එක ඒක වෙලාවකට ඒ නොරුස්නා ගතිය ඇති වුණා. ඒක එතනින් නැති වුණා. එතකොට ඒකේ හේතුවත් ඉවරයි. ඒකට ඒක ඇති වෙන්න උන හේතුව මොකක් හරි අපි අමිහිරි දෙයක් ඇහුණා නම් ඒක අමිහිරි දෙය ඇහුණ නිසා ඒක ඇති වුණා. ඊට පස්සේ ඒක නැති වුණාම ඒක නැති වෙලා යනවා. එතකොට ක්‍රෝධය හටගත්ත නැති වුණා. සමහරට ඒකේ අකුසලයක් මානසිකව වෙන්නත් පුළුවන්. එහෙම නොවෙනවා නෙමෙයි. නමුත් මේ බද්ධ වෛරයේ කාලයක් තියෙනවා. ඒක අවුරුද්දක්ද දෙකක්ද එහෙම නැත්නම් මේ සමහරට සංසාරගතව වුණත් තියෙන්න පුළුවන්. එතකොට හිතා ගන්න පුළුවන් කොයිතරම් මේක අපේ හිත දූෂණය කරනවද. මේකත් මේ द्वේෂයෙන් තමයි හටගන්නේ. හට අරගෙන මේක දිගින් දිගටම පවතින්න පුළුවන්. උපනාහ. ඒක තමයි හතරවෙනි අකුසල ක්ලේශ ධර්මය. මේ අපේ හිත විනාශ කරන, අපේ හිත දූෂණය කරන, අපේ හිතේ යහපත් දේවල් වලට මඟ අවුරන ඊළඟ ක්ලේශ ධර්මයේ හැටියට බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ පැහැදිලි කරන්නේ. ඊළඟට තව එකක් තියෙනවා මක්ඛෝ කියලා. මක්ඛෝ පාලියෙන් කියන්නේ මක්ඛෝ කියලා. මක්ඛෝ කියලා කියන්නේ මොකද? අපි සිංහලෙන් කියන්නේ ಗುಣ මකු බව කියලා. ಗುಣ මකු බව. ඒ කියලා කියන්නේ අනිත් කෙනාගේ ಗುಣ වළක්වනවා. ಗುಣ මකනවා කියන එකනේ මක්ඛෝ කියලා කියන්නේ. වෙන කෙනෙක්ගේ ಗುಣ හොඳ දකින්නේ නැහැ. හොඳ දකින්නේ නැහැ. හොඳ දැනගත්තත් කියන්නේ නැහැ. ඒ වෙනුවට මොකද කරන්නේ? හොඳ නැති වෙන්න තමයි දේවල් කරන්නේ. සමහරට වෙන කෙනෙක්ගේ නැති අගුණ කියනවා වෙන්න පුළුවන්. තියෙන ಗುಣ හංගනවා වෙන්න පුළුවන්. කැමති නැහැ වෙන්න පුළුවන්. ಗುಣ මකු බව. ගුණයන් මකනවා නැති කරනවා. ඒකට තමයි මක්ඛෝ කියලා කියන්නේ. අනිත් කෙනාව හිලා දකිනවා. අනිත් කෙනා පහත් කොට කතා කරනවා. අනිත් කෙනාගේ හොඳ ගති, හොඳ ගති ලක්ෂණ, හොඳ ගුණ ධර්ම කිසි දෙයක් දකින්නේ නැහැ. දැන් එහෙම මක්ඛෝ කියන ක්ලේශය ඇති වුනහම අපි නිකන් උදාහරණයකට කල්පනා කරලා බලමුකෝ. අපි අද කාලේ දේවල් ඕනේ අපි අහලා තියෙන අපි මේ කියවලා තියෙන මේ එක සිදුවීම් තියෙනවානේ. අපි බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේගේ කාලයෙන් අපි උදාහරණයක් ගත්තොත් එහෙම අපි අහලා තියෙනවානේ ඕන තරම් මේ සූත්‍ර දේශනා කියවනකොට පරිශීලනය කරනකොට අපි අහලා තියෙනවා සමහර පුජ්‍යලෙන් හිටියා ඒ කාලේ බුදුහාමුදුරන්ගේ කාලේ. බුදුහාමුදුරුවන්ගේ දැන් ගුණ ඕන තරම් සමාජ ප්‍රකට වෙලා තිබ්බනේ. නවාරාදී බුදු ගුණ ආදී වශයෙන් එහෙම සමහර අය කියනවා බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ මේ භගවා කියන ගුණයෙන් යුක්තයි, අරහං කියන ගුණයෙන් යුක්තයි, සම්මා සම්බුද්ධ තමන් විසින්ම අවබෝධ කරගත්තු ධර්මයක් දර්ශනයක් තියෙන්නේ, බුද්ධත්වයක් තියෙන්නේ ආදී වශයෙන් සමහරු ගුණ කීවා. ගුණ පැතිරුණා. නමුත් සමහර අය ඒ සමාජයේම හිටියා. එකම සමාජයේ, එකම කාලේ. ඒ සමාජයේම සමහර අය හිටියා කොච්චර ඒව කීවත් අනිත් කොච්චර දැනගත්තත් ඒක එහෙමයි කියලා. මෙයා සම්මා සම්බුද්ධ තමයි, මුන්වහන්සේ සම්මා සම්බුද්ධ තමයි, අරහං තමයි, භගවා තමයි, සුගත කියන ගුණයට සුදුසුයි තමයි. එහෙම දැනගත්තත් කියනවා එහෙම නෑ කියලා. බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ බොරු කියන්නේ, බුදුහාමුදුරන්ගේ දර්ශනීය ධර්මයේ බොරුයි. මේ කියන දේවල් ඇත්ත නෙමේ. මේවා මේ එක එක මායාවන්, අනිත් අය රවට්ට ගන්න කරන වැඩ ආදී වශයෙන් ಗುಣ මකනවා. එහෙම නැත්නම් ಗುಣ නැති කරලා කතා කරනවා. ಗುಣ නැති කරලා කල්පනා කරනවා. කෙනෙක්ගේ තියෙන ಗುಣ දකින්නේ නැහැ. අගේ කරන්නේ නැහැ. හොඳයි කියන්නේ නැහැ. ඒ වෙනුවට ඒවා නැති වෙන්න කතා කරනවා. ඒවා මකන්න උත්සාහ කරනවා. ඒවා නැති වෙන්න සමහරට දේවල් ප්‍රචාරය කරනවා වෙන්න පුළුවන්. ඉතින් මේක තමයි මක්ඛෝ කියලා කියන්නේ. මක්ඛ. එහෙම නැත්නම් ಗುಣ මකු බව. අන් කෙනාගේ යහපත දකින්නේ නැති, යහපත දකින්න වෙනුවට අයහපත තියනවා කියලා අනිත් කෙනාගේ ಗುಣ නැතිකරන්න කරන උත්සාහය. මේක වෙන්නේත් මේ මක්ඛ කියන පින්නතුනි ක්ලේශ ධර්මයේ හිතේ ඇති වුනහම තමයි මේ ක්‍රියාකාරීත්වයට මිනිසුපත් වෙන්නේ. මක්ඛ කියන ක්ලේශය විසින් හිතේ ඇති වෙලා හිත වෙලා ගත්තොත්, හිත දූෂණය කරොත්, හිත අපවිත්‍ර කරොත්, එතකොට ඒකෙන් ඇතිවෙන ක්‍රියාව තමයි ඒක ක්‍රියාවට නැගීම තමයි මේ ගුණ බකු බව. ඒක වචනයෙන් කියනවා වෙන්න පුළුවන්, ක්‍රියාවෙන් කරනවා වෙන්න පුළුවන්, කොහොම හරි වෙන්න පුළුවන්. එතකොට යහපත් දේවල් වලට හිතේ අවස්ථාවක් ඇති වෙන්නේ නැහැ. ඒක මක්ඛ. ඊළඟ එක ගුණ මකු බව. ඊළඟ එකක් තියෙනවා පලාසෝ කියලා. පලාස කියලා කියන එකත් මේ ගුණ මකු බවටම සමානයි. මේකෙදි කරන්නේ පලාස කියන ක්ලේශයෙන් වෙන්නේ මොකක්ද? උසස් අයගේ ගුණ මැකීම. ඒ කියලා කියන්නේ Tamanට සමාන අය නෙමෙයි, විශේෂයෙන්ම උසස්, Tamanට වැඩි උසස් ඉන්නවනේ එහෙම සමාජයේ. උසස් ඉන්නවා. හැම මිනිස්සුම එක වගේ නෑ. එක එක ගති වලින්, එක එක දේවල් වලින් එක එක්කෙනාට වෙනස්. සමහරට වස්තුවෙන් වෙන්න පුළුවන්, මිල මුදල් වලින් වෙන්න පුළුවන්, උගත්කමින් වෙන්න පුළුවන්, වෙන සමාජ තත්ත්වෙන් වෙන්න පුළුවන්, එක එක දේවල් වලින්. ඒක තමයි සාමාන්‍ය සමාජයේ ස්වභාවය. එදත් එහෙමයි, අදත් එහෙමයි, ඉදිරියටත් එහෙමයි. හැමෝම එක සමාන නැහැ. එතකොට මේ පලාස කියන එකෙන් මොකද වෙන්නේ? Tamanට වැඩි යම් කිසි විදිහකට උසස් කෙනෙක් ඉන්නවා නම්, Tamanට වැඩි හෙලින් කෙනෙක් ඉන්නවා නම්, Tamanට වැඩි මොකක් හරි ක්‍රමයකට එහෙම උසස් කියලා කෙනෙක් ඉන්නවා නම් කවුරුත් එක සමානයි තමයි. නමුත් යම් අවස්ථාවලදී යම් තත්ත්වවලදී අන් අයට වැඩිය වෙනස්. අන්නේ උසස් ගුණ ඒවම නැති කරන එක තමයි පලාස කියලා කියන්නේ. මක්ක කියලා කියන්නේ එහෙම සීමාවක් නැතුව උසස් වේවා පහත් වේවා තමන් සමාන වේවා තමන් සමගින් අය වේවා ඒ හැමෝගෙම ගුණ මකන එක. පලාස කියලා කියන්නේ විශේෂයෙන් තමන්ට වැඩිය මොකක් හරි දෙයකින් වෙන කෙනෙක් ඉහළයි නම්, වෙන කෙනෙක් මොකක් හරි අවබෝධයක් තියෙනවා නම්, යම් කිසි දෙයක් ලබාගෙන තියෙනවා නම්, යම් කිසි තමන්ට වැඩිය තත්වයක් තියෙනවා නම් ඒක නැති කරන්න උත්සාහ කරනවා. ඒකත් මේ පලාස කියන ක්ලේශයේ හිතේ ඇති වුනහම තමයි එහෙම කරන්නේ. පලාසේ උසස් අයගේ ගුණ මැකීම කියලා තමයි ඒකට කියන්න පුළුවන්. පලාස තමයි පාලියෙන් කියන්නේ පලාසෝ කියලා. උසස් අයගේ ගුණ නැති කරනවා, මකනවා. කැමති නෑ, රුස්සන්නේ නෑ. Tamanට වැඩි උසස් නම් මොකක් හරි විදිහකට කෙනෙක් ඒක රුස්සන්නේ නෑ. ඒක එහෙම නෑ, එහෙම වෙන්න බෑ කියලා ඒක නැතිකරන්න මේවා කරන කටයුතු කරනවා, ක්‍රියා කරනවා. මේ පලාස කියන ක්ලේශය හිතේ ඇති වුණාට පස්සේ ඒ ඊළඟ එක. ඊළඟට ඉස්සා කියලා කියන්නේ ඊර්ෂ්‍යාව. ඒක අපි දන්නවනේ ඊර්ෂ්‍යාව. ඊර්ෂ්‍යාව කියලා කියන්නේත් අර ඉවසන්න බෑ අනිත් කෙනාගේ යහපත, අනිත් කෙනාගේ දියුණුව, අනිත් කෙනාගේ සාර්ථකත්වය ඒක ඉවසන්න බෑ. ඊර්ෂ්‍යා කරනවා. ඇයි මේක එයාට තියෙන්නේ, ඇයි මේක අනිත් අයට තියෙන්නේ, ඇයි මේක අනිත් සමාජවල තියෙන්නේ, මගේ සමාජ නැති, මගේ රටේ නැති, මට නැති. මේ විදිහට ඊර්ෂ්‍යාව, ඊර්ෂ්‍යාව ඇතිවීම. ඊර්ෂ්‍යාවත් ඉතින් ක්ලේශයක්. ඉතින් ඒක අමුතුවෙන් කියන්න ඕනේ. අපි දන්නවා ඊර්ෂ්‍යාව හිතේ ඇති වුණාට පස්සේ අපේ හිත මොනතරම් අපවිත්‍ර වෙනවද කියලා අපිට හිතා ගන්න පුළුවන්. ඊළඟ එක තමයි මච්චරිය, මසුරු බව. මසුරු බවක් දන්නවා. මසුරු බව කියලා කියන්නේ මසුරු බවත් පණ නගින්නේ ලෝභයෙන් තමයි. මසුරු භවයේදී වෙන්නේ මොකද? කොච්චර වස්තුව මිල මුදල් වේවා වෙන වෙන දේවල් තිබ්බත් ඒවා තමන් පරිහරණය කරන්නෙත් නැහැ. අනිත් අය සමග බෙදා හදා ගන්නෙත් නැහැ. අනිත් අයට පිහිට වෙන්න නැත්නම් දානීය හැටියට දෙන්නෙත් නැහැ. අතාරින්නෙත් නැහැ. ඒක තමයි මච්චරේ කියලා කියන්නේ, මසුරුකම. දැන් අපි අපේ සූත්‍ර දේශනාවල එහෙම නැත්නම් අට කතාවල නොඑක් කතා තියෙනවානේ. බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ කාලේ මෙහෙම අය හිටියා. වස්තුව මිල මුදල් කෝටි ගණන් තිබ්බා. සිටුවරු වෙලා හිටියා, ධනවත් වෙලා හිටියා. නමුත් එක පොඩ්ඩක්වත් තමන්ගේ පරිභෝජනයටත් අනිත් අයගේ පරිභෝජනයටත් එහෙම යොදවන්න, වියදම් කරන්න, බෙදා ගන්න, දන් දෙන්න කැමති නැහැ. මච්චරිය, මසුරුකම. කොච්චර වස්තුව මිල මුදල් තිබ්බත් ඒවා ගොඩ ගහගෙන මේවා කරගෙන රැකගෙන ආරක්ෂා කරගෙන ඉන්නවා. ඉතින් එහෙම කෙනා සමාජයේ පිරිහීමටපත් වෙනවා. එහෙම කෙනාට සමාජයෙන් හොඳ නමක් ලැබෙන්නේ නැහැ. කවුරුත් හොඳයි කියන්නේ නැහැ. ඒ ඔක්කොටමත් වඩා මේ මසුරුකම නිසා මොකද වෙන්නේ? දැන් අපි දන් දුන්නොත් අපි යහපත් කර්මයක් රැස් කරගන්නවා. ඊටත් එහා ගිහිල්ලා දන් දුන්නොත් අපි අතහැරීම පුරුදු කරනවා. ඒක දානට වෙන්න පුළුවන්, ඒක වෙන කෙනෙකුට උදව්වකට උපකාරයකට දෙන දෙයක් වෙන්න පුළුවන්. මේ දීම තුලින් අපි මොකද කරන්නේ? අතහැරීම පුරුදු කරනවා. දීම තුලින් අපි අතහරින්න පුරුද්දක් ඇති කරනවා. මේ අතහැරීමේ පුරුද්ද තමයි අපි දන්නවනේ. දානෙන් අපි බලාපොරොත්තු වෙන්නේ. කවදා හරි දවසක අතහැරලා සියල්ලම අතහැරලා මේ හිත පිරිසුදු කරගෙන ක්ලේශයන් නැති කරගෙන තත්වයට යන්න නම් අපි අතහැරීම පුරුදු කරන්න ඕනේ. නමුත් මච්චරිය, මසුරුකම කියන ක්ලේශය හිතේ ඇති වුණොත් එහෙම අර දාණයට ඉඩක් ලැබෙන්නේ නැහැ. ඒ වෙනුවට මොකද කරන්නේ? කොච්චර හරි රැස් කරන්න තමයි උත්සාහ කරන්නේ. කොච්චර හරි රැස් කරගෙන හංගගෙන තියාගන්න තමයි. තමන් පරිභෝජනය කරන්නෙත් නැහැ. අනිත් අයට පරිභෝජනය කරන්න දෙන්නෙත් නැහැ. අනිත් අය සමග බෙදා ගන්නෙත් නැහැ. මච්චරිය එකෙන් දාණය ඒ සිතුවිල්ල ඒ කර්මයේ අවස්ථාව වළක්වලා දානවා. ඒක තමයි ඊළඟ ක්ලේශ ධර්මයේ මච්චරිය නොහොත් මසුරුකම. ඊළඟට මායා කියලා කියන්නේ රැවටීම. රැවටීම කියලා කියන්නේ අනිත් අය රවට්ටනවා. අනිත් අයට නොඑක් දේවල් කියලා කරලා රවට්ටනවා. රවට්ටලා සමහරට සතුටක් ලබනවා වෙන්න පුළුවන්. සමහරට යම්කිසි දෙයක් ලබා ගන්නවා වෙන්න පුළුවන්. සමහරට නැත්තම් මොකක් හරි වෙන ඵල ප්‍රයෝජනයක් නිසා කරනවා වෙන්න පුළුවන්. මායා රැවටීම. ඒකත් හිතේ ඇතිවන ක්ලේශයක්, කෙලෙස් ධර්මයක්. නැත්නම් හිත දූෂණය කරන, දූෂ්‍ය කරන, විනාශ කරන, නැති කරන එක්තරා ක්ලේශයක්. මායා නොහොත් රැවටීම. ඒක සමහරට නැති ಗುಣ කියලා වෙන්න පුළුවන්. මට අහවල් ගුණේ තියෙනවා, මං අහවල් දේ තියෙනවා කියලා බොරු නැති දේවල් කියලා අනිත් අයව රවට්ටනවා. Tamanට දෙයක් ලබා ගන්න, කීර්තිය වෙනම වෙන්න පුළුවන්, වෙන දෙයක් වෙන්න පුළුවන්. මොකක් හරි හේතුවක් නිසා මායා රැවටීම. අනිත් කෙනෙක් තව කෙනෙක් රවට්ටවන්නට හොඳ නැහැ. ඒක අපි දන්නවා. අපි ඒක සාමාන්‍ය පිළිගත්ත සදාචාරාත්මක දෙයක්. අපිට කෙනෙක් නැති දෙයක් කියලා, නොවෙච්ච දෙයක් වුණා කියලා එහෙම නැත්නම් නොදන්නා දෙයක් මෙහෙම කියලා බොරුවක් කියලා හරි වංචාවක් කරලා හරි රවටීම තමයි මායා කියලා කියන්නේ. ඒකත් ක්ලේශයක්. මායාවත් හිත දූෂණය කරනවා, විනාශ කරනවා, හානි කරනවා හිතට. ඊළඟට පින්නතුනි තව එකක් තියෙනවා සාඨේය කපටිකම. ඒකත් ඒකටම සමානයි. සාඨේය කපටිකම. කපටිකම කියලා කියන එකත් අපි දන්නවනේ. කපටිකම කියලා කියන්නේ තමන්ගේ ඵල ප්‍රයෝජනය සඳහා, තමන්ට යමක් ලබා ගැනීම සඳහා, තමන්ගේ සුඛ විහරණය සඳහා පමණක්ම අන් කෙනා රැවටීම, බොරු කිරීම, වංචා කිරීම, ඒක තමයි කපටිකම කියලා කියන්නේ. ඒකට කියන්නේ සාඨේය කියලා. සාඨේය තමයි ඊළඟ ක්ලේශ ධර්මය. ඊළඟට තව එකක් තියෙනවා. තම්බ. පාලි භාෂාවෙන් කියන්නේ තම්බ කියලා කියන්නේ මොකද්ද මේ? මානයට සම්බන්ධ දෙයක්. මානෙන් ඉදිමුණු කියන එක තමයි තම්බ කියලා කියන්නේ. නැත්තම් අධික මානෙන් යුක්තයි කියලා කියන එක. අතිමාන කියලා තව එකකුත් තියෙනවා. මේක මේ මානෙන් ඉදිමුණ. තමන්ට අහවල් දේ තියෙනවා, තමන්ට අහවල් වස්තුව තියෙනවා, මිල මුදල් තියෙනවා, නැත්තම් අහවල් දේවල් මං ලබාගෙන තිබෙනවා කියලා ඒක ඒ මානෙන් ඉදිමීම. මානය අධික මානෙන් යුක්තව කටයුතු කිරීම, දැඩි විදිහට සිටීම. ඒක තමයි. එහෙම නැත්නම් අපි කියන්නේ මේ හරි දරදඬුයි කියලා කිසිම නම්‍යශීලීත්වයක් නැහැ. තව කෙනෙකුට ඇහුම්කන් දෙන්නේ නැහැ. තව කෙනෙක් දෙයක් කියවට පිළිගන්නේ නැහැ. ස්ටබර්න් කියලා කියන්නේ අපි. ඒක තමයි තම්බ කියලා කියන්නේ. හරිම දැඩි. කිසිම විදිහකින් කාටවත් ඇහුම්කන් දෙන්න සුදුසු නැහැ. සූදානම් නැහැ. තව කෙනෙක් කියන දෙයක් පිළිගන්න සූදානම් නැහැ. මම හිතන දේ මම හිතන විදිහට මම කරන විදිහ තමයි හරි. ඒ විදිහට මේ මමත්වය දියුණු කරගෙන මේ තම්බ මානෙන් ඉදිමිච්ච ගතිය තමයි ඊළඟ ක්ලේශ ධර්මය. ඊළඟට තව එකක් තියෙනවා සාරම්භ. ඒකත් ටිකක් ඒකටම සමානයි. ඒ කියලා කියන්නේ එකට එක කිරීම. එකට එක කිරීම. ඒකත් මේ ද්වේෂය නිසාම ඇතිවෙන දෙයක්. අනිත් මේ සමාජයේ ජීවත් වෙනකොට අනිත් පුජ්‍යලයෙන් එක්ක ඒත් අර නම්‍යශීලී නැතිකම, වෙන කෙනෙක් දෙයක් කරපුවාම ඒක ඉවසන්න බැරිකම, වෙන කෙනෙක් දෙයක් කියපුවාම ඒක දරා ගන්න බැරිකම, නම්‍යශීලී වෙන්න බැරිකම, තව කෙනෙකුට ගරු කරන්නේ නැතිකම. ඒ නිසානේ මේක වෙන්නේ. අපි මිනිසුන් හැටියට තවත් කෙනෙකුට ගරු කරන්න ඕනේ. එහෙම ගරු කරන්නේ නැතිවම එකට එක කරනවා. තව එක්කෙනෙක් මොකක් හරි දෙයක් කරොත් අපි සාමාන්‍ය ව්‍යවහාරයේදී කියන්නේ එකට එක කරනවා කියලා. එක්කෙනෙක් දෙයක් කරොත් එහෙම ඒක ඉවසන්න බැරුව ඒක කොහොම නෙමෙයි කියලා තව දෙයක් ඒකට කරනවා. දෙයක් කිව්වොත් එහෙම ඒකට තව එකක් කියනවා. නෑ ඕක කොහොම නෙමෙයි මෙහෙමයි කියලා. ඉතින් එකට එක කිරීම. ඒකට කියලා කියන්නේ සාරම්භ කියලා. එකක් ද්වේෂය නිසා ද්වේෂය කියන අකුසල මූලයෙන්ම හට ගන්න එකක්. සිත දූෂණය කරනවා, විනාශ කරනවා, නැති කරලා දානවා. සාරම්භ. ඊළඟට එකක් තියෙනවා මාන. මාන අපි දන්නවනේ මානය. මානය කොටස් කීපයක් තිබෙනවා. සෙය්‍යමාන, සදිසමාන, හීනමාන කියලා. මානය කියලා කියන්නේ අපි සාමාන්‍ය මනිනවා කියලා කියන එකනේ. මනීම. ඒ කියන්නේ මම අනිත් කෙනත් එක්ක ගලපනවා. ගලපලා සමහරට සමානයි කියලා හිතනවා. නැත්තම් ගලපලා මම යාට වඩා උසස් කියලා හිතනවා. එහෙම නැත්තම් ගලපලා මම යාට වඩා පහත් කියලා හිතනවා. ඉතින් කොහොම හරි මේ මැනීම, මානය හිතේ ඇති කරගන්න මානය. හීනමානය වෙන්න පුළුවන්, සෙය්‍යමානය නැත්නම් සමානයි කියලා හිතන වෙන්න. තමන් අනිත් අයට වඩා උසස් කියලා හිතන එක වෙන්න පුළුවන්. සදිසමාන නැත්නම් මං අහවල් කෙනාට වඩා මම සමානයි මෙහෙම කියලා හිතන එක වෙන්න පුළුවන්. ඉතින් කොහොම හරි මේ මානයත් හිතේ ඇතිවෙන ක්ලේශයක්. එතකොට මානය හිතේ ඇති වුනහම මානය ඇති වෙන්නේ මේ මෝහෙන්, ලෝභ දෝෂ මෝහ කියන අකුසල මූලයෙන්. එතකොටත් අපි අපේ හිත දූෂණය වෙනවා. එතකොටත් අපිට අනිත් කෙනාට ගරු කරන්න බෑ, අනිත් කෙනාට හුම්කම් දෙන්න බෑ. ඉතින් මේ විදිහට ඒකත් අපේ සිතේ යහපත අවුරන ක්ලේශ ධර්මයක්. තව එකක් තියෙනවා අතිමාන. ඒ කියන්නේ මානෙන් වැඩි ගොඩාක් ඉහළටම ගියාම නැත්නම් දරුණු විදියට හිතේ ඇති වුනහම ඒකට කියනවා අතිමාන කියලා. මානෙ දරුණු විදියට හිතේ ඇති වුනහම අතිමාන කියලා කියන්නේ කිසිම විදිහකට කිසිම නම්‍යශීලීත්වයක් නැහැ. කිසිම විදිහකට තව කෙනෙකුට තව දෙයකට තව කෙනෙකුට ගරු කිරීමට සූදානමක් නැහැ. අතිමාන. ඊළඟට තියෙනවා මද. මද කියලා කියන්නේ මොකද්ද? මදය නැත්තම් මත්වීම. මජ්ජ කියලා කියන්නේ මද. මේ මත්වීම, මදයටපත් වීම. ඒකටත් කරුණු ගණනාවක් තියෙනවා. සමහර කෙනෙක් තමන්ගේ වස්තුව නිසා, තමන්ගේ භෞතික වස්තුව නිසා මත් වෙන්න පුළුවන්, මද වෙන්න පුළුවන්. ධනවත්කමේ, ධන මදය කියලා අපි ඒකට කියනවා. රූප මදය, තමන්ගේ රූප සම්පත්තිය නිසා මත් වෙන්න, මදයටපත් වෙන්න පුළුවන්. එහෙම නැත්නම් තමන්ගේ තියෙන ශරීර ශක්තිය නිසා මත් වෙන්න පුළුවන්. එහෙම නැත්නම් තමන්ගේ සමාජ තත්ත්වය නිසා මත් වෙන්න පුළුවන්. මේ ආදී වශයෙන් ගණනාවක් තියෙනවා මදයට හේතු වෙන, නැත්නම් මත් වීමට හේතු වෙන. නිකන් අපි සාමාන්‍ය අපි අර ශික්ෂාපදයේදී කියන්නේ අපි සුරාමේරය මජ්ජපමා දට්ටන මේ අපේ මදයට හා ප්‍රමාදයට හේතු වෙන සුරාපානයෙන් වැළකෙනවා. සුරාව කියන ඒ දේෙන් විතරක් නෙමෙයි මිනිස්සු මත් වෙන්නේ. ධනෙන්, බලයෙන්, වස්තුවෙන්, මිල මුදල් වලින්, තත්වයෙන්, සමාජ තත්වයෙන්, ආදී වශයෙන් දැනුමින් සමහර අය හොඳට දැනුගත් තත්වයට පත් වෙලා හොඳ දැනුමක් ලබාගෙන ඒ දැනුම අනිත් අයගේ තමන්ගේ ඵල ප්‍රයෝජනයට පාවිච්චි කරන්නේ නැතුව යොදවන්නේ නැතුව ඒකෙන් මත් වෙනවා නම් ඒකට කියලා කියනවා මත්වීමක් කියලා. ඒක සුදුසු දෙයක් නෙමෙයි. ඉතින් මේ විදිහට මද කියලා කියන්නේ වෙනතුනි මත්වීම. මත් වෙන්න පුළුවන් කරණාවක් තියෙනවා. වයස නිසා මත් වෙන්න පුළුවන්. තරුණ බව නිසා මත් වෙන්න පුළුවන්. වැඩි වයස නිසා වැඩි හිටි බව නිසා මත් මේ ආදී වශයෙන් කරුණු ගණනාවක් තියෙනවා. මදේ ඒකත් එක ක්ලේශ ධර්මයක්. ඒ ක්ලේශයත් හිතේ ඇති වුනහම ඒකිනුත් වෙන්නේ හිත දූෂණය වෙන එක, හිත විනාශ වෙන එක, හිතේ යහපත අවුරලා නැති කරලා දාන එක. අවසාන වශයෙන් තියෙනවා පමාද මද එකම යන එක තමයි පමාද. පමාද කියලා කියන්නේ මොකද්ද? ප්‍රමාදය. ප්‍රමාදය දැන් අපි දන්නවනේ අපමාදෝ අමත පදම් පමාදෝ මච්චුනෝ පදම්. ප්‍රමාදය මායයට අතවැනීමක්. අපි අප්‍රමාදීව කටයුතු කරන්න ඕනේ. ප්‍රමාද වුණොත් පමා වුණොත් අපි පරාජිතයෙන් බවට පත් වෙනවා. ඒක මායාගේ මාර්ගය. අප්‍රමාදය තමයි නිවනේ මාර්ගය. එතකොට අවසාන වශයෙන් බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ දේශනා කරන මේ ලයිස්තුවේ අප්‍රමාදය ප්‍රමාදය තමයි ඊළඟ එන්නත අවසාන ක්ලේශ ධර්ම. මෙන්න මේ විදිහට ක්ලේශ ධර්මයන් දැන් අපි 16ක් ගැන කෙටියෙන් සාකච්ඡා කළා. මොනවද 16? අවිජ්ජා සංඛ්‍යාත විසම ලෝභය. අන්සතු දේවල් මගේ වේවා කියලා හිතන එක. ඊළඟට ව්‍යාපාදය, දැඩි වෛරය, ක්‍රෝධය, උපනාහය, බැඳගත් වෛරය, මක්ඛෝ එහෙම නැත්නම් ಗುಣ මකු බව, පලාසෝ උසස් අයගේ ಗುಣ නැති කිරීම. තමන් පහත් වෙලා ඉඳලා උසස් අයගේ ಗುಣ මකයන්ට කතා කරනවා, වැඩ කරනවා. ඉස්සා ඊර්ෂ්‍යාව, මච්චරිය මසුරුකම, මායා අනිත් අය රැවටීම, සාඨේය කෛරාටික බව නැත්නම් කපටිකම, බොරු කරන එක, තම්බ දැඩි බව නැත්නම් මානෙන් දැඩි වෙලා ඉන්න බව, සාරම්භ එකට එක කිරීම, මානය මැනීම, අතිමාන මානෙන් අධික වීම, මද මත්වීම නොඑක් දේවල් වලින් ප්‍රමාද එහෙම නැත්නම් පමාද ප්‍රමාදයට පත්වීම, ප්‍රමාදී බව. මෙන්න මේවා පින්නතුනි බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ පැහැදිලි කරනවා. මේවා මොනවද? ක්ලේශ ධර්මයන්. එහෙම නැත්නම් කෙලෙස් දහම්. මේ කෙලෙස් ඇති වුනහම මොකද වෙන්නේ හිතේ? අර අපි ආපහු මතක් කරගත්තොත් මේ සූත්‍ර දේශනාවේ මුලින්ම දක්වපු උපමාව වස්ත්‍ර දෙකක් තියෙනවානේ. එක වස්ත්‍රයක් අපවිත්‍රයි, කුණු ගෑවිලා, දූවිලි ගෑවිලා, නරකයි, කිසිම පිරිසුදුකමක් නැහැ. එතකොට මේ වස්ත්‍රයට මොන තරම් හොඳ පාටක් දාන්න යොදන්න ගියත් මේ වස්ත්‍රයට පාට අහන්නේ නැහැ, අල්ලගන්නේ නැහැ. මේ ඒ වැඩේ සාර්ථක වෙන්නේ නැහැ. ඒකෙන් වෙන්නේ තවත් මේක දුර්වර්ණ වෙනවා. හැබැයි මේ වස්ත්‍රයේ මුලින්ම පිරිසුදු කරලා එහෙම නැත්නම් පිරිසුදු වස්ත්‍රයක් වුණා නම්, කුණු දූවිලි නැතුව හොඳ පිරිසුදුව ප්‍රසන්නව පවිත්‍රව තිබ්බා නම් එහෙම ඊටාම පහසුවෙන් අර යහපත් වර්ණයක් මේකට ගල්වන්න පුළුවන්, යහපත් කර්මාන්තයක යොදවන්න පුළුවන්, යහපත් ප්‍රතිඵලයක් ඒකෙන් ලබා ගන්න පුළුවන්. අන්න ඒ වගේ ඒ උපමාවේ සඳහන් පරිදිම මේ මිනිස්යාගේ සිත බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ දේශනා කරනවා. මේ භික්ෂුන් වහන්සේලාට මේ පාඩම කියලා දෙන්නේ මේ දේශනාව. මහණෙනි අන්න ඒ වගේ තමයි ඔබේ සිතත්. මෙන්න මේ කියන ලද අවිජ්ජා ව්‍යාපාද ආදී අවිජ්ජා ව්‍යාපාද කෝධ උපනාහ මක්ක පලාස ඉස්සා මච්චරිය ආදී මේ කෙලෙස් දහම් වලින් අපවිත්‍ර වුණොත් එහෙම මොකද වෙන්නේ? හිත හරියට අපවිත්‍ර රෙදි කඩක් වගේ දූෂණය වෙනවා, දූෂිත වෙනවා. එතකොට දූෂිත වෙලා නතර වෙන්නේ නැහැ. යහපත් දේවල් වලට එන්න තියෙන ඉඩ අවුරනවා, වළක්වනවා. යහපත් සිතුවිලි, යහපත් දේවල්, යහපත් ගුණධර්ම හිතේ ඇති වෙන්නට ඉඩක් දෙන්නේ නැහැ. ඒ වෙනුවට මේ ආයහපත් විසින් හිත දූෂණය කරනවා. දැන් අපි සතර සතිපට්ඨානයේදී අපි කියනවානේ චිත්තානුපස්සනා කියලා. චිත්තානුපස්සනා කියලා කියන්නේ මොකද්ද? සිතේ ස්වභාවය අවබෝධ කරගන්න එක. සිතේ ස්වභාවය අවබෝධ කරගන්නවා කියලා කියන්නේ මොකද්ද? හිතේ මෙන්න මේ කියපු අයහපත් දේවල් ඇති වෙනවා නම් ඒ ස්වභාවය දැනගෙන, දැකලා, අවබෝධ කරගෙන, එහි තියෙන ආදීනව දැකලා ඒවා අයින් කරලා ඒ වෙනුවට යහපත් දේවල් හිතේ චතුරාර්ය සත්‍ය පිළිබඳව දැක්ම, අවබෝධය ආදී වශයෙන් එහෙම නැත්නම් වෙන සම්බෝධි අංග නැත්නම් බොජ්ජංග ඒවා දියුණු කිරීම ආදී වශයෙන් යහපත් දේවල් දියුණු කිරීම තමයි අපි චිත්තානුපස්සනාවේදී බලාපොරොත්තු වෙන්නේ. අන්න ඒ වගේ. අන්න ඒ දේ කරන්න නම් අපි අපේ හිත ප්‍රසන්න කරගන්න ඕනේ. හිත ප්‍රසන්න කරගන්න නම් අපි ඉස්සෙල්ලා දැනගන්න ඕනේ. හිත දූෂණය කරන මේ සතුරෝ, හිතේ සතුරු, මේ කෙලෙස් සතුරන් කවුද කියලා අපි දැනගෙන ඉන්න ඕනේ. අපි හතුර අඳුරගත්තොත් තමයි අපිට හතුරගෙන් බේරෙන්නට පුළුවන්කම තියෙන්නේ. එතකොට මේ අපි කතා කරන්නේ මේ අපේ මේ නිකම් භෞතික හතුරු නෙමේ, මිනිස්සු ගැන නෙමේ. මේ හිත දූෂණය කරන අපේ හිතේම ඇති වෙලා හිතෙම අපි නොදැනුවත්වම අපිව නරකට නපුරට අරන් යන මේ හිත දූෂණය කරන මේ දේවල්. ඉතින් මේවා අවබෝධ කරගන්න ඕනේ. මෙහිදී බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ මේ සූත්‍රයේදී පමණක් මේ කරුණු 16ක් පිළිබඳව පැහැදිලි කරන්නට යෙදුණා. ඉතින් මේවා අවබෝධ කරගන්නට ඕනේ. ඉතින් එතකොට අවබෝධ කරගෙන හරියට අර පිරිසුදු රෙදි කඩකට සායම් අහනවා වගේ එතකොට අපේ සිතේ යහපත් ගුණ ධර්ම දියුණු කරගන්න පුළුවන්. දැන් අපි මේ සූත්‍රයේදී මුලින් මේ කාරණා 16ක් පිළිබඳව අපි සාකච්ඡා කරා කෙටියෙන්. නමුත් දැන් පින්නතුනි අපි සලකා බලමු මේවා ඇත්තටම අපේ හිතේ ඇති වෙන්න පුළුවන්. ඇති වෙලත් ඇති. සමහරට දැනගෙන ඇති, අවබෝධ කරගෙන ඇති, ඇති වෙච්ච ඒවා නැති කරගන්නත් අපි උත්සාහ කරලා තියෙන තරම් එහෙමනේ අපේ ස්වභාවයේ සිතේ. දැන් මේවා ඇත්තටම කොහොමද අපි නැති කරගන්නේ? මේවා නැති කරගන්න අපිට පහසුද? ලේසිද? කොහොමද මේවා නැති වෙන්නේ? ඇත්තටම කෙනෙකුට හිතෙන්න පුළුවන් මේවා සැකයක් ඇති වෙන්න පුළුවන් මගේ හිතේ මේක ඇති වෙලා තියෙනවද? සමහරලාට හිතෙන්න පුළුවන් නෑ මේ කියපු දේවල් නම් මගේ හිතේ නෑ කියලා. මේ ආදී වශයෙන්. එතකොට පින්නතුනේ මේ මාර්ගයත් බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ පැහැදිලි කරලා දෙනවා. මේ දේවල් අපි මෙච්චර මේ සරලව කතා කරාට සාකච්ඡා කරාට ඇත්ත වශයෙන්ම කල්පනා කරලා බැලුවොත් එහෙම සම්පූර්ණයෙන් නැති කරන එක. අපිට වළක්වා ගන්න පුළුවන්. අපි හැමෝම වළක්වා ගන්නවා වෙන්න පුළුවන්. අපි මේ වගේ බණ අහනකොට, අපි භාවනා කරනකොට, අපි ධර්ම සාකච්ඡා කරනකොට අපේ හිතේ යහපත් දේවල් අපි ඇති කරගන්නේ. අපි ධර්ම සාකච්ඡා කරලා බණ අහලා චතුරාර්ය සත්‍ය පිළිබඳව අවබෝධය ලබා ගන්නනේ අපි උත්සාහ කරන්නේ. ආර්ය අෂ්ටාංගික මාර්ගයේ මැදුම් පිළිවෙතේ ගමන් කරන්නනේ අපි උත්සාහ කරන්නේ. ඉතින් ඒ උත්සාහය තුළ අපි මේ යහපත් මේ අයහපත් දේවල් තදංග වශයෙන් එහෙම නැත්නම් తాවකාලිකව හරි යටපත් කරගන්න උත්සාහ කරනවා. නමුත් මේවා සම්පූර්ණයෙන්ම යටපත් වෙන මාර්ගයත් බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ මෙහි පැහැදිලි කරලා තිබෙනවා. මේ මාර්ගය මොකද්ද? සෝවාන්, සකදාගාමි, අනාගාමි, අරහත් කියන මාර්ගයේදී තමයි මේවා සම්පූර්ණයෙන්ම නැති වෙන්නේ. දැන් අර කියපු අර ලයිස්ට්ුවෙන් අර අපි දැන් 16ක් පිළිබඳව කෙටියෙන් සාකච්ඡා කරානේ. මේ 16න් කොටසක් තියෙනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ මක්කෝ මකු බව, පලාසය අනිත් අයගේ උසස් අයගේ ගුණ මැකීම, ඉස්සාව නැත්නම් ඊර්ෂ්‍යාව, මච්චරිය, මසුරුකම, මායාව, සාඨය, කපටිකම, මෙන්න මේ කියපු කාරණා 6, මෙන්න මේ කියපු අකුසල් 6 සම්පූර්ණයෙන්ම නැති වෙන්න නම් කෙනෙක් සෝතාපට්ටි ඵලයටපත් වෙන්න ඕනේ. එතකන් මේවා ඇති වෙන්න පුළුවන්. අපි තදංග වශයෙන්, తాවකාලික වශයෙන් අපිට යටපත් කරගන්න අපි කාටත් හැකියාව තිබෙනවා. මේ දේවල් යටපත් කරගන්න හැකියාව තිබෙනවා. බොහෝ විට මේ දේවල් අපේ හිතේ ඇති වෙන්නේ නැහැ. අපි ඇති වෙන්න ඉඩ දෙන්නේ නැහැ. අපි වැඩියෙන් යහපත් දේවල් කරනකොට, යහපතෙහි යෙදෙනකොට, කායිකව, මානසිකව, වාචිකව යහපත් දේවල් කරනකොට මේවා තදංග වශයෙන් හරි අපි යටපත් කරගන්නවා. හැබැයි සම්පූර්ණයෙන්ම නැති වෙන්නම් මේ කියපු 6 මක්කෝ මකු බව නැත්නම් ගුණ මකු බව, පලාසය, උසස් අයගේ ගුණ මැකීම, ඉස්සාම නැත්නම් ඊර්ෂ්‍යාව, මච්චරිය, මසුරුකම, මායා, රැවටීම, සාඨය, කපටිකම, කෛරාටිකම මේවා නැති වෙන්නේ සෝතාපට්ටි කියන ඵලයට පත් වුණාට පස්සේ. සෝතාපට්ටි ඵලයට පත් වුණාම තමයි සම්පූර්ණයෙන්ම නැති වෙන්නේ. එතකොට හිතා ගන්න පුළුවන් කොයිතරම් අපහසුද ඇත්තටම මේවා නැති කරගන්න කියලා. ඒ නිසා අපි දැඩි වීරියක් ගන්නට ඕනේ. ඊළඟට තව ඉදිරියට ගියාම තව කොටසක් ගණනාවක් තිබෙන 6යිනේ. තව 10ක් තියෙනවනේ. ඒ 10න් ව්‍යාපාද, ක්‍රෝධ, උපනාහ, ප්‍රමාද කියන 4. ව්‍යාපාද, ක්‍රෝධ, උපනාහ, ප්‍රමාද. ව්‍යාපාදය කියලා කියන්නේ අනිත් අය නැසේවා කියලා හිතන එක. ක්‍රෝධය කියලා කියන්නේ තරහව. උපනාහ කියලා කියන්නේ බැඳගත් වෛරය, ප්‍රමාදය. මේ කියන දේවල් නැති වෙන්න නම් කෙනෙක් අනාගාමී ඵලයටපත් වෙන්න ඕනේ. අනාගාමී ඵලයටපත් වුණාම තමයි සම්පූර්ණයෙන්ම ඒතෙක් අර මම මුලින් කිව්වා වගේ තදංග වශයෙන්, తాවකාලික වශයෙන් අපිට යටපත් කරගන්න කාටත් හැකියාව තිබෙනවා. නමුත් සම්පූර්ණයෙන් නැති වෙන්නේ කෙනෙක් අනාගාමී තත්වයටපත් වුණාම. ඒ කියන්නේ තවත් කොටසක් ඉතුරු වෙලා තිබෙනවා. ඒ කොටස තමයි අවිජ්ජා සංඛ්‍යාත විසම ලෝභය, තම්බ අර මානෙන් දැඩි බව, සාරම්භ එකට කිරීම, අතිමානය, මද කියන මේවා නැති වෙන්නේ අරහත් කියන තත්වයටපත් වුණාම තමයි සම්පූර්ණයෙන්ම නැති වෙලා විනාශ වෙලා යන්නේ. ඒක තමයි මේ ක්ලේශයන් නැති වෙන මාර්ගයත් බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ පැහැදිලි කරනවා මේ දේශනාවේදීම. ඉතින් එතකොට පැහැදිලි වෙන්න පුළුවන්, පැහැදිලි කරගන්න පුළුවන් අපිට කොයිතරම් අමාරුද කියලා. එසේ වුවත් මේ හැම දෙයක්ම පෘථග්ජන සිතේ ඇති වෙන්නට පුළුවන්. නමුත් අපි හැමෝටම වීරිය කළොත්, අදිෂ්ඨාණයෙන් කටයුතු කළොත්, අවබෝධයෙන් හිටියොත්, මානය කියන්නේ මොකද්ද? අතිමානය කියන්නේ මොකද්ද? තම්බය කියලා කියන්නේ මොකද්ද? සාරම්භය කියන්නේ මොකද්ද? මක්ක, පලාස, ඉස්සා, මච්චරිය කියන දේවල් මොනවාද කියලා අපි අවබෝධ කරගෙන හිටියොත්, දැනගෙන හිටියොත් අපිට පුළුවන් මේවා ඇති වෙනකොටම දැනගන්න මගේ සිතේ අහවල් ක්ලේශය ඇති වුණා. ඒ ක්ලේශය හොඳයිද? ක්ලේශ කියලා කියන්නේ කිසිම විදියකින් හොඳ දේවල් නෙමෙයි. එහෙමනම් මම මේට ඉඩ දිය යුතු නැහැ. වර්ධනය වෙන්න, වැඩි වෙන්න, මගේ හිත වෙලා ගන්න මම මේක අයින් කරලා දාන්න ඕනේ. මේ විදිහට අපි අදිස්ථාන කරගෙන අවබෝධයෙන් යුතුව, චිත්තානුපස්සනාවෙන් යුක්තව මේවා නැති කර ගන්නට අපිට පුළුවන්කම ලැබෙනවා. ඉතින් එතකොට ඒක අපේ බෞද්ධ ප්‍රතිපදාව, අපේ බෞද්ධ මාර්ගයේ එක්තරා අපි කළ යුතු දෙයක්, අපි කළ යුතු අපි දියුණු කරගත යුතු ලක්ෂණයක්. ඒක තමයි බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ දේශනා කරන්නේ. ඒ බුදුහාමුදුරුවෝ දේශනා කරනවානේ සබ්බ පාපස්ස අකරණං කුසලස්ස උපසම්පදා සචිත්ත පරියෝදපණං ඒතම් බුද්ධාන ශාසනං. බුදුවරුන්ගේ ශාසනය කියලා කියන්නේ මොකද්ද? අනුශාසනය කියලා කියන්නේ මොකද්ද? සබ්බ පාපස්ස අකරණං සියලු පව් නොකිරීම. කුසලස්ස උපසම්පදා කුසල් කර්මවල යෙදීම. සචිත්ත පරියෝදපණං තමන්ගේ සිත පිරිසුදු කර ගැනීම. සිත පිරිසුදු කර ගැනීම තමයි මේ. ඒ කියලා කියන්නේ සිතේ ඇතිවෙන ක්ලේශයන් පිළිබඳව අවබෝධයෙන් ඉන්නවා, දන්නවා, ඒ වගේ මොකද්ද වෙන්නේ කියලා අවබෝධ කරගන්නවා. අවබෝධ කරගෙන ඒ ක්ලේශයන් නැති කරගන්නට උත්සාහ කරනවා. එතකොට ඒවා නැති කරගත්තට පස්සේ අපේ හිතේ ඒ වෙනුවට යහපත් සිතුවිලි, මෛත්‍රිය, කරුණාව, මෙත්තා, මුදිතා, කරුණා, උපේක්ෂා ආදී උසස් ගුණ ධර්ම අපේ හිතේ දියුණු කරගන්න, වැඩි කරගන්න අවස්ථාව තිබෙනවා. හරියට ආපහු අපි අර උපමාවට ගියොත් එහෙම පිරිසුදු රෙදි කඩට රෙදි කඩ නැත්නම් වස්ත්‍රයේ පිරිසුදු නම් ඒ වස්ත්‍රයට නිල්ද, කොළද, රතුද, කහද, මදිටියද, තැඹිලිද ඕනේ පාටක් ගල්වලා ඊටාම අලංකාර විදිහට හදා ගන්න පුළුවන්. ඊටාම අලංකාර නිර්මාණයක් කරන්න පුළුවන්. ඊටාම අලංකාර කර්මාන්තයක් කරන්න පුළුවන්. ඒ වගේ තමයි අපේ හිත පිරිසුදු නම්, අපේ හිත ප්‍රසන්න නම්, අපේ හිත අපිට පිරිසුදුව තියාගන්න පුළුවන් නම් ඒ හිතෙන් යහපත් දෙයක් අපිට කරන්න පුළුවන්. යහපත් ගුණ ධර්ම වර්ධනය කරන්න පුළුවන්. යහපත් ගති දියුණු කරන්න පුළුවන්, පුරුදු කරන්න පුළුවන්. ඒ තුලින් අපිට මේ චතුරාර්ය සත්‍ය අවබෝධයට අපිට මඟ පාදා ගන්නට පුළුවන්. ඒක තමයි අන්නේ පණිවිඩය තමයි බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ මේ දේශනාවේදී පැහැදිලි කරන්නේ. මේ වත්තුපම සූත්‍රය එහෙම නැත්නම් වස්ත්‍රයක් උපමා කරලා දේශනා කරන සූත්‍රයේදී දිගින් දිගටම තවත් තියෙනවා පැහැදිලි කරන බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ කොහොමද තමන් මේ සිත පැහැදිලි කර ගැනීම තුලින්, ප්‍රසන්න කර ගැනීම තුලින් අර මා සඳහන් කරපු මෙත්තා, කරුණා, මුදිතා, උපේක්ෂා ආදී ගුණධර්ම ප්‍රමුඛකටගත් තවත් ගුණධර්ම රාශියක් වර්ධනය කරගෙන හිත යහපතෙහි යොදවාගෙන හිත පාලනය කරගෙන සචිත්ත පරියෝදපන සිත පිරිසුදු කර ගැනීම, සිත පාලනය කර ගැනීම, සිත සකස් කර ගැනීම. හිත තමයි අවසානයේදී අපි සකස් කර ගන්න ඕනේ. හිතෙන් තමයි මේ සකස් වීම සිද්ධ වෙන්නට ඕනේ. හිත සකස් කරගත්ත තැන තමයි අපිට අර සෝතාපට්ටි ප්‍රදාන කරගත් සෝතාපට්ටි, සකදාගාමි, අනාගාමි, අරහත් කියන සතර මඟ, සතර ඵලවලට යන්නට පුළුවන් වෙන්නේ අපි හිත සකස් කරගත්තොත්. එතකොට හිත සකස් කර ගැනීමේ එක් මාර්ගයක් තමයි මේ වත්තුපම සූත්‍රය, මේ වස්ත්‍රය උපමා කරගත් සූත්‍රයෙන් බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ පැහැදිලි කරන්නේ. ඒ නිසා එහිදී අපි හඳුනා ගත යුතු, තේරුම් ගත යුතු යම් ක්ලේශ ධර්මයන් රාශියක් තමයි බුදුරජාණන් වහන්සේ මේදී අපිට පැහැදිලි කරන්නට දුන්නේ. ඒ නිසා අපි මේ දේශනාවේදී මේ ක්ලේශ ධර්මයන් 16ක් පිළිබඳව අවබෝධ කරගත්ත, දැනගත්ත, අවබෝධ කරගත්තා, අවබෝධයක් ඇති කරගත්තා. ඉතින් ඒ අවබෝධය ඇති කර ගැනීම තුලින්, ඒවා හඳුනා ගැනීම තුලින් ඒ දේවල් තදංග වශයෙන්, මූලිකව තදංග වශයෙන් අපිට යටපත් කරගන්න පුළුවන්. ඊළඟට අපි දැඩි උත්සාහය තුලින්, දැඩි වීරිය තුලින්, දැඩි කැපවීම තුලින්, අවබෝධය තුලින් ඒවා සම්පූර්ණයෙන් ප්‍රහාණය කරන තත්වයට අපේ හිත සකස් කරගන්න, අපේ චිත්තානුපස්සනාව වඩා ගන්න, වර්ධනය කරගන්න පුළුවන්. ඉතින් ඒ ශක්තිය, ඒ වාසනාව, ඒ දැක්ම, ඒ දෘෂ්ටිය, ඒ අවබෝධය සියලු දෙනාටම ලැබේවා. ඒ සඳහා කායික, මානසික ශක්තිය ඇති වේවා කියලා අපි මේ ධර්ම දේශනාවේදී ප්‍රාර්ථනා කරනවා. ඒ නිසා ධර්ම දේශනාව අවසන් කරන්නට ප්‍රමුඛ පෙරාතුව අද දවස පුරාවටම මේ වැඩසටහන සමග සම්බන්ධ වීමෙන් මුල උදෑසන සිට පෙරවස් සමාදන් වෙලා, ඒ වගේම භාවනා කරලා ධර්ම සාකච්ඡාවට සහභාගී වෙලා සිංහල ඉංග්‍රීසි දෙබසින්ම සඳහන් කරපු, දේශනා කරපු ධර්ම දේශනාවන්ට වලට සවන් දීලා ලබාගත්තා වූ අවබෝධයත්, මේ ධර්ම දේශනාවේදී ලබාගත්තා වූ මේ අවබෝධයත් මූලික කරගෙන ඔබ සියලු දෙනාටම උතුම් චතුරාර්ය සත්‍ය අවබෝධයේ පිණිසම මෙය මාර්ගයක් වේවා කියලා අපි ප්‍රාර්ථනා කළ අපි දෙවියන්ට පින් දෙමු. ආකාසට්ඨා ච බුම්මට්ඨා දේවා නාග මහිද්దికා පුඤ්ඤං තං අනුමෝදිත්වා චිරං රක්ඛන්තු ලෝක සාසනං. ආකාසට්ඨා ච බුම්මට්ඨා දේවා නාග මහිද්దికා පුඤ්ඤං තං අනුමෝදිත්වා චිරං රක්ඛන්තු දේශනං. ආකාසට්ඨා ච බුම්මට්ඨා දේවා නාග මහිද්దికා පුඤ්ඤං තං අනුමෝදිත්වා චිරං රක්칸තු ත්වං සදා. දේවෝ වස්සතු කාලේන සස්ස සම්පatti හේතුච පීතෝ භවතු ලෝකෝච රාජා භවතු ධම්මිකෝ. සියලු දෙනාටම උතුම් ත්‍රිවිධ රත්නයේ අනන්ත ගුණ බලයෙන් යහපතක්ම සැලසේවා.
Okay. Now we are going to conclude our Navam Puja program today. We started at 9 in the morning and continued up to now. Now actually we do some chanting and share our merits with everyone who have helped us, and we conclude our program for today, the Navam Puja program. And I would like to, before sharing the merits, I would like to administer 5 precepts. Then after that, do little chanting and do Vandana little, and then we terminate the program for today. Would you say sadhu, sadhu, sadhu? And say Namo Tassa 3 times, please. Buddham Saranam Gacchami. Dhammam Saranam Gacchami. Sangham Saranam Gacchami. Dutiyampi Buddham Saranam Gacchami. Dutiyampi Dhammam Saranam Gacchami. Dutiyampi Sangham Saranam Gacchami. Tatyampi Buddham Saranam Gacchami. Tatyampi Dhammam Saranam Gacchami. Tatyampi Sangham Saranam Gacchami. Panati Pata Virmani Sikkhapadan Samadhiyami. Adinadana Virmani Sikkhapadan Samadhiyami. Kame Sumichachara Virmani Sikkhapadan Samadhiyami. Musavada Virmani Sikkhapadan Samadhiyami. Suramiraya Majjapama Dattana Virmani Sikkhapadan Samadhiyami.
Okay, now let us do the evening puja. We offer flowers and other offerings to the Buddha, and jointly we recite these stanzas, thinking that may these offerings go to Buddha, may the merits be with us to have happy, peaceful and successful life in this existence, and also may these merits lead us to understanding of the teachings of the Buddha and also to attain Nibbana. With these thoughts, please recite these stanzas. Vannagandha guno pitang etang kusuma santating pujayami muning dasa siripad saruruhe pujimi buddhang kusumena nena punyena metina ca hotu puphang milayati athaidang me kayo tathayati vinasabhava pujimi dhammang kusumena nena punyena metina ca hotu puphang milayati athaidang me kayo tathayati Sabhavan ujimi sanghang kusumi nanena punyena mitina chahotum puphang milayati athayidang me kayo tathayati vina sabhavang ganasarapa dipena tamadang sinati lokadipa Sangbuddhang pujayami tamono Gandha sangbharayatena dupinahang sugandina pujayi pujaniyantang puja bhajan Muttamang vandami chitiyang sabbang sabbethani supatititang saririka dhatu maha bodhing buddharupang sakalang sada Itipiso bhagavan arhang samma sambuddho vijjacharana sampanno sugato lokavidu anuttaro purisa dhamma sarati Sattha deva manusanang buddho bhagavati swakhato bhagavata dhammo sanditiko akaliko ehi vasiko openaiko Pachatang vedidabbo vinyuhiti supatipanno bhagavato savaka sangho ujupatipanno bhagavato savaka sangho Nyaya patipanno bhagavato savaka sangho samici patipanno bhagavato savaka sangho yadidang jattari purisa yugani purisa puggala isa bhagavato savak sangho ahuneyo pahuneyo dakhineyo anjali karaniyo anuttarang punyakhetam lokasati sadhu sadhu Let us recite the Karaniyametta Sutta, and you are familiar with this chanting to meditate on loving kindness. Let us recite the Karaniyametta Sutta. Karaniya matta kusalena yantang santa padang abhisamecha sakho ujucha sujucha suacho chasa mudu anatimani santosako Subharocha apagichocha sallakavati Swantindriyocha nipakocha apagabbo kulesu ananugiddo Nechekuddang samachari kinchiye Vinyu pari upavadeyum sukhino vakeminontu Sabbi sattha bhavantu sukhitata Ye kechipana bhutati tasava Taviravānavasesa Dighavāye mahanta Majjima rasakanukatula Dittava Yeva addita yechadu Tiyavidure bhutava sambhave siva Sabbe satta bhavanta sukhitata Neparo parang nikobbeta Nāti maññeta katachinam kanchi Dhyārusana vatika saññānañña mañña Dukkhamicceya mātāyata niyampan Ayusa ekaputta manurakhi Evaṁ pi sabba bhutesu Mānasaṁ bhāvaye aparimā Mettaṁ ca sabba lokasmiṁ Mānasaṁ bhāvaye aparimāna Uddhaṁ adoca tiriyaṁ ca asambhadaṁ averaṁ asapataṁ tetvaṁ charaṁ nisinno vasayano yavetassa vigata middo etaṁ satiṁ Teya brahma metaṁ vihāt idamāhu dittiñ ca anupagamma sīla dasanena sampanno kāmesu vidyagedāṁ nahi jātu gabbasai punareti tiyetena sacchava na sabba dukkhaṁ vinasatu etena sacchava jena sabba bhayo vinasatu etena sacchava jena sabba rogo vinasatu sabbidyo vivajjantu sabba rogo vinasatu mati bhavattvantarayo sukhi dīgāyuko Utu sabba mangalam rakhantu sabba deva sabba buddhanubhavena sada sati bhavantu bhavatu sabba mangalam rakhantu Rakkantu Sabba Devata Sabba Dhammanubhavena Sada Soti Bhavantu Te Bhavatu Sabba Mangalang Rakkantu Sabba Devata Sabba Sanghanubhavena Sada Soti Bhavantu Te.
So it is a very successful day because our program, we have carried out our program with every items of the program. So we are very happy as we have the first full moon day program in this year. We have very good Navam Poya program. I'm very happy to share the merits with all those who have supported for the success of this program. First, I would like to extend my blessings to the Venerable monks. Venerable Bandulatero has circulated all the emails to by informing this program and gave a Dhamma talk as well. I'm very grateful to him as well. And Venerable Kasapatero, day after tomorrow, Venerable Kasapatero is leaving to Sri Lanka for his higher studies. I must acknowledge his great service for the Vihara. During this pandemic period, we have this Zoom system. This setup was done by Venerable Kasapatero, and also taking the Facebook and also YouTube. With the help of Zoom system, we have been able to circulate our program to our Dayakas. So therefore, he has done irreplaceable service for the Vihara for the last nearly 7-8 years. I know he has done sermons and also the program, meditation classes, etc., etc. So our Dayakas are very, very friendly with him. Dayakas are very happy about his service for the Vihara, and I'm very grateful to him for his remarkable service for the Vihara. Very, very great service for us. And I wish all the success of his postal degree studies in Sri Lanka. And I wish when he finishes his studies, we expect his return to the London Buddhist Vihara. And wish him good health, happiness, protection, and success of his studies. And also Venerable Palita Thero here since morning, contributing to the program, chanting and etc. And Mr. Gamini Amarsekara gave service for this as technician, supported for the Zoom system and YouTube and this program. And also Dr. Upali Upali Abesari supported, contributed in the discussion, Dhamma discussion, afternoon from 1 to 2. So we would like to extend our blessings to him and to the family as well. And also, I must thank to Punya, I must convey our Punyanumodana, those who have given dana for the day. In the morning, the dana was offered by Mr. Edward Vandingarachi and Mrs. Padma Manil Vandingarachi in memory of late Jayat Tilaka and Kalin Pereira. parents of Manil Vaniarachi and Mr. Vaniarachi's parents, and Mr. Kanangara, Akka and Aya, Mr. and Mrs. Kanangara, Akka and Aya of Vaniarachi, and Premasiri and Sally, departed brothers. May they share these merits, may they attain nirvana, and may the family, Vaniarachi family, get the blessings of the Dani and the Puja. Lunch Dani was offered by a group of people. If I mention the people, actually, Mr. Pandula Ranatunga and also Ruani Ranatunga and Mr. Amrita and Amal, and also Mr. Chandrani Patranage and Oshadi and Bhuminda, and also Anuja, and also Chaminda, and also they wanted to share the blessings with Sarat Vikramasinghe, who is not well. We wish him speedy recovery. And also Mr. Gunapala and Soma Ranatunga, parents of Pandula, and also Rohan Chandrasekhara, recently passed away in Los Angeles. Also Anuja and Chaminda's fathers, Mr. Sarat Chandrasiri and Sarat Vijay Chandra, and Amrita's father, singer Veerasekara, and also father-in-law of Amal, and Ruani Ranatunga's father, Mr. Buddhadas Pereira, and Chandani Patiranage's father, Vijayaratna Ambehara, and also parents of Bhuminda and Oshadi. May they share these merits, may they attain nirvana, and may the blessings of this family get the blessings. May they be well, may they have good health, happiness, long life, and protection from all the dangers. Mr. Sarat Vikramasinghe get speedy recovery from the illness. And the merits also today, the dana was actually supposed to be given Mr. Aravinda and his wife. We wish they have some difficulties. We wish them good health and also protection. Especially merits go to Shanti Deva Karuna Ratna, loving father of Mrs. Kanchana's father. May he attain peace of Nibbana. May the family get the blessings of the Dani and the Puja in the evening. So I would like to thanks to those who have joined with us via Zoom system and also YouTube and also Facebook. May you all share these merits. May all departed relatives share these merits. May they attain nirvana. And may the families who have joined with us get the blessings of the puja and the whole program. May you be well, happy and peaceful. Wish them good health, happiness, long life and protection from all dangers. I would like to extend the blessings to the trustees of the Vihara. They always aware about the success of our program. May the blessings be with them. We wish them good health, happiness, long life and protection from all the dangers. And the trustees of Anagarga Dharmapala Trust in Kalambusha, these merits, may they be well, happy and peaceful. May they have good health, happiness, long life and protection from all the dangers. Finally, the founder, great Anagarga Dharmapala, may he share these merits. May he receive our prayers and blessings with gratitude. May he attain peace of Nibbana. With these thoughts, I would like to conclude this program today. We share merits with Devas and all the department. Ettavata chammehi sambatam punya sampadang sabbe deva anumodantu sabba sampati siddhya. Ettavata chammehi sambatam punya sampadang sabbe bhutanumodantu sabba sampati siddhya. Ettavata chammehi sambatam punya sampadang sabbe satta anumodantu sabba sampati siddhya. May all the blessings be with you, like a shadow always be with you. May the blessings give you courage, determination and understanding to overcome your difficulties, problems and failures in your life. May you have a very happy, successful, healthy life here and hereafter. May you all attain everlasting peace of Nirvana. Abhivadana silisa Changvada Pachayino Chattaro Dhamma Vadanti Ayuvanno Sukham Ayurarogya Sampatti Sagga Sampatti Meva Ato Nibbana Sampatti Minate Samijjato. Turuan Sanai Shamdenato.